Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 65. So today we got some big news. For one, we got a patch today. It's a relatively small quality of life patch. However, we got some big news. They basically posted what they're going to be doing with combat. I have not fully gone over it. I have skimmed it, but I haven't fully gone over it. So we'll be doing that as soon as we go over the patch notes, and our guy will just be AFKing these and putting it all together, as our goal for today is probably gather into a bunch of bones and all that kind of stuff, kind of similar to yesterday, because the patch itself does not really change what we're going to go do. But let's go read the patch notes first, and then we get into the juicy bit of the great mergening, because we got huge great mergening drop info today. But first, patch notes. Well, actually hit the game today, because the combat rework didn't yet, but this has. So, let me move this over so we can still see our guy. Oh, no, don't look at that yet. Don't. That's spoilers. That's spoilers for the thing. Wait. Okay, there we go. All right, so what actually happened today includes the following. Increases the number of actions or active combat monsters in many rooms, ensuring that there are at least 4 in each room. I'm curious to see how this is in some rooms. For example, of course, yesterday we were in the 3 snake room, so I'm curious like where the 4th snake is. I think the biggest one is where are they in the tentacle rooms? Because the tentacle rooms had some really specific pathing to get through them correctly. And now if there's a 4th tentacle in there, that's going to be a lot harder. So we'll see exactly how they've been changed. Also, this guy always gets stuck on the one. Okay, there we go. You got it. But anyways, yeah, I'm curious to see where the tentacles are on Tentacle Road. Beyond that, it shouldn't really affect most other rooms other than just being a little bit more convenient to be able to go and do combat in them. Expand the size of a few rooms to accommodate an additional active combat monster. So I'm curious to see exactly how that changes Tentacle Roads and such, as the rooms themselves may actually be a little bit bigger. Decrease the number of concurrent players allowed in some rooms with active combat monsters to reduce competition or contention. So this should make it so you should hopefully be able to always do your combat now. There might still be a little bit, because if there's only 4 enemies in a room, they'd basically have to have a 2-person cap for that to never over encumber. If 3 people are even allowed in that room, then, you know, you're going to have an issue eventually. So curious to see exactly how they change that. Added a logout button to the passive activity interface. I did see this earlier. So now you can click logout and stop. Before you could only click stop. The logout, you had to go all the way into the other menu, but now they're both in one single interface. Allow weapons and armors allow weapons and armor compared, even if they are not currently from the episode or can be equipped. So basically, whenever you end up going to an item, let's say it's from a different episode, you generally aren't ever able to check its stats. If you can't equip it, you can't ever check its stats. They basically fixed that now. So whenever you go into an item, you can actually see, we can probably see right here if we go to a quartermaster right now. If I go to, let's say this, and I click on info, actually let me go withdraw it. It'd probably be a little bit better. Like if I withdraw these 2 things, I cannot wield these because this is a hammer mage item, and this is, let's see if I try equipping it. There we go. So we can see right here, these are all the stats that it would have, as well as the episode and everything like that. Before it would just show a bunch of dashes and be like, nope, nothing. But now it actually shows the stats we would have if we were to wear this in, you know, episode 1. Obviously, it's not doing anything in this episode, or very minimal. However, this now shows the proper stats, whereas before it would just show a bunch of dashes. So that's pretty nice. Actually allows you to check your gear, compare your gear, stuff like that, even if you can't wield it, even if it's from a different chapter. So very nice in that regard. Nice quality of life change there. That's what those 2 bullet points are. Let's see. Beyond that, show stats of, I already mentioned that. Always recenter the map after teleporting. Okay, that's nice. So this should make it even easier to pre-walk then. But yeah, it always will recenter your map, so you don't ever have to worry about like moving it and everything. That's nice. Unless you deliberately want it to not recenter, in which case not as nice, but generally speaking, it recentering is a good thing. And then balancing active XP potions now boost the XP gain from ventures. I used this earlier today to get 5% more mining XP when we took our mining venture. But basically, whenever you go do a venture now, pre-pop them. Potions didn't used to work on them, now they do. So whenever you use a potion on a venture, you will get extra benefit. This is particularly useful in ventures that you could double up very quickly. For example, the fishing venture, which I personally have never touched yet. However, if you were to take something like the fishing venture, they're right next to each other. So if you take both of them, or even all 4 of them once we have more venture slots, you could do them all in one single potion. If we eventually have 4 venture slots and you use one single hope port potion, you could take all 4 of the fishing ventures simultaneously. So that's not bad at all, as far as this change. Having an extra 5% on all that. And of course, you can end up doing it for same chapter. let's say eventually they add the merchant ones, you could do a same 5% to go and, or whatever percent you want, to go and double boost both the two from the same area. Or you can still do separate areas, but you will have to boost each one separately. Like a 5% mining boost, 5% Chronopolis boost is what I did earlier, in order to get our full percents for both of them. As there are a lot of areas that do not have multiple ventures, like Chapter 3, which literally only has one singular venture, compared to something like Chapter 1 that has 4 ventures. Anyways, bug fixes. Rename higher level crime den NPCs to better match the crime den raid. Let's see, what does this guy say? Sneaky burglar. I guess that makes sense, sure. Add missing B tab to the potion reagents bank. Oh, that's funny. Was the B tab missing? The alphabetical B? That's kind of funny. I was wondering what happened when we clicked on that sometimes. I guess it just wasn't working. Fix bug where you could occasionally run back to attack an NPC after you had explicitly requested to move away. Oh, this was really annoying. We were mentioning that on Thanksgiving, because after the auto-retaliate changes that they made, this was one of the big issues that was occurring over and over and over and over again. But they finally fixed it like a month later. Actually, over a month later. A month and a half later. They finally fixed it. And fixed various typos. But anyways, that's not what we're here for. That's not what you guys came to see. You are here for the combat rework. So let's go read through this. I have not actually read through it yet. Also, hello everyone, by the way. Hello Isabel. Hello Mad Hatter. Hello Savalian. Hello Sonny. Hello everyone else. Welcome, 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 welcome. So here is what we're actually here for. The Great Merging. The plan to merge the combat professions. So let's go read through it. Background. We are planning on making some changes to how combat progression works in Brighter Shores. We know that changing a core system can be controversial. Okay, let's see how many controversies. Let's count the controversies as we go. But having per episode combat professions is putting off new players. It has been very challenging to design a new system which allows a single combat profession, but still allows us to release the game in an episodic form, which doesn't result in out of reach content or dead content. All right, 1 second. Gotta go reset the raid then, as we're doing combat as we speak. That's mostly for the detective XP. But who knows? Maybe this combat XP will be useful. We'll find out. All right. After spending many days considering a huge number of different ideas, we have decided on a small number of changes to combat professions. This isn't set in stone, as it may change if we find problems with implementing it. But this is the plan currently. Okay, so, point number 1. There will be a single combat profession shared across all episodes. The monsters in the early episodes will be low level, and as you progress through the episodes, the level of monsters will slowly increase. We clearly can't make the monster levels increase by 500 each episode. That would make the game too difficult. The base monsters in episode 1 will be from 0 to 30. The base monsters in episode 2 will be from 30 to 60. The base monsters episode 3 will be from 60 to 100. And it seems to be going up by 40 each time. The base monsters episode 4 by 100 to 140. And in each episode beyond 4, we'll have another 40 levels of combat. So how many chapters would that be until they hit max combat then? So to be able to hit 500, assuming combat even stops at 500, who knows? Maybe it keeps going. Technically, they could keep going forever. But let's say hypothetically they still stop combat at 500 and don't keep going beyond 500 to like 1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000. But that means, what chapter would that eventually become an issue then? Because if we're at Chronopolis 140, it's probably easier to do it based on chapter 3. So if chapter 3 is at 100, and then that'd be 10 chapters later. So chapter 13. So by chapter 14, they would either have to raise the cap above 500 or reconsider something. But that gets them all the way to chapter 13, where 14 would be the first chapter that would have an issue with it, where they would have to do something. Figure out what when they get there. Don't worry if your total combat level is already greater than 140. We aren't going to wipe out or devalue your hard work. Read the entire document before panicking. Alright, so we won't make any opinion on this quite yet then, because we need further details. But here's the little graph showing, yep, there's the level range, there's the level range, there's the level range. That's interesting, though I could see that being a little bit too low level, at least initially. Because chapter 5's not even out yet, so if you implement all this, what, the max level in the entire game is a 140? Is that what I'm understanding here? Because that changes things quite drastically. Also, how would raid dens work then, in that regard? Like, the raid den I'm doing right now is a 219, and this is even the highest one. An advantage of making the combat run sequentially across the episodes, as described above, is that it means if you progress without using the end game mechanic described below, ooh, end game mechanic, You will only fight the first skin of each monster. To ensure that players who play a lot aren't massively overpowered by the time they reach a later episode, your maximum combat level will be capped at the total level of the last episode you have discovered. Wait, what do you mean by that? This, wait. Oh, I see. So your combat level when we go to next chapter will be level 0 because we have level 0 all. But then if we get like 300 total, we'd be able to go up to 300 in theory. Okay, I see what they mean there. So yeah, okay, that's interesting. It won't hold you back for too long though. Because getting 20 all in a chapter is pretty quick. Let me go use our potion real quick. I'm putting this on the gather for now. We are going back to the bone zone. This is another bone zone stream. We finally get 199 bones today. It's like the smallest thing in the title because there's so many other things. However, we are getting the 199 bones finally. The bone spikes and everything. Anyways, back to this. To ensure players, let's see, who play a lot aren't massively overpowered by the time they reach a later episode, your maximum combat will be capped at the top level of the latest episode you have discovered. This way, when we launch episode 5, a reasonable number of people will have reached the level 140 maximum that episode 5 will be designed to start at. And there also won't be loads of overpowered players. Each time we release a new episode, the maximum combat level will increase by another 40. So eventually the combat level cap will be very high. Okay, so they're going forever. Oh, look forward to level 1000 by chapter 20-something. Oh, that's interesting. So that means we're probably going to break above 1000 then. Based on that wording. Because otherwise they're capped out at episode 13. Right, and then 14 would have a problem. But yeah, that means they'll keep going and going and going. They can get combat 1000, 2000, 3000. It'd be the only skill that would go above 500. Or assumably the only skill that goes above 500, unless they do some kind of rework to every other skill in the game. Anyways, endgame mechanic. However, in the meantime, we don't want players to run out of combat. So once you have reached the combat level cap of the current episode, we will have a end game quote-unquote mechanic where excess combat levels will instead be used to increase the level of that episode's obelisk. Ah! So, that was right then. So you do actually upgrade the obelisk in the chapter. Ooh, okay, that's cool. Alright, that will be interesting then. Wait. Leveling up an obelisk causes the obelisk to further boost your combat whilst you are in the same episode as the obelisk. Furthermore, as you level up the obelisk... Also, I just realized. You know how perfectly I'm set up right now? Wait. The level cap for Area 1 is 30. The level cap for Area 2 is 60. I need to go do a little bit of Forest then. The level cap for Mines of Matubin is 90. We're just a little bit overkilled. And then, obviously, we just do combat in Chronopolis. Oh, we are set up so perfectly. Oh, good thing we didn't go for 200 all or something. We are set up, like, perfectly right now. Because the 30, 60, 90, and then just infinitely farm this one because there's nowhere else to go kind of situation. Oh, that is nice. I didn't even think about that just until right now. Look at how perfect our level distribution is. It's like we had foresight of knowing exactly what they were going to do. No, we didn't. Oh, wait, never mind. Did we go to 100 in Mines of Matubin? Wait, that's even more perfect. We just need like 10 scout levels. We're literally at exact threshold for Mines of Matubin. And we'll just keep getting this one up just because there's nowhere else to do combat if we want to do combat. Oh, that is so perfect. Anyways, what's this endgame mechanic? Anyways, that's really funny though. It's like they saw our stats and it was like, yeah, we'll just do that. It's almost exact spread. Anyways, however, in the meantime, let me just reread the whole endgame mechanic. I want to get it all into this. Let's see. So, however, in the meantime, we don't want players to run out of combat. So once you have reached the combat level cap of the current episode, we will have an endgame mechanic where excess combat levels will instead be used to increase the level of the episode's obelisk. Leveling up an obelisk causes the obelisk to further boost your combat whilst you're in the same episode as the obelisk. Furthermore, as you level up the obelisk, a small number of the available upgrades will still apply whilst you are in the next episode. Oh, wait, never mind. Wait. That changes things slightly. Wait, hold. Never mind, our level distribution isn't perfect. Wait, they actually do carry over some to the next episode. Interesting. How so? I need to read further. They left us on a cliffhanger. Alright, go back. Furthermore, as you level up the obelisk, a small number of available upgrades will apply to your next episode. Okay, interesting. All right, maybe the previous episodes do matter a little. This allows you to do some preparation for the next episode ahead of time. The episode 1 obelisk will be able to gain up to 470 levels. Well, I guess it's the difference between your level and 500. Wait, that means there's going to be a 500 cap then. So what's going to happen by the time we get to episode 13 then? I'm still confused what happens once we get to episode 13. I know that's like ages from now. But, you know, it's like 5 years from now. I have to think of something. The episode 1 obelisk will be able to gain up to 470 levels. The episode 2 obelisk can also gain 470 levels. Okay, now I'm confused. How? Why? And each subsequent obelisk can gain up to 460 levels. Okay, interesting. This way, the total levels per episode remains the same. Interesting. How does that work for the other chapters then, like chapter 3 and 4? Because for this one, it makes sense because it's the difference. But then it doesn't make sense for episode 2 because it's not the difference. And then it makes even less sense for the other ones because it's not the difference. And that just starts happening at that level. Like at level 40, do you just start gaining endgame currency then for the obelisk? This way, the total level per episode remains the same of 500. So there's still a 500 cap of every single episode. So they're not bringing it above 500. But I guess collectively, you would technically have a combat above 500. Because you would count all the numbers together in a sense. Leveling up the obelisk will also allow you to optionally advance the monsters. Okay, here we go. In the matching episode to their next higher level skin. Okay, so this isn't done automatically anymore. This is going to be done through the obelisk now, where you can actually increase everything at once. So this is going to be kind of cool. So you can kind of set like what kind of parameter you want. That way you also don't have to pass action like crazy. So if I wanted them to be really weak in chapter 2 like we needed yesterday, I wouldn't have to keep using pass action over and over and over and over again. You'll be able to advance the monsters in episode 1 to be higher than the base 0 to 30 to unlock higher XP rates. Alright, weapons and armor. Okay, here's a huge one because we've been going pretty heavy on the Minds of Matubin grind. Also, hello, by the way, everyone else. Hello, Pilkin. Hello, Bobby. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're panicking? I haven't hit panic mode yet. So far, honestly, I'm enjoying what I'm reading so far. I haven't hit the panic button yet. If anything, my level distribution is like perfect for this update right now. Let's see. Weapons and armor. Weapons and armor will work in a similar way. Each weapon armor will have a base level. Your player's combat level must be at least as high as the weapon level to wield it. The monsters in episode 1 will drop level 0 to 30 weapons. The monsters in episode 2 will drop 30 to 60. Oh wait, this is a huge nerf to combat then. Oh wait, that's... Even the higher ones though? Even the higher ones? What do you mean by this? Oh wait. Ooh. Ah. The profit of combat has just plummeted to like 0. Furthermore, if you have advanced... Well, unless you're doing Minds of Matubin, because everything there drops pretty much alchemy supplies. But furthermore, if you have advanced the monsters to higher level skin using the endgame mechanic, those monsters will start dropping weapons with an additional tuning level. Okay, never mind. Maybe that fixes it. Weapons with a tuning level are boosted by the obelisk. They are tuned to. What do you mean by that? If a weapon has a tuning level, then you will also need to have upgraded the weapon armor proficiency. See the tree section of the applicable obelisk to wield it. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. I must look at the image and figure out what those words mean in combination to what they're trying to say. Alright. Alright, let's analyze this. So we got an image. It has 30 cryonite and it has 17 obelisk. Is that our combat then? So I'm at level 30 cryonite combat, but my obelisk is 17. I'm confused as to what this means. Obviously this is obelisk, obviously this is cryonite and or combat level. Alright, let's reread this. Furthermore, if you have advanced the monsters in a higher level skin using the quote-unquote endgame mechanic, these monsters will start dropping weapons with a tuning level. Okay, so that's our tuning level then. It requires level 17 tuning. Weapons with a tuning level. So that's the left seems to be combat, the right seems to be tuning level from what I could tell. Weapons with a tuning level are boosted by the obelisk. They are tuned to. Oh, I see. I see what's happening here. Oh, okay, it makes sense. So this is a chapter 1 Hope Port item. You can tell because it says Hope Port and it's level 30 because that's the level cap of Hope Port now. The tuning level is like the extra levels that it ends up getting, but also the tunement level that you need in order to tune it to a obelisk. Okay, I see now. So this is basically a level 47. Long story short. This is a level 47 helm. If his helm right now said level 47 on it, that is basically effectively what this is. But this is a drop that was 30 with a attunement level of 17. Which he needs that attunement level of 17, but it's effectively acting like a 47 then. I believe is what all that means. Let's see. If a weapon with a tuning level, and you will also need to have the upgraded weapon armor proficiency. Okay, anyways, let's keep reading. So weapon crafting. So this is important because we've been going pretty high on this. When crafting weapons in the Mind of Matubin, the maximum level of weapon you can craft equals crafting level plus 60. Wait, that's a huge buff. Wait. Crafting level plus 60. Wait. You're buffing crafting? So to craft a level 100 Cryonite weapon, suitable for use in Chronopolis, you will only need level 40 Blacksmith. Alright, that kind of changes everything. If you level up your crafting proficiency further, then you will be able to craft weapons which also have a higher tuning level. See above. Oh, okay, that's pretty juicy. Ooh. So we basically got a free plus 60 on all crafting. From what I can tell. Does that mean you can start making max at 440? Or how's that going to work? Like, what's the benefit of going to 441 and higher then? But, ooh. Well, time to keep grinding smithing. That means that 200 would also be able to make a 260. Which means our 4-star goes up to a, I'm not even sure, like a 300 something, like a high 300, mid 300 something. Once we get all of our levels in. Like, you know, 500 smithing, 200 on the other two. Anyways. Interesting. So, note, compare to currently. Let me see. Let me go and get our thingies. I need one of these. Gosh, we got so many pop-ups. Do that, do a little bit of this. Keep getting that gatherer level. We'll need less of it later. Alright, let's keep reading through this. Hold. Oh, so hello, Sibo. Welcome. Alright, let me see. Alright, so note compared to currently. It will be easy to craft weapons which are irrelevant for episode 1 and 2 because you can craft level 60 weapons straight away. Oh, that's true. It will be about the same to craft weapons which are relevant for episode 3. The weapons you initially craft are just good for use in the mine. And it will be harder to craft weapons which are relevant for episode 4 and 5. To craft weapons good enough to use for these episodes, you'll need to level up the crafting first a bit. No worries, we've done it. We're good till like chapter, gosh, a billion. We're already good till chapter like 8, 9, 10. Anyways, crafted weapons are always untuned initially, which they already are, like that. Even if they have a tuning level. And so can still be tuned to an obelisk of your choice. And can still be infused to make epics. Okay. So, does that take into account the tuning level on them then? Because I don't understand how epic crafting works. I'm not sure if they're going to describe it here. Does that mean it just takes into account your tuning level? So, let's say I make something for chapter, I don't know, chapter 3. A chapter 3 item goes to level 100 right now. Or, you know, when it changes. So, does that mean I can currently make a, I don't know, 100 plus 128 tuning thing? Or actually, it would be 60 higher than this, so it'd be 268. Or sorry, 288. So does that mean it would be a level 100, but that would then have a 158... I'm doing math wrong. 168. And then a 168 tuning level on it. But then would that merge as a 268? Or sorry, a 288? I don't know. We'll have to find out. Maybe they say below. Because it said it'll be used for weapon crafting, but it didn't really explain how that will work. Yeah, crafted weapons are always tuned initially. You will be able to wield untuned weapons. Wait, really? They just won't gain a boost from any obelisk while tuned. Okay, so it's basically like using it for the wrong chapter. Because this will allow you to craft... oh, wait, sorry. Did I skip something? No, I didn't skip anything. Wait, what did I skip then? Crafted weapons are always untuned initially. If your tuning level, so be tuned, obelisk, choice, fuse, make epic. Oh yeah, I read the epic thing and went on a tangent. I see what happened. Because this will allow you to craft weapons with a higher level than your crafting level, the price of crafted weapons will need to be balanced accordingly. So the wealth gain in each episode of crafting remains the same as currently. Why? It needs a buff. Just let it be. It needs a buff. Why would you nerf it? Even with that buff, it is still worse than Leatherworker. It's worse than Cooking. It's worse than Merchant. It's worse than, honestly, every moneymaker in the game. If you go and mine ore, then smith ore, then make product out of ore, it is worse money-making than almost any moneymaker in the entire game. Why on earth would you not just keep it like that? It needs a buff. Just leave it as is. Because even with that extra profit, I'm pretty sure it's still worse than leatherworker, worse than cooking, worse than detective, worse than merchant. Even if you were to give it that extra level 60 of free profit. I'm not sure why they did that then. But yeah, because this will allow you to craft with a higher thing, the price of crafted weapons. This could have been the thing to fix the GP per hour for crafting, but apparently not. But hopefully they reconsider that, because it really needs a buff. So the wealth gain at each level of crafting remains the same as currently. However, we also want the wealth gain from killing monsters at each combat level to remain the same. So to fix this, untuned weapons, i.e. which you craft, will have a lower cash value than tuned weapons. No, wait, that means you're going to have to tune everything before you sell it. Wait, that's going to be really clunky. I.e. which monsters drop. And you will have to pay the cash difference to tune them. Oh! You do actually have to pay to tune now? Interesting. So that means untuning might be free when it comes out later. But tuning now has a cost? Interesting. This is like the opposite of what I mentioned before. Well, it'll probably cost you to untune rather than to tune, because currently it's free to tune. And then it would likely cost you to untune. But they're likely doing it the other way around. It's going to cost you to tune any item, but untuning is free. Or, you know, untuning doesn't exist yet, but, you know, when it does come out, it'll probably be free. So they kind of did the inverse of what I was mentioning. Where instead of tuning being free and untuning having a cost, they did it the other way around. Where tuning will now have a cost, and we currently can't untune, but if it was ever to come in, I assume it would be free or very low cost, since the tuning is where you take the cost. So they moved the cost to tuning rather than untuning, essentially. Currently, you cannot untune, nor will you be able to after this, unless I mention it below. But, you know, when the mechanic does come, they moved the cost to tuning rather than the untuning, essentially. Anyways, interesting. Interesting. Alright. Level scaling. As we reach or launch later episodes with their higher level caps and higher level weapons, players will be able to bring those higher levels and weapons back to the earlier episodes. If we aren't careful, they will be able to complete the endgame content and side quests of their earlier episodes far too easily, which would result in dead content and dilutes the achievements of players who did it the hard way before the later episode was launched. To stop this from happening, we plan to add some limited monster scaling. If you are more than 10 levels stronger than a monster, the monster will increase its level without changing its skin. So it is never less than 10 levels below you. Okay, so yeah, you won't be able to like steamroll quests. I recall this only happening one time so far, where we did the Battle of Fortune Hold, and you had to fight 2 level 48s. At the time, we were basically level 200, killing 2 level 48s. So it looks like those would scale to like 190 or something in this kind of system, or somewhere along that line. Like if I was 200, they would scale to like 190 in that situation. Interesting. Yeah, these could potentially be really good for den raids. We'll see. The problem is the XP rates might be bad though. To stop this from happening, we plan to add limited monster skin. We already read that. For quest monsters, we will be able to cap them to never be weaker than you. This way, they always represent something of a challenge. Even if you come back and do the side quests after doing lots of later episodes. This is interesting to mention because that means bosses and regions are probably also going to scale in a similar way. Where they're going to have a static level, like let's say 200. But then they scale to your level. So they're never going to be too easy to ever kill. So this means they're probably not going to do the 6 tiers of boss thing. They're likely only going to have one boss whenever they release a boss. It'll have like a static level, like 150 or 200 or 300. And then it'll probably scale to your level, so you're never like too broken compared to it. This also means we will no longer need the easy combat penalty when fighting low-level monsters. Alright, we are going to... Oh, so number 2. That was all just point number 1, by the way. Every single thing there. That was just point number 1. Okay, now let's move on to number 2. Gosh, how many points are there? Can't be too many more, because like halfway through. We are going to introduce combat upgrade trees. Oh gosh, they're adding a skill tree. You know the last time I played a skill tree game? like properly, was when Diablo 2 came out. I'm not talking about the remake of Diablo 2. I mean the OG Diablo 2 in the early 2000s. Is pretty much the last game I played that had a skill tree. Unless you count like Ring Fit Adventure. It was like an exercise game Nintendo release that actually has a surprisingly in-depth skill tree for a game that's literally just exercising. I eventually stopped playing it though because it required way too many squatting. A lot of really good exercises in there though. But anyways, that was like the last game I played with a skill tree. Is either Ring Fit Adventure several years ago, like 5 years ago, or Diablo 2 back in like what, 2002, 2003? So I haven't really played too many games that have like a skill tree kind of system. Like in the last 2 decades. Like I basically played 2 games with a skill tree in the last 2 decades. Okay, good. He's going and aggroing me. There we go. Anyways, unlike every other profession in the game, leveling up combat already does more than just unlock new activities. It actually gives many different upgrades. These include, it increases the level of weapons you can wield, weapon proficiency. It increases the level of armor you can wield, armor proficiency. It increases your base max hit. Oh, does it? Is that a thing that's already been in the game? It increases your base max hit. It increases your base damage deflection, which we already knew about that. I didn't know about the base max hit thing, though. It increases your maximum hit points, which we already knew, of course, and it unlocks higher level monster skins. Rather than giving you... I didn't know that. It actually increases your base max hit. I didn't realize you actually got a little bit extra damage that way. Rather than giving you a little bit of each upgrade when you level up, we are going to introduce the upgrade trees, which allows you to choose which upgrade you want each time you level up. So if you want to focus on a particular color of damage on building a tank or a glass cannon, you can, because each upgrade will only upgrade a single stat. The upgrade will be able to grant a much greater increase in that single stat. So, okay, so this will be a lot more intuitive than just randomly gaining a bunch of stuff. Okay, that's kind of cool. All right, let's go a little bit deeper. All right, this could work out. This could work out. Let's go keep reading. All right, let me see. There's also one of the reasons why higher attack speed weapons are probably scaling a lot better as well than slower attack speed weapons, is because that max hit increase thing. Rather than, also because of overkill damage, but it's like a whole thing in itself. A whole separate topic. But anyways, there will be a character upgrade tree, which unlocks upgrades as you increase your combat level. In addition, each obelisk will also have an upgrade tree, which unlocks as you level up the obelisk. Okay, so the character will have one and the tree. Alright, so, and the obelisk, I mean. So there will be a character upgrade tree, which unlocks upgrades as you increase your combat level. In addition, there'll be an obelisk. Okay, so the character one seems like it's the one that will be overarching, whereas the other one seems like it's the one that's like locked to your chapter. Interesting. So we have this image right here. Let's go full screen on this guy. All right, let's see. So let's try to look at everything and see if we intuitively know what it is. All right, the hearts mean higher HP. The sword is likely weapon proficiency, which means there's probably an armor for armor proficiency. The symbols are for your respective damage. Probably for your resistance to them rather than your output of damage. The one with a loading bar and the HP is probably regen rate, because there's currently no way to increase your regen rate. So the bigger heart is probably max HP. The heart with an up is probably regen rate. Any of the symbols like Cryonites, the yellows, all those seems to be resistance to it. Not sure if that will also be your damage output with it, but it could be one or both. There's also physical as well. Beyond that, obviously higher ammo. Wait, how much higher ammo is here? That's a lot of extra ammo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, you could just go all in range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 extra ammo. Interesting. Also, can you start from like any of these nodes, it looks like? I'm not sure how this works. Like, where's your starting point? I guess this is whatever node you initially do of the orange ones. Interesting. Not sure what the pathing you would need to go get everything. Total level 16. Unspent points is 1. So every single total level you gain, you end up getting one. The skill tree doesn't seem big enough then. This looks way, 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 way too small. Though it does have a big scroll bar, so this is only the top of it, I guess. It keeps going down and down and down. That's a lot of ammo, though. That basically means you have effectively infinite ammo. Because if we already see, like, what, 9 extra ammo right here, and we only are, like, seeing, like, what, not even 15% of the total? That's a lot of ammo. That's effectively infinite ammo. Anyways. This is a mock-up where the randomly placed upgrades and arrangement of upgraded will differ in the final version. Okay, so this is just a demo thing. Oops, why did my thing go away? Come back! Not sure why it just closed on me. Alright, go back where we're... Alright, looks like we're getting somewhat close to the end. Alright, how do I bring this to be a big thingy again? Well, I guess we just look at it here, never mind. Alright, let me go make this smaller again. Alright, anyways, where were we? Is our guys ready? Wait. It wants me to go spend my gatherer points. Sure, we'll go spend it on gatherer. We need 166 for our really good bone, which is why we're boosting it right now. And that's what we're going to be doing once we finally get done reading all this and collect our thoughts on the mergening. Alright, let me go over here. Wait. Come on. Go. Up. Go to there. Alright. Anyways, so this is just a mock-up with randomly placed upgrades. The arrangement of the upgrades will differ in the final version. In addition to the existing upgrades listed above, there will be all sorts of other upgrades you can put on the upgrade tree to make them more interesting. Ideas we are considering include the following. Increase your hit point regeneration speed. Yeah, we already saw the symbol for that. Increase your off-faction weapon armor proficiency at a lower rate, so you can wield off-faction items. Oh! You can now wield all gear in the game. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. So we just got green melee now. Oh. That means it would be most beneficial for a Cryo Knight to get a really high bone rate level then. Because that basically means, to some degree, that Cryo Knight is now Blacksmith and Bone Rate. Hammer Mage is, our Guardian is, let's see if I can remember what all three of these are. Let's see. That means, Cryo Knight would be Bone Rate and Blacksmithing. Guardian would be Bone Rate and Stonemason, because I don't believe they have a yellow melee. And then Hammer Mage would be Stonemason and Blacksmith, which mean Hammer Mages in that case get the biggest benefit, because that's just mining. If you're a Hammer Mage, you literally just have to do mining. So that's a huge buff to Hammer Mages, this change right here. The off-faction weapon armor proficiency. Okay, Hammer Mages aren't useless anymore. You can literally just do mining and you're fine. All you need is mining, smithing, and stonemason, all of which increase by doing mining alone. So this is a huge benefit to Hammer Mages more than anything. It does still up Cryo Knights and Guardians, but Hammer Mages gain the biggest benefit from this, as far as being able to get whatever they're still missing from their class. Because each class is missing like one main weapon. For Hammer Mages, or for Cryo Knights, it's green. For Guardians, it's yellow, and for Hammer Mages, it's blue. And to be able to get blue, you just need Blacksmith. Or, you know, and you already need a Stonemason, so all you need is mining. So, yeah, Hammer Mages gain the biggest benefit from this. I wouldn't say the other two really got gypped, but Hammer Mages gain the most benefit from this change. The being able to use other faction stuff to some degree. Obviously at a lower degree. But it definitely helps Hammer Mages the most. Increases how fast you can move during combat. Oh, that's interesting. Better movement speed in combat. Increases maximum ammo. Yeah, we already saw that. Increases immunity cast speed. There's already things that can kind of bypass that, though. Like Fear Potions and aggro skipping. So, I don't think that's going to be too useful. But being able to, like, insta-cast, I guess, is kind of nice. Depends on how many upgrades you need to increase the speed. If one upgrade's, like, 1 second, that's great. If we're talking, like, a 0.1%, or, you know, if we're talking, like, a 1-tick increase of, like, what is it? Again, 3 something. That's not that big of a speed increase for how long the overall cast is, because we need so many upgrades of it before it's relevant. Unlocking and improving special attacks. Ooh, unlocking is an interesting word there. Improving makes sense. But what do you mean by unlocking? I guess particular special attacks? There's one thing I noticed on that screen earlier. It almost looked like you can have multiple different special attacks, where only one is active at a given time. But you might be able to have, like, multiple different special attacks on a single weapon, which would be interesting if that is the case. Because improving special attacks makes sense. But unlocking special attacks makes me think you can have more than one special attack on a weapon. Not more than one active, but more than one. Like, for example, one weapon might be able to have, like, 5 different special attacks. Where only one of them is active, but, you know, you can have, like, 5 different ones. Because that's what unlocking kind of says there. Because I don't believe you would unlock special attacks initially just from this. This would be unlocking, like, new special attacks. Beyond the initial special attacks. Is how I read this. And obviously improving them. Anyways. There will also be a few bonus upgrades in the upgrade tree. Which are better. And so you are incentivized to build a path towards... Wait, what? There will also be a few bonus upgrades in the upgrade tree. Which are better. So you are incentivized to build a path towards... Oh, yeah, I see. So those are probably the orange marked ones. I see what they mean there. These include upgrades, which gives double the boost in the relevant stat. Obelisk upgrades, which boost the stats in both the Obelisk episode and the next episode. Oh, is that what these orange ones do then? Or these yellow ones? Do they go from like chapter to chapter then? Is that how I'm understanding this? Obelisk upgrades, which boost the stats in both the Obelisk episode and the next episode. Is that what these yellow ones are? Or is that just a double stat one? Because I know for sure it's probably this. Like upgrades which give double the boost in a relevant stat. Those are probably the yellow ones. I'm not sure if it's shown in the image, this other part. Obelisk upgrades which boost the stat in both... Because I'm trying to look for something that doesn't exist in this image, I believe. But Obelisk upgrades which boost the stat in both the Obelisk episode and the next episode. Interesting. But yeah, this seems to be the ones that are yellow on this thing. The ones that give double. Like all these little yellow ones give double the benefit if you go to them. But this is something likely not shown on the image directly. At least not this one. Alright. You'll be able to respec your character upgrade tree and Obelisk upgrade trees at any time for some silver coins. Oh no, how much will this cost? Oh no. But you will not be able to transfer levels between upgrade trees. Wait, what do you mean by that? You'll be able to respec your character upgrade tree and Obelisk upgrade trees anytime, but you will not be able to transfer levels between upgrade trees. I assume they mean between chapters when they say that. I assume they mean each chapter's upgrade tree. Because I'm not sure what they mean by that otherwise, but yeah, that makes sense, duh, obviously. It seems like something really obvious, so... I'm either very confused or they're just kind of explaining it. But yeah, you won't be able to obviously, like, despec chapter 1 and put all your things into chapter 4 or vice versa. Like, I can't respec chapter 4 and put that into chapter 1. Like, obviously. Like, there's some permanent upgrades that will go there that you can unlock. But you can't just respec chapter 4 and put all your points into chapter 1. I think that's what they're trying to say here. Like, I feel like that's really obvious, but they're just kind of stating it. So you can't just, like, respec your chapter 4, don't spend the points, and then do that for 3, then do that to 2, and you can't just dump all that into chapter 1. Obviously, if you respec in chapter 1, you only have the chapter 1 points. You get permanent upgrades from all the other trees, if you get to certain areas, or in certain unlocks in them. But, you can't just despec, like, chapter 4 and put it on in chapter 1. I think that's what they're trying to say there. Which, of course, you can't do that. That'd be very broken beyond belief. Existing save games conversion. Alright, so here's the big thing. This tells us if we should panic do combat or not. So, okay, let's go read the should we panic do combat right now. And I believe the answer is no, but let's read and see if they say yes. When updating existing save games made prior to this update, for each per episode combat level you have, level ups to the level cap for the episode will be assigned to your combat level, and any excess levels will automatically be assigned to the corresponding obelisk level. Alright, so that makes sense. So for chapter, let's say Minds of Matubin, it goes to level 100. We're exactly at 100. Bad example. Let's go to Chronopolis. It goes to level 140. So we will have 140 in our combat level, but then the rest will go to our obelisk, which is like, what, 94. 94 will go to the obelisk. It's going to be 95. And then we'd be combat level 140. So it'd be a combat level 140 with a 94 obelisk, if it was to exist today. Let's see. But if I was to do it in chapter Minds of Matubin, we'd be exactly combat level 100 with, like, no obelisk. Anyways, for each per episode combat level... Alright, let me go read this. Okay, so for each per episode combat level you have, levels up to the level cap for that episode will be assigned to your combat level first. Any excess will automatically be assigned to the obelisk level. Alright, so that's what we know. So the cap will be level 30 for chapter 1, level 60 for chapter 2, level 100 for chapter 3, and 140 for Chapter 4. Existing weapons will be converted in a similar way. Each weapon will be given a level plus tuning level, which together sum up the same level that the weapon had prior to the update. Okay, that's interesting. So we already know what some things will be converted into then. So for example, let's take my 140 longsword right now. In a new system, this would be, or sorry, my 206 longsword. In a new system, it'd be a 140 longsword with a tuning level of 66. It'd be a 66 tuning level with a 140 epic longsword, is what this thing should be converted into if this update was to occur exactly as they mentioned. So yeah, it would still be the same sword, it would still be the same effectiveness. It would just be a 140 with a tuning level of 66. Anyways, combat time. Alright, let's go over to here. Does the 140 include the previous combat episodes? Based on what I read, that's not the case. I'm pretty sure it's per thing, isn't it? I don't know, we need to go reread some things for sure. But, we'll go double check. Because that means you would only need to get, like, 30 combat in each chapter. Almost, like, 40 combat. Which means if you have base 40s right now, you're basically max combat. So if you went for base 50s, you're already above max combat then, if that's the case. That means if you literally have base 50s right now, you're already max combat level. If that's the case, then. For each per episode combat level, with the main difference being that you might want to go a little bit higher in Mines of Matubin and Chronopolis, though. Anyways, well, we'll go double check that in a second. Because if you're just counting all of them together, for each per episode combat, that's not how it looked when I was reading it, though, but I don't know, we'll see. It kind of made sense on, like, your total combat level, but I could have sworn that was going off your per chapter level. Like, if I want to go wield a Chronopolis weapon, I assumed it would be based on the per chapter level, not your total combat. I could be reading it wrong. For each per episode combat level you have... Alright, so let's read this. For each per episode combat level you have... So this is what it currently would be. So, for example, whatever our current level is right now. Levels up to the level cap. So, levels up to the level cap for the episode will be assigned to your combat level. Okay. So, yeah, if I have 140, boom, we're 140 then. And any excess levels will automatically be assigned to the obelisk level. Yeah, based on that, it's still doing it separately. Because this is still counting my 140 that I would need for Chronopolis. And then excess goes into the obelisk. Oh, wait, maybe not because of how the other thing was mentioned. Oh, I see what you mean now. Okay, I think I see what you mean with the overarching thing. Because that would explain the weird numbers for some of them. But that means every level over 40 would do that then. If that's the case. Which means we'd actually have an obelisk level of almost 200. Okay, interesting. Like, our combat would be 140 in the region. But our obelisk in this chapter would already be something like, Okay, that would explain. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that is how it is. Oh, you know what makes a lot more sense now? These numbers over here. Yeah, that is how it is. It does take into account your overall combat. Because, where's the number over here? Because there's a number over here that makes a lot more sense now. Because that's why you get 470 levels for these two and 460 for the other two. So yeah, as long as you have level 40 all combat right now, you're basically max level. Essentially. If you have level 40 all combat, you're max level. So if you have less than that, do some combat. If you have more than that, panic. No. Let's see. But yeah, oops, gosh, I hate when that thing goes all the way out. Let me go back. Gosh, Steam, fix this page. There we go. Let's see, that's a Steam side issue. You click like one thing over there, it's like, nope, window go down. Anyways, okay, I understand why that makes sense now. Okay, those numbers make a lot more sense now. Those numbers make a lot more sense. So yeah, it is taking into account your overall arcing combat for that. Which would make sense why those were those range that they were. So yeah, level 40 all right now is basically max combat. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, we gotta speedrun this. Go, 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 go! Oh, wait, oops, he ran out on his own. That works. There we go. Alright, perfect. Alright, bring it back, bring it back. Anyways. So now that we have that clarified, existing weapons will be converted in a similar way. Each weapon will be given a level plus tuning level, which together sums up to the same level as the weapon had prior to the update. Levels up to the level cap for the weapon episode will go to the weapon level, and any remaining will go to the tuning level. The combat capes will be replaced with obelisk capes. Ooh. The total level requirement will be equivalent to before. For example, the first episode 1 obelisk cape will unlock when the episode 1 obelisk reaches level 20. Because combat level 30. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so you still get to keep the capes. That's cool. So yeah, the capes are still a thing. The capes are indeed still a thing. So that basically means, yeah, time to go get level 460 obelisk in Chronopolis. So, you don't have to choose a huge number of upgrades at once when you first log in after the update. We will automatically choose upgrades which upgrade your stats as evenly as possible. Such that, though you're going to respec it immediately, so time to pay that respec cost immediately, because you're going to evenly distribute it rather than putting it optimally. Such that your overall power remains the same as before the update. However, we will allow free respecs in the first few weeks. Oh, cool! Wait, free respecs is an infinite free respecs? Because we're utilizing that a ton if so. However, we will allow free respecs for the first few weeks, so you can experiment with different builds. Okay, huge, 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 huge. Not only is it free initially, but you can do it infinitely. Initially. Obviously until they add a cost to it. I wonder how much it will cost per silver. They said it was silver. So are we talking like 1 silver per level? Because that get pretty expensive. Like if you have to spend like half a gold just to respec each time. But I don't see where it is. I assume that would be the cost. Like 1 silver per point that you respec. Seems like a pretty fair cost. Like it'd be high at a high level range, but it's not like that bad. Because you don't do it that often. But we definitely would initially to go and test everything. Gosh, please, Steam, stop. Don't make me have to full screen this so that doesn't keep happening. Anyways. Okay, so that's interesting. So you don't need to choose a huge thing, blah, 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 free respecs. The existing per episode combat level leaderboards will be replaced with a per obelisk level leaderboard. This means that players at the top of those leaderboards will retain their top rankings. Okay, interesting. Yeah, there's the Hope Poor obelisk right there. Interesting. So yeah, basically every single chapter just has an obelisk combat now. This is all your combat just combined into it. That's kind of funny. Let's see. So it doesn't actually change the number of skills in any chapter. It just kind of combines them into that one overarching thing. The existing per episode combat level leaderboards will be replaced with the obelisk thing. This means that you won't lose your top ranks. We will introduce a new combat level leaderboard, which is ranked based on the new combined combat level. Oh, people really like combat. They are now making a total combat level, a leaderboard stat that does not currently exist. That I will be very low on because we ignore combat like crazy. But they're also making like a total combat one. Interesting. If you really just want to do like a huge, huge amount of combat. Do you get stuck? I hate when they do that. Alright, there we go. Obelisk levels will count towards your total level. So your total level and your position on the total level leaderboard will not change. And then the future. Beyond the first batch of improvements, we also want to make lots of other improvements to combat to make it more varied and interesting, including special attacks, more varied opponents, group combat, raids, etc. But we want to tackle the multiple combat professions combat first. Interesting. So yeah, that's the full rundown. So overall thoughts. Panic, don't do combat. Panic, stop doing combat. Because, yeah, unless you plan to go, like, really, really deep into combat for various things, you're basically max combat at level 40 all. If you're level 40 all right now, you're basically max combat. Yes, you can gain even more by upgrading your obelisk and stuff like that, and there's some permanent upgrades that last, like, through chapters. But for the most part, yeah, level 40 all, and you're, like, maxed, essentially, in the current, or the new state of the game with how it's going to be, implemented. There are benefits, obviously a lot of benefits with like the skill tree and everything for going higher. There's still a lot of these same benefits. You can still kill enemies and tune them to be higher and everything else. So the way that you do combat now can still be kind of done pretty similarly. However, yeah, it does kind of change a lot. I guess raid dens do get buffed then, right? It's probably way better to do raid dens then because they mentioned they're getting rid of the EXP penalty. So if they're getting rid of the EXP penalty... There's a couple concerns I have with that, though. Like, couldn't you just farm super, super weak enemies and just gain, like, a ton of knowledge? I'm still kind of confused by that, because they mentioned somewhere in all this mess that they were getting rid of the penalties. But I feel like that would be, very weird overall. Because wouldn't the meta just be to, like, decimate really weak enemies over and over again for, like, infinite knowledge per hour? Well, they said boss enemies would scale, like, 11 levels under you. Oh, are weaker enemies just 10 lower? Okay. So they scale up to you? Oh, that makes raid dens really easy, then. That means you'd basically be perpetually in a state where you could AFK them. As long as you have, like, tier 3 armor on. All monsters are 10 lower? Okay, okay. Alright, that helps raid dens a lot, then. So yeah, you would have no weakness penalty because everything would be 10 lower. I thought that was just applied to bosses and stuff, but apparently that applies to everything? Interesting. The way I read it, it seemed like it only applied to some things, but it apparently applies to everything. Here we go. It says right here. To stop this from happening, we plan to add limited monster scaling. If you are more than 10 levels stronger than a monster, the monster will increase its level without changing its skin. So it will never be less than 10 below you. It will still be an easy kill, but won't be so fast as to unbalance the game. Okay. Oh, that means the whole strategy where you do like last action to make something weaker, you can't do anymore. Like the thing that we were doing with the snakes. You can't just pass action them, make them like one-shottable almost. You can do that in sub-chapters. Like if I pass action this thing, we could clear out this raid in like 10 seconds almost. Like 20 seconds, just like one-shotting, two-shotting everything. But interesting. So that means that 229 would basically be if we were doing this raid then. We'd basically be scaled down to 229, or you know, like a 10 level difference. Like this thing that we'd be fighting would be a 234, or sorry, 224. Interesting, interesting. The problem with that is you're gonna... Oh! Wait. Panic do raid dens then. Wait. That means you have to keep upgrading your gear though. Otherwise you won't be able to AFK raid dens. Alright, panic do raid dens. Wait, raid dens get nerfed then. Because if you're constantly gaining levels, and unless respecking gives you the level range of your respec. There's something that isn't said anywhere here that I'm not sure is the case. Is your level in a chapter based on what your level actually is, or based on how many obelisk points you have allocated? Because if I only have 10 of my obelisk points, let's say it's Chronopolis. The cap is 140 for Chronopolis. If I only have 10 points in my obelisk, am I effectively a level 150? Or am I considered a level 234 or whatever my combat currently is right now? Like, does it take into your account the fact that you don't have everything obelisked up? Because if you can't do that, that's a problem. Because that means, yeah, you can no longer AFK raid dens then. Because otherwise you'd have to keep upgrading your gear. But if you can lock in your combat at a certain level range, like at 140 and then, you know, plus, you know, whatever 70, 80 obelisk points you end up allocating, and then every level you gain, it doesn't give you a level, but rather another obelisk point. So the enemies around you don't get stronger, but you would still be able to keep the same amount of strength. I don't see that clarified anything here. It shows it right here that total level is 16 and has one level unused. But does that mean that this person is 15 levels or 16 levels above the cap of the area? Because that's not shown with this image anywhere. Nor is it explained anywhere how that works. But yeah, I'm not sure how that works or not. Are you considered the level that you actually are, or are you considered the level that you have allocated? Because those are two very, very different things. And one of them makes raid dens really bad, and one of them makes raid dens really, really good. But I don't think it says anything anywhere here from what I could tell. Because that basically makes raid dens non-AFKable if it automatically gives you your XP and increases your level and everything. Well, it said it would scale things down by 10 levels of your level. So if you're currently, like, with a bunch of buffs and everything, they should scale up to you. But if that's the other case, then that would mean the combat XP you would get from raid dens would be really, really, really bad. Unless there's a way to, like, upgrade them specifically. Because they're kind of a weird thing compared to a lot of other units in the game as far as how they scale. But yeah, that's concerning. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell in one way or another how that would exactly work. Because it doesn't mention it anywhere here. What happens to unallocated points. It shows some unallocated points. And that's just only counting the 140 level. In which case, how does that work for when you're upgrading even beyond that? Because you can upgrade all the way to, you know, the final tier. And the final tier enemies go to, like, what, level 490? But I'm still not understanding exactly how that works then. Because it mentions you can upgrade them at the obelisk somewheres here. Like, you can go to your obelisk and upgrade all the enemies in the area. But I don't understand what exactly determines your combat then. If it's just... Is it based on all allocated? Or is it based on what you're currently at? Because those are two very different numbers. But I don't know, we'll kind of have to wait and see. It's hard to tell based on what they have here. Because there's a lot of missing information that isn't here. But overall, I would say it's good. I'm actually pretty happy with this change. I don't know, what do you guys think? Actually, let's make a poll for it. Let's go make a what do you think on combat changes poll. Now that we've actually read it all. Oops, that's the Q&A button. Wrong one. Start a poll. What are your thoughts on the Brighter Shores combat merge? Let's see. What are options? Like it a lot. Let's see. I'm probably just gonna have 3. Or maybe like it. I'm gonna have 3. Like it. Neutral. Bad. I think that works. What are your thoughts on Brighter Shores combat merge? Or proposed combat merge? What are your thoughts on the Brighter Shores proposed combat merge? Yeah, I'm only gonna have 3 options because YouTube only has 4, so I can't really like double option the bad and the good one. Alright, there we go. Like it, neutral, bad. There we go. I think I typed everything correctly. But there we go. Let's see. Also, hello Snarka, hello Dracus, hello Sebo, hello Dim, Forest. Hello, Noble. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, let me read back in chat. Hello, Mad Hatter. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. 30 levels. You think I might start another profile just to go try out all the new changes? Honestly, I'm a low enough combat that we're almost restarting it as well. Because I'm pretty much at the level threshold for every area. The level cap for Hopeport is 30. For Hope Forest is 60, so we don't need to get 9 levels. Which we might want to go do, I guess, at some point. Mind Fighter caps at 100, and Watch Person caps at 140. Everything beyond that is just obelisk levels. Interesting. But technically, that means you only need 40 for each chapter, right? I keep saying that, but you actually technically only need 40 for each chapter, not what I just said. Because you only need 30 for chapter 1, 30 for chapter 2, 40 for every other subsequent chapter. So what I just said actually isn't even correct either. I keep always thinking that it's the level per thing, but it's actually taking into account all your levels combined. So really, you only need level 30 in Hopeport, level 30 in Hope Forest, level 40 in Mines of Matubin, and level 40 in Chronopolis. If you have those levels, you're basically max level. Not counting all the billion obelisk upgrades. But as far as the combat per region, that would be max level. Not counting all the obelisk endgame stuff, which you get like the whole spec tree and everything. Let's see. So will we need the max combat before moving into the next chapter? I don't believe so, no. I don't see anything here that would indicate that it is required. So you probably don't. Having the max combat just allows you to put obelisk points into your obelisk. Because anything lower than that, you won't be able to. I'm actually going to die here. There's no way this guy actually RNGs us that hard. There we go. He almost just killed us. We're like 15 levels ahead of him. 16 levels, and he almost just killed us. You're level 32 guard? Perfect. Nice. Every combat in all 21 zones get a 470 spec tree. No, it's going to be a 460 spec tree. Only zone 1 and 2 are 470 because they only go to level 30. But every other chapter goes to level 40. So, basically, the level cap of every area is 30 for the first 2 chapters and 40 for every other chapter. Everything beyond that starts to give you obelisk levels, which goes into the skill tree. Some of the obelisk upgrades that you get will be permanent for every single chapter, and others will only apply to the chapter itself. So you do gain some permanent upgrades as you keep progressing. Though a good majority of your obelisk upgrades, based on this image, probably upwards of like 90-95%, only apply to the chapter in question. But there are a few that do overarch to literally every other chapter. So having a 500 combat in, you know, zone 1 does still help you in later chapters with all the obelisk upgrades you have, as you'll have 70 levels of obelisk upgrades, of which about 10-ish%, 5-ish%, 7% of them will end up applying to every single subsequent chapter ever. So there is still a reason to do combat heavily in an area. And it even helps you in combat in other areas. But it's a very, very small buff, as it's only a small fraction of your total that you're getting towards it. Let's see, what else was mentioned in chat? Let's see. Scout Obelisk, Bez Obelisk. Would in combat level be capped at 140 currently? It'd be 140 for Chronopolis. But it would be 100 technically for Mines of Matubin, and 60 for Hope Forest, and 30 for Hope Port. Because you're getting 30 from Hope Port, then you have up to 60 when you hit Hope Forest from another 30. Then you have a 100 for Mines of Matubin, because you get another, you start getting 40 per chapter from here onwards. And then you'll have 140 by Chronopolis, which means you'll be 180 by Chapter 5 when it comes out in a few months or whenever they're getting it out. Let's see. Do you think the character combat level would count? Oh, no, I already read that. The 10 level scaling. Oh, yeah, Sibo mentioned the 10 level scaling thing. But yeah, all enemies will always be 10 levels lower than you at the lowest. So anything you ever fight, the absolute strongest they'll ever be, or sorry, the weakest they'll ever be is 10 levels below you. That will get confusing with EXP rates, so you do want to make sure you actually keep upgrading them. And don't accidentally kill like a level 190, thinking that you're getting level 190 XP, when you're really just killing a level 0 over and over again. Because I can see that being a problem if someone accidentally forgets to reskin their enemies. Because, yeah, you might be killing something, thinking, like, you'll look at it and it's like, oh yeah, that thing is showing that it's level 60. But in reality, it's actually a level 0, it's just being upscaled to be 10 levels below you or something. So you do have to be really careful with that when the patch first comes out. Because I can see people definitely farming for like hours on something that they're getting like almost no XP on. Because they're fighting a weaker variant rather than the variant that actually gives more XP. Despite both of them being the exact same level. That's one weird thing with the level scaling. Because you'll be fighting something that's a high level, but is not giving you a high level XP. Unless you scale it up. Like a 190, if you kill a 190 and another 190, one of them might give you like 10 times more XP. If you actually upgraded it to, you know, the correct tier. Even though they're both level 190. Which is something that's going to be very confusing. But, let's see. Didn't it say no? I already did that one. But overall, honestly, I'm kind of liking it. I'm interested to see where it goes. I definitely don't hate it. I'm definitely in, like, neutral or above category. Let's see. Yeah, it basically gives more questions than answers, yeah. I do feel like I have more questions now than what I initially did. There's a lot of information missing from this. Like, a lot of information. Even though it has so much information here. There's still a lot of smaller details that we don't really know overall. But, it does give us, like, a nice little basis as far as what it is, though. You're guessing Obelisk stats won't affect PvP stats, then? We don't quite know how PvP will work. It might, though. There is a chance that every single one of your Obelisk upgrades that affect every chapter would also apply to PvP. We don't know this for sure because it's not mentioned at all how this interacts with PvP in any way, shape, or form. That'll probably come down the line when they actually had PvP and everything. Start to explain how that will work. But, I assume all the overarching upgrades will, but the per chapter ones won't. So it would still be beneficial to potentially have 500 all combat in every area. Potentially. We don't know for sure, though. Because your in-chapter Obelisk probably doesn't do anything, but, like, the ones that go to every other chapter probably do. Like, might affect PvP. We'll have to wait and see. But they haven't confirmed one way or another yet. I don't believe they have anywheres. When you log back in after work today, you'll be going for 300 fishing. Nice! Huge congrats, Servalian. Very nice level. So it's basically a wait and see right now, pretty much. The way he worded it, it would apply that to the episode Obelisk and the following episodes, not all episodes. The way he worded it, it would apply to the episode of the Obelisk and the following episode. Oh no, the way that I saw it is it would apply to all following episodes, not just the next episode. It was mentioning that so you could end up using it for the next episode, but it wasn't applying exclusively to the next episode. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I don't know, where does it say that? I recall what you mentioned being said somewheres. But, does this say literally, like, only the next episode? Because it didn't use the word only. Under endgame mechanics section. Because they didn't use the word only. But it did use a wording that made it ambiguous if it's, like, next one only or all. But it didn't specifically say it will only apply to next episode. But they did do it, like, really ambiguous wording. I do recall when I read that. Where's that endgame mechanic? However, blah, blah, blah. Endgame mechanic. Leveling up. Furthermore, Ebola. Okay, let me go, before I go find it, let me go reset our guy. Keep me in those combat levels that we don't need. I do need a detective level, though. Furthermore, as you level up the obelisk, a small number of available upgrades will still be available for the next episode. Okay, it uses the word next. That is interesting wording. It has all cap next. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that does imply next episode, or only next episode. It doesn't say only next, but cap next definitely implies only next. I didn't realize it was capped. Small number of available upgrades will still be available for you in the next episode. This allows you to do some preparation for the next episode ahead of time. Interesting. So is there no overarching upgrade that applies to every episode then? So is there no overarching thing that applies to all chapters then? However, in the mechanic, other than your combat level. Which is really easy to get to max, because you only need to get like 40 levels per chapter. However, in the meantime, all players will run out of combat, so once you have reached the combat... Okay, let me just reread this whole section. However, in the meantime, we don't want players to run out of combat. So once you have reached the combat level cap of the current episode, we will have an endgame mechanic where excess combat levels will instead be used to increase the level of the episode's obelisk. So just the episode itself. This only applies to the episode that you're currently in, that you're corresponding to. Leveling up an obelisk will cause the obelisk to further boost your combat whilst you are in that same episode. Only same episode, no further. Furthermore, as you level up the obelisk, a small number of available upgrades will be applied whilst you are in the next episode, full caps, only next. This allows you to do some preparation for the next episode only ahead of time. So basically doing Chronopolis gets you ready for Chapter 5, so keep doing Chronopolis, everyone. Keep AFK in those raid dens. The Episode 1 Obelisk will be able to gain up to... That also means technically the meta for the game would be to go max out Chapter 1, then max out Chapter 2, then max out Chapter 3, then max out Chapter 4, then max out Chapter 5, so on and so forth. So the meta for doing combat would be go get 500 Guard, then go get 500 Scout, or, you know, 500 Obelisk, I mean. Or, you know, 470 Obelisk, or 460 for those. But you know what I mean. You would go all in on combat in Chapter 1, then all in on combat in Chapter 2, so on and so forth. That's basically what this mechanic does right here, if they're going to be sticking with it. As the meta for leveling up, if you're going for max combat, would be do Zone 1, then do Zone 2, then do Zone 3, then do Zone 4, so on and so forth. However, if you want to head start on Chapter 5, yeah, we can just do Chronopolis and start going from there. Where we go crazy on Chronopolis, then we can go crazy on next chapter, and then the next chapter, and just ignore the first 3. Since we already have Chronopolis done. Which is likely our game plan. I'll just ignore combat in the first 3 chapters now. Well, the only issue with that being, I guess, Mid-Tubin if we do want some of those material. Interesting. So let me keep reading then. The Episode 1 Obelisk will be able to gain up to 470 levels, and then the other one's 460. Leveling up the Obelisk will allow you to optionally advance the monsters. Okay, yeah. So it only applies to the current episode you're in and the next episode. It does not apply to all episodes. Rip Hopeport, no buffs to Nex. Why wouldn't Hopeport give buffs to Nex? Hopeport is the one you'd have to do it for first. Because you would need to do Hopeport to do Hope Forest. You would then need to do Hope Forest to do Mines of Mid-Tubin. You would then need to do Mines of Mid-Tubin to do Chronopolis. You would then need to do Chronopolis to go do Stone... What, I forget his name. You would need to do Chronopolis to do Stonewall Hill. You would then need to do Stonewall Hill to go do the Crag one. The Dark Heart Crag, or whatever the thing was called. And so on and so forth. Because you always wouldn't have a buff for whatever first one you start at. So, Hopeport not having a buff doesn't really matter. Because all of them don't have a buff initially. But yeah, the meta would be just to go from Chapter 1 onwards, maxing the combat in each one. As it would be the quickest way to do it. Is to max out Guard, or, you know, not Guard, but, you know, max out Hopeport combat, then max out Hope Forest combat. Then Mines of Mid-Tubin combat, then Chronopolis combat, then, you know, just keep going down the line. Well, there's nothing before anything to give it a buff. Like, every single chapter has nothing before it if you don't have any combat done. If you have level 0 combat in every chapter, it doesn't matter what chapter you're starting at, there's no buff initially. It only seems like there's going to be a buff initially because we already have some combat level, but if you're a fresh new player, there's nothing before every single one. So Hopeport not having a buff initially doesn't really matter, because every chapter doesn't have a buff initially. But every single chapter would then get a buff as you go through them. Like, anything you do in Guard will buff Scout slightly. Anything you do for Scout buffs Mindfighter slightly. Anything you do for Mindfighter buffs Watch Person slightly. Anything you do for Watch Person buffs Shield Breaker in Chapter 5 slightly. Can you even start Chronopolis without 30, 30, 40? Yes, you generally do want to hit the combat cap for every single area. So, when it comes to the combat thing, you're basically going to want to at least get the bare minimum level for every single chapter. So that basically means you need level 30 for Chapter 1, level 30 for Chapter 2, level 40 for Chapter 3, and level 40 for Chapter 4. As long as you have those levels, you're effectively max level going into the update. So hello, 13 Faces. You're neutral on the changes. Seems unnecessarily complex for someone like you who enjoys the simple and relaxed nature of gameplay loops. Yeah, it is a little bit overly convoluted. I do feel like as it's implemented and everything, it'll make a lot more sense. But, yeah, I haven't played a game with a skill tree in, like, forever, ever. Like I was mentioning earlier, Diablo 2, not the remake, the original Diablo 2, at launch day, or week or month, was, like, the last time I played a game with a skill tree. I generally don't play skill tree games. Not that I'm against skill trees. It's just a genre that I don't play as often. I do like the concept of them, but I'm not particularly familiar with a lot of ins and out mechanics with them. Let's see, we'll take that. Oh, so gosh, we almost got all of our Gather XP already. Alright, what else do we still need to go over other than reading the rest of the chat and everything? Let's see, you're looking forward to 5+ skill trees? Yeah, there's going to be even more in the future, too. Every single one's going to have a different one, though I assume they're all going to be the same. Like, they're all going to be different but the same, if that makes sense. Like, every single chapter will have one, but I don't think every single chapter's skill tree is going to be too particularly different. But maybe he will do something that will make it quite a bit different. Oh, yeah, so far on the polls, we got 17 votes in. Also, if you guys haven't left a like yet already, definitely feel free to do so. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. And, of course, we do stream Brighter Shores every single day here on YouTube if you guys haven't been stopping by. So feel free to do so, as we've been going every single day for some amount of time. And, yeah, still going strong. We have been playing a little bit less recently. That's mostly because we're just waiting for, like, a lot of the bigger content and everything. By less, I mean, like, we're streaming, like, 8-ish hours a day instead of, like, 12-ish. Let's see. What are your thoughts on Brighter Shores' proposed combat merge? So, on the poll, there's 33% for liking it, 50% for neutral, and 17% for bad. Anyone who's saying bad, I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on it, as far as the changes and everything. But, yeah, I could definitely see, like, an overly complex thing definitely being an issue. Especially because old school RuneScape, and I guess to some degree RuneScape 3, but more so old school RuneScape, is pretty notorious for being, like, absurdly simple, as far as, like, its basic premise. Like, it's really simple to initially understand, like, a lot of its mechanics, even though it gets pretty complex later in the game. But, yeah, the skill tree definitely adds a lot of initial complexity. However, you don't get it until later. You have to keep in mind, something like the knowledge system doesn't come into play until someone has reached level 20. And similar to this system, you don't get it until you reach level 30. Until you get level 30 Guard and level 30 Scout and level 40 Mind Fighters and such like that. Like, basically at a level after. Like, 31 Guard, 31 Scout, so on and so forth. Like, you don't basically get access to the system until 30, 31. So, you're not being bombarded with it initially when you're going through the main gameplay loop. Like, think about how long it took you to get to your, like, your first 30 combat when you first started the game. Because it's not until level 31 that the new system would even take place. Like, at 31 is when you would initially get introduced to it. Well, technically level 30, it would probably introduce it, but then you can't put a point into it until 31. Kind of like how with knowledge, you get introduced to it at level 20, but you still have to go get a whole 100% knowledge bar, and probably get level 21 by the time you end up getting, you know, your knowledge point to be able to allocate. And it's going to be similar to combat. You don't get introduced to it until you have your first level 30 combat, and then afterwards, at level 31 combat, you'd be able to allocate your first point, which is kind of like how knowledge is right now, where you get it at level 20, and you'd be able to allocate it by about level 21. And combat's about the same thing, where you get taught what it is in the game at level 30, and then by level 31 you can start allocating points towards it. So to some degree, you're not going to need to engage with it too much, especially if you do a small amount of combat in every area. Like, I'd barely have to engage with it at all in those kind of situations. It also makes the amount of combat that you're forced to have to do really low for each chapter, being only level 30 for the first 2 chapters and level 40 for every chapter afterwards. Hello, Chino. You're fine with the update as long as you're 200 all before episode 5. Makes things easier, I guess. Yeah, it does definitely make getting the combats a little bit easier, especially since some of the buffs will apply to the next chapter. So when I go do 200 all combat, I'm going to need to do guard, then do scout, then do mind fighter when we go and do that. If I do want to go and get them to about 200 all. Or, you know, to effectively what 200 all would be. Skins are choice is odd. You would have died to a 290 snake on stream where it switched aggro. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work. Because the XP rate that you're going to get for enemies is not based on their level, but based on their tier. So that can get really confusing. Because every enemy around you... Like, let's say we're in Chronopolis at level 140, and we haven't tiered up or anything. Every enemy around me would be level 130, even if I haven't, like, reskinned them to be higher. So it'd be... every single thing would be a 130, but if I don't actually skin them higher, they're going to give me the XP rate as if I'm killing, like, a level 0, or level 14, or level 20, or whatever level they would have otherwise been. So it's going to get really confusing to some degree. I'm not sure if they're going to tweak that slightly or make it, like, really obvious. Like, hey, this thing is giving you almost no XP. Because even though there's no XP penalty, you're still getting XP based on what the unit is, rather than what this level is, from what I can tell. Unless they are just level scaling everything, in which case it's literally just a visual skin. So maybe that will be the case. But that would also mean its drop table would be worse. So you might be not realizing that you're going for, like, a really bad drop table enemy when you haven't reskinned it to a better one. There's a lot of confusion that can happen with it. Hopefully it's really obvious when it does end up coming out in that regard. Because I can see a lot of really high confusion in that regard since everything auto-scales to you. Even things that are actually technically level 0 but are being upscaled. But they still have the drop table as if they're like a level 0. Probably have about a month before this gets implemented. Oh yeah, we have a good, like, solid month. This is not being implemented, like, next week. That's for sure. We still got a good little ways before this overall combat rework ends up actually occurring. Yeah, they're definitely going to be changing things before this actually gets implemented. Let's see. That's what you were asking earlier. Is it possible to max combat without maxing combat in each chapter? If I didn't max in chapter 1, but 1 was 30, 40 in X3, and 40 in Chronopolis, will it still not be max? I'm not sure. The way I read it is you have to go get it from each chapter at least. Let's see. The base monsters in this chapter are 0 to 30. Base monsters, 30, 60, every single one. Don't worry, total combat is already greater than 140. Maybe you don't. There's a chance you could just do it with one chapter. Though, generally speaking, getting 40 in every chapter is pretty free if you just do every story. Or, you know, every quest in the region. Oh yeah, how's quest XP gonna work? That's another thing, too. Oh, I guess it's still using the same XP curve as before. But, yeah, I'm not sure, exactly. If you need to get 30, 30, 40, 40 for it to be max combat or not. Or how exactly that's going to pan out. Because could you technically have, like, 20, 20, 20, and then, like, Chronopolis, like, being, like, 500? And then you're still considered a 140 in every chapter? Because otherwise you'd only be considered, like, a level 100 or so. Yeah, that's another thing, too. Will you be able to use knowledge on combat still? Is that something you can currently do, even though you really shouldn't be? But, I don't think you can anymore after this change. I'm not sure if you can use it on your obelisk level in a given area. If EXP still works the same way. Because I haven't clarified anywhere here if you can still upgrade your obelisk level directly with knowledge. Because nowhere here indicates that you can knowledge your thing. Like, it doesn't say you can, it doesn't say you can't, though. But nowhere here does it mention, can I use knowledge on my poor obelisk level? Kind of like how we can use knowledge on guard right now. I don't know, we'll have to find out. That's something that's not fully clarified right now, if you can knowledge your obelisk or not. Which effectively is the same as knowledging your combat right now. I feel like EXP rates are going to be a lot more confusing, though. Especially when special attacks and everything come in. It'll definitely be better EXP rate than it is now. But it'll be a lot more confusing to get those better EXP rates. AFK post 20 combat would be much better, would it? I don't think that would really change too much. Like, the 200 plus AFKs would still be really good for it. But, the ones pre-200 would still be pretty much the same that they are now. Pretty average. I've still been doing all my alts. Just currently trying to go for 59 for the Mindfighter thing to go do that one quest. If you can't knowledge it, it's a loophole. I assume you can. Unless you just want all combat to be trained manually, rather than knowledge at all. Is that something that's not clarified anywhere in any of this? But given that it's like its own category here, I don't know, it seems like you might be able to still. Where instead of just doing guard level, you just put it straight into your Hope Port Obelisk. Which means whenever you're on that level up screen, you'll just see a bunch of obelisks everywhere as the first option. Oh yeah, let's go see what the comments were in the section. Let's see. Much better. Do whatever is necessary. Let's see, this is wild. Yeah, this is basically evolution of combat as well. Let's see. Weapons that you can level up. Oh gosh. Episode progression is horrible. Sounds much better. Too many words to summarize. Not the biggest fan of the level cap thing for free to play. Oh, technically, it's not level cap though. It just goes into your obelisk level instead. So it's still the same levels as before. Like free to play can still get level 500 gear. Let's see. Hey, someone wants a quiver instead of the ammo thing. Not sure what DOE even means. Let's see. Oh yeah, keeps are eventually getting perks, but they're just being added to the obelisk thing now. Someone who's already fine with combat as is. Let's see, much better than the original system, which is kind of funny. One person's mentioning like, hey, it's perfectly fine as is. The next person is like, much better than the original. Looks good to me. Bunch of other stuff. Prefer keeping the combat names and icons. Yeah, I hope they don't ditch the icons and everything. I hope they still keep it to some degree. Like all the levels, like guard, scout, stuff like that. I hope they still kind of keep the naming conventions. They haven't really mentioned if they're completely nuking them or not, but it almost seems like they were naming all the changing all the naming and everything. Very nice. Too many words to summarize. Selecting a combat tree. Thanks. Anyways. Yep, I'm gonna go back to the thingy thing. Wait, how do I get back to yeah, there we go. I want to get back to the original post. How do I get there? There we go. Aha! There we go. The duality of man, I know, right? Pretty much. Change is scary, or I should say additions are fun, changes is scary. I don't know, overall, I think I'm in the favorable side. There's definitely some things we need clarification on. And definitely some things that need tweaking. But obviously it's not implemented yet. This is just a draft of what they're doing. It's probably still a good, solid month. So, you know, they'll take feedback in and everything like that. Hopefully they don't take feedback in the wrong direction, though. Because that can also happen. But, I don't know, that'd be interesting. This will be the first game I played in a very, very, very long time with a skill tree, that's for sure. But the fact that you can instantly respec it is pretty nice. Initially it'll be free, but then it will cost some amount of silver. Assumably probably about 1 silver per point respec. Like somewhere around there, I would assume. So if you're respecing like 200 points, it would probably cost like 200 silver. But it has a lot of potential. So that basically means we should stop doing combat then. I might still do these AFKs because they're super AFKs whenever we do need them. Like right now, this will be the last raid den we do, by the way, and then we're going to other stuff. But, yeah, that basically means I'm going to just ignore combat then. We're going to go get 200 all skilling. And then hopefully sometime by then, they'll release the combat rework. And then we go do, I guess we're doing guard, then we're doing Hope Forest. We're going to be going through the combat gauntlet. Honestly, as soon as the combat changes hit, we're literally just going to be going through the combat gauntlet. We're going to go for, like, effectively 200 guard, then 200 scout, then 200 mind fighter. And then just keep doing Chronopolis until, a shield breaker comes out. Or, you know, chapter 5 obelisk, I should say. Stonewall Hill obelisk. Your Stonewall Hill obelisk level. Because, apparently upgrading this one will help you in chapter 5. As every single chapter, assists your next chapter. So having a high guard will help you get scout. Having a high scout will help you get mind fighter. Having a high mind fighter helps you get watch person. The obelisk in the area, so on and so forth. So to prepare for chapter 4 or 5 the most, you would want to just spam watch person. Or, you know, the chapter 4 obelisk. But we're going to go through all and go the 200, 200, 200, and then camp block person then. Might go a little bit higher on Mind Fighter just because of all the alchemy supplies, though. We'll see. That's pretty much our game plan then. And that should help us get XP way quicker than we already do right now. Because they didn't mention anything about changing the XP rates, so XP rates are about to skyrocket for combat. If you thought they were already high, get ready for like merchant level of high combat. If we have special attacks and the skill tree and they didn't change the XP rates, like we're talking like as good as merchant, if not better than merchant XP rates. Alright, let's go head over to, now that we're done AFKing these, let's go head over to our main event for today. We are doing a lot of bones. Like a lot of bones. And then dunking probably some of them. But our main thing that we want to try to get today is obviously 166 gather. And with 166 gather, we're going to be dumping that into, well, more gather. But as soon as we get all of our gather levels, we're going to be going and obviously using that into bone rate, which is the main game plan for today, is gather and bone rate. Trying to get gather to 200 and bone rate towards 200 as well. And we start working on everything else. And then by then, hopefully the combat rework will be done. So we got about 1 month before the combat rework to go, and well, we don't know an official date. But I would say roughly 1 month. So we got to go get 200 all non-combat in that time. Go, go, go! That's basically my goal right now. Or for the next month or so. We got to get 200 all non-combat. And then just focus entirely on combat after then. And that'll be good to go. There's the game plan. Also, hello, Luke. Welcome, welcome. So if you're a level 500 watch person, but bare minimum in every other episode, will you be forced to go back? No. You will not be forced to go back. You can just simply keep upgrading from there. Because all of the next chapter benefits seem to only apply to next chapter. So if that is the case, that means the main benefit of that is you can basically start wherever, in a sense. Like if you go all in on Chronopolis, you can then just go all in on Shieldbreaker, and then, you know, so on and so forth for every following obelisk. As long as you have one really high combat, you can just do all combats from there. But if you want to prep for Chapter 5, doing Watch Person would be the most beneficial. But if you just want to, like, go for, like, max total as quickly as possible, the best way to do it would be start from Chapter 1 and just work your way down through combat every single time. And go for 500 in Chapter 1, then 500 in Chapter 2, then 500 in Chapter 3, so on and so forth. And just max out each combat one at a time that way. Are we rank 18 right now? Yeah, I think most people came back onto leaderboard, so we're ranked 19 right now. Currently. There's still a few hidden people there. So once true ranks come out, I think we're close to like 25 or something. But it does currently say 19 now that all of the people are back on leaderboard. Well, not all, but a lot of them. We've been slacking recently, though. Like, if you watch our weekly hours played the last 2 weeks, we're only at, like, 133. This was as high as, like, almost 200. Like, 180, 200 a lot of weeks. We were already down to 133. We played for, like, 50 less hours the last 2 weeks. Compared to how much we normally do. I've definitely been slowing down just a little bit, but it's mostly because we've been hitting, like, a lot of the grindier walls. And I'm just waiting for newer content, of course, like many people. But we're still going strong, though. But still kind of just playing the waiting game at this point for, like, the really, really big updates. Like, obviously, that combat merger, for example. Like, you know how much combat we're going to be doing? We're going to be going back to doing, like, 12-hour every single day streams of just combat the second the combat rework comes out. Because my goal the second the combat rework comes out is go get 200 guard, then go get 200 scout, then go get 200 mind fighter, you know, the obelisk, I should say, under the new system. And then from there, probably just camp Chronopolis until we go to, like, 500. Because I still want that cape. We can still get the cape from the obelisk, and I still want that dragon cape. That hasn't changed. We still want that cape. So we're going to be going on, like, a full-blown combat gauntlet. The only problem is, I hope they had special attacks before or at the same time as the combat rework. Because that'd be a little bit awkward if we have one without the other. I really hope they both come around the same time. Because that'd be really, really weird if we have, you know, the full rework and everything, but don't have any special attacks to go with it. Because I kind of don't want to do combat until we have both. So I'm hoping they both come in at the exact same time, otherwise that could be a little clunky. Because your EXP rate is just going to be auto-nerfed if special attacks are not out, but the combat rework is. So it's really important that both of them come out at the exact same time, or special attacks come out before the combat rework. I haven't seen anywhere that mentions that they would do that, but we definitely need that to happen. Because that'd be kind of awkward otherwise, if they don't end up doing that. Because otherwise the combat rework will come out, but it won't be worth doing combat at the exact time that it comes out. But if you do special attacks first, then it will be. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure if they mention anywhere if they're going to do it that way or not, but I sure hope they do. Because that's going to delay when we can do our grind, potentially. Any idea when the combat rework will kick in? I would say about a month or so. Definitely not anytime soon. Like, there's no way it's coming out in January, unless they, like, really push it out. I feel like it's like an early February, mid-February kind of thing. No official date has been given, though. But they're likely going to want to talk with the community about a bunch of things and stuff like that. Obviously implement a bunch of changes. Actually, like, code everything, because I'm pretty sure it's not, like, implemented. They have, like, a rough idea of what they want to do, but it's not, like, fully implemented yet. So yeah, we got a good month before the combat rework hits. And in that time, I want to hopefully get 200 all skilling. We're getting pretty close. We only have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I only have 8 skills left that are not 200. Many of which are somewhat close to 200. Which means if we get a 200 every, what, 4 days? Oh, no, there's no way we could do that. That means we have to get 50 levels in a day per skill. Some skills you could do that. Other skills you're definitely not going to do that for. Like bone rate. But no, if we have a little bit more than a month, I think we could do it. It really just depends how long it's going to be. We're definitely going to try, though. 200 all skilling before the combat rework. And then focus entirely on combat after the combat rework. Would I be shocked if it happened? It's not going to happen tomorrow. The earliest it could possibly happen is like 2 weeks from now. At the, like the absolute earliest. Because they haven't even implemented it yet. Like, they have a rough idea what they want to do for it, everything, but it's going to take them more than a few days, for sure. Possibly even more than a few weeks. Yeah, it's still kind of crazy overall, though. But I don't know, I kind of like it. Have to see where it goes. I like the customizability of it. That's probably the biggest upside of it. Is I really like when you can like customize your build and everything like that. Because right now there's like none of that in Brighter Shores at the moment. And that's one thing that the skill tree and the other system that they mentioned kind of works for them. Is you can kind of end up setting up stuff that would end up making it a little bit easier to do like a certain build or a certain damage type. Or even if you want to respec for every enemy you ever need to face. If you really want to like power grind a boss or something. When those end up coming out. There's going to be one slight issue with the combat rework initially too. Let's say special attacks do come out at the same time as the overall combat rework. One thing that still won't be in the game at the time is bosses. There's going to be nothing to really use it on other than standard leveling. Like, you're going to have this fancy new system, and you're going to have these fancy new special attacks. But then there's going to be 0 bosses to go use them on. Like, there's nothing that you wouldn't already be killing that you'd be able to kill with the new fancy tools. Obviously, down the line, we will. But at least initially, unless they're planning on just, like, shadow dropping a boss out of nowhere. But based on what they said earlier, it seems like they're waiting until after 1.0. Which means we're a good, like, 3 to 6 months away before the first repeatable boss is in the game. This is the only thing that's going to feel a little bit awkward about the combat initially. Is we're going to get all these fancy new tools, like the combat tree and special attacks and all that. And we're just going to have like these wooden dingoes to go kill. Like there's nothing new to go kill with it. So I wonder if they're going to reconsider that and actually add a boss before launch or something similar. Otherwise we're going to have all these things to kill things better with, but nothing better to actually kill. Compared to what's already in the game now. Do you think cumulative episode based combat will give unfair advantage to limited free-to-play players? Not sure what you mean by that. It shouldn't really affect free-to-play at all. They can still get their 500s that they need. And if anything, it's actually a buff to Hope Forest for free-to-play. Because now Hope Forest is actually viable, because if you get 500 guard, Hope Forest is like the main place you would do combat in as a free-to-play player. Because you would have all the benefit of your Hope Forest obelisk, but also all the benefits of the, what's it called? The Hopeport one as well. Not all of them, but you know. Like, you'd get some benefit from the Hopeport obelisk, while getting all your benefit from the Hope Forest obelisk. So the main thing that changes for free-to-play is Hope Forest actually became really, really viable all of a sudden. Like, it becomes the best place to do combat after they finish 500 guard or whatever guard level they feel like doing. As it now makes the forest actually kind of viable. Like, is at a super, super high Hope Forest level compared to a guard level. Like, if you have both, Hope Forest will be quicker to kill in. Hope Forest was always cool. The biggest issue with Hope Forest is it doesn't have a traditionally stationary unit. Like, it has the snake, but it hits you back. It doesn't have the equivalence of the plant in Chapter 1 or the tentacles in Chapter 3 or the ball spike in Chapter 4 or technically the wasp in Chapter 4. I don't think they've actually patched it yet. There's a weird feature slash bug slash exploit slash oversight in Chapter 4 that lets you it lets you safe spot. Well, not safe spot. It lets you attack the wasp as if it's a spike ball. As if it's like a stationary unit. So there's actually 2 stationary units in Chapter 4. It's the only chapter with 2 of them. It might get patched to only be 1, though. But currently there's 2 stationary units in Chapter 4, having the most of any chapter by far. As every other chapter has 0 or 1. Because snake doesn't count. It's stationary, but it attacks you back. From a range. Oh, so we'll be banking all these. Which I think I could use them right now as well. No, 154. Yeah, we do need to start getting into bone right. Our bone right is starting to lag behind. And I believe we need 168 to be able to do the really good bone spikes that go to 199. Which is the main thing that we're going to be collecting today. Once we get there. Is in combat level now 30, 30, 40, 40? Basically how it works is you can gain up to, like the combat cap per every single thing that you accumulate goes, yes, 30, 30, 40, 40. But, you would still get the obelisk level and everything. So in free-to-play, you would still be able to go use 500 equipment, as well as obtain 500 equipment. It doesn't change. You're still going to be able to obtain and wield 500 equipment in free-to-play. Well, technically 490. But, the overarching combat level thing would just be capped at a lower amount. Which is something we're still not really sure on exactly how that's going to work. Like, how many stats you get from that compared to, like, everything else. Because you do get some base stats from leveling, but then they said they were putting it all in the skill tree. So what exactly do you get from increasing your combat level? Because in the thing, they mentioned they're putting most of it into the skill tree. So they didn't really explain what's the benefit of gaining combat levels then. Like your initial combat levels. Like the 30 per chapter to 40 per chapter. We don't currently know what that does if they're just replacing it all for the obelisk thing. Unless the first levels do act like they do now. In which case that would make sense. So maybe the first 30, 40 levels, you know, when you get to the chapter cap, do count like the same way they do now. But then everything after that goes into the new obelisk system, so you get a lot more choice in how it gets allocated. That's the way I assume it works. Is the first 30 levels in chapter 1 and 2, and then the first 40 levels in every chapter afterwards. Works kind of exactly how it does now. But then after that, it starts to use the new system. where you can start to customize it with the obelisk. Because yeah, free-to-play is technically capped at level 60. But your obelisk still goes just as strong, though. Like, a free-to-play player can still get a 500 obelisk, or technically a 460 obelisk. Or sorry, 470 obelisk. Because it's slightly different for the first 2 chapters. There's a combat skill tree and an obelisk skill tree. True. There's 2 different skill trees. One for your combat and one for your obelisk. I think the issue that's really hard to tell is they only showed 1 image. But mentioned 2 skill trees. Which I think is one thing that's kind of confusing. Because there is going to be 2 separate skill trees. Like one that's attached to your character. For, I assume, your level ups and everything. Like, you know, the level 30s, the level 40s kind of things. But then there's also going to be a separate one for your obelisk. Which is basically for post everything beyond 40. So if you're like level 200 something, you'd be able to use the obelisk upgrades. But everything prior to that is your character upgrade. So basically the 30 and 40s that you get per chapter, those count towards your character skill tree. But then everything beyond that goes to your obelisk skill tree. Basically, it's a lot of skill trees. Honestly, the combat rework can be summarized as, let's throw a skill tree at everything. It's very skill tree heavy. Well, the main progression you have is your character skill tree. But then per chapter you have the obelisk skill tree. Where the obelisk skill tree only helps your current chapter as well as slightly the following chapter. Whereas your character skill tree is attached to your character and will affect all chapters. Oh no, the auto recenter makes pre-walking a lot harder. They actually nerfed pre-walks today. You can still do it, but the actual action of doing it has been nerfed. With the auto recenter. Oh no, they nerfed their pre-walk. How am I supposed to save 1 second every teleport now? We'll try it again on the next teleport. It's definitely still doable. Just a little bit clunkier to do. Because you have to know exactly on the map where you need to click now. I guess if it always recenters, if you just click slightly off center, it should be fine. Yeah, the skill tree that they showed and everything aren't the finalized things. Obviously could be changing it. That was just kind of a mock-up to give like a general idea. But of course, it's not actually like the final thing that they're planning on doing for it. Alright, level 1.5 to go. This should be what, 2 more knowledge points? And then we can move on to the real bone. And start doing some Bone Spike Suave again. The glory days of Bone Spike Suave. It does say it's not a finished skill, it's an idea phase, so this is not the final product. Yeah, they are going to be changing it quite a bit compared to now. They do seem to be pretty adamant on going skill tree heavy, though. Like, every combat issue, they're just going to throw a skill tree at it. Before you know it, we're going to get a skill tree. But initially, it seems like they're proposing a character skill tree for all your main level ups, and then the obelisk skill tree, which applies mostly to your current chapter, and partially to the following chapter. But not to every following chapter, just the one directly after it. Cooking should provide buffs. I would love 1 hour buffs from cooking. Mostly for things like regeneration rate, max HP, stuff like that. But is that something I was on the board, but wasn't, or that could work really well as like a food buff, because it scales based on how much HP buffs you have, is if they add percent. One thing I would really love to see from foods, aside from a regeneration rate being increased, like basically 1 hour buff foods Make it for things like regeneration rate, but also make it for things like max HP per fight, where you start every single fight with a higher max HP by like 10%, 5%, 3%, you know, whatever percents they end up doing for them, based on how high a tier it is. Obviously using a ton of fish, so you have a use for fishing as well. Like, stuff like that I would love to see. Because I would also give more of a reason to actually increase your HP. Because if you have the choice between increasing HP regeneration or increasing HP, there is one that is way better than the other. Like, it is always better to do regen over max HP. If you had the choice between one or the other, regeneration is always going to be better. So to be able to buff max HP, they would need to have like a passive buff off of foods. So there's actually a reason to increase your max HP. That our bosses just have really high max hits, so you can't just go only regen. Like if something can hit like up to 1,000, but you only have like 800 HP, you would need to increase your max HP. But right now in the current state of the game, if they just simply added regen versus max HP, regen almost always wins, unless the amount of max HP is like absurdly high. But if they're both a comparable number, regen will always be better. But I guess it also depends how long the fight is. Because the longer the fight, the more relevant regen is. If a fight is very, very short but very damaging, technically max HP would be better. You got woodcutters to level 45 and thought the curve carpentry to 50 to finish the last quest in Hope Forest. Yeah, you gotta get it pretty high. 45 woodcutting, 50 carpentry. And you also have to be able to kill level 60. It's actually currently the highest quest enemy in the game. Gosh, how hard is it gonna be to grab my thing? It still won't let me grab it. I accidentally dropped it on the bone. Oh, whoops. We're almost up to Bone Spike. 2 more knowledge points, we should be good to go. It looks like the poll is currently winning on neutral. The liking is slightly behind. Still 13% on bad, though. Still curious to hear from people who are in the bad camp as well. Anyone on what you think is bad about it? I feel like the biggest complaint I could see for it right now is the over complexity of it. I feel like would be the worst part of it. Like, I personally don't mind that, but I could definitely see it being a turnoff for a lot of people. Like the whole like overly convoluted skill tree kind of thing. The min-max path that you'll have to do for it might not be like absurdly obvious. And just like stuff like that. Complexity is your main gripe, but you feel like it's make more sense in action? Yeah. That's the other thing too. Even though we have like a little demo of kind of like what it's like right now, we won't really like fully know until it's fully implemented. They're also giving us free respecs for the first like few weeks when the patch does come out. So we'll be able to go test around with pretty much everything to kind of see how it works and everything. So we'll be able to get a good idea and give them even more feedback, and then they could change it even further. And kind of just keep doing that feedback loop. Because obviously if they need to make changes to it, they're going to make changes to it. But yeah, the other day when I said there would probably be a patch today, I wasn't wrong. They did end up doing one. Oh yeah, there's something I didn't actually go and show though this stream. I wanted to go see Tentacle Road and some of the other rooms that they made 4 enemies in. Because they said they changed the size of some rooms and added 4 enemies to every room that didn't have 4. Which means that one room we were in yesterday with the chestnuts now has 4 snakes instead of 3. And that means every Tentacle Road now has a different pathing. Which I kind of want to go check that real quick. Let me just go reset my potion. But I want to go check Tentacle Road. That's the main one I want to go check. Has the meta for Tentacle Road changed at all? There's been an extra tentacle, plus the room being slightly bigger. We'll have to go see. Alright, let me go check. I'm gonna have to double tally here, but that's fine. I want to go check Tentacle Road now that has 4 enemies in it. Alright, so this is one of the many rooms that now has 4 instead of 3. Let's see how much different it is. Alright, looks like it's like wider to the side. Okay, is the path still the same? Oh wait, you only have to move over 1 now. Alright, the path has gotten a lot easier. You go here, then here, then here, then here. Alright, the path is way easier now. I assume this one's still the same. Yeah, this one's still the same. Yeah, that one's unchanged. Oh wait, that thing doesn't auto-attack me anymore? Oh, it's already dead. I was gonna say, actually I moved the wrong way. I'm always so bad at doing it the other way around, though. I'm not sure why. It's always that one direction I can... Wait, is this almost like a straight line now? It's pretty much just a straight line. You just have to go over here, then go over there. Yeah, they actually made Tentacle Road easier. The pathing forward's way easier now. You also have a lot more room as to when you want to do it. And this is exactly the same. This room's unchanged as far as how you do tentacle skip. As far as perfect tile tentacle skip. Alright, interesting. Alright, so yeah, they did nerf Tentacle Road. If anything, it's actually easier to get through the room now. The second room is the same. The first room is easier. Alright, interesting. But yeah, now every single combat room has at least 4 enemies in it. I guess the other one to check is the snakes we saw earlier. Let me go bank these first, though. Then we'll go check the snakes from yesterday. Because that room now has 4 snakes in it instead of 3. Yeah, it's a room you pass by a lot. They made it slightly easier to do tentacle skip now. At least for one of the rooms. The other room is unchanged because I already had 4 tentacle. The only rooms that got changed are the ones that had 3 enemies. Like, this now has 4 snakes in it somehow. So one was right over here. That's still there. One was right over there. One was right over there. And then they added this snake. This is the new snake they added. The one on that hill right there. Because that one was always there. That one was always there. That one was always there. And then they added this one. Interesting. Oh yeah, where's my potion? Has it despawned yet? I've been doing so much stuff. Did I just despawn 100-something potions? I don't think I did yet. No, good, I didn't. I forgot, I got my potion on the ground this whole time. I was just exploring around everywhere. It'll be the 3rd time we despawn an entire stack again. Wouldn't be the 1st time. Yeah, basically every room that had 3 enemies in it now has 4. It got slightly restructured. But yeah, they didn't nerf Tentacle Road though, so that's good. If anything, they actually did a buff. As the skip 4 is way easier now compared to what it was before. Because you only have to diagonal one tile, then diagonal one tile the other way. Whereas before you had to like double diagonal, then like single diagonal back. But now it's one diagonal one way, one diagonal the other way, and you're good to go. Oh, no! Even with QoL action, I still cancel early. Alright, we're almost there. Just one more gatherer level. Or, you know, 166. This one's pretty much right there. Are you gonna use all your bones for bone right? Yes, this is the whole reason why we're doing 200 gatherer. Well, other than for base 200 all, but also because I need it for bone right. I do need to start knowledging bone right though. I might even start doing that once we get to bone spike. They start boosting Minds of Matubin instead. Actually, that might be the game plan. Once we get 166, I might go pivot over to dunking every bone we currently can, which isn't that many, but there are some from yesterday that we need to go dunk. And after we go dunk them, excuse me. Gosh. But after we go dunk them, we'll then start throwing knowledge into bone right as we do gather. I still have a bunch of XP we can claim from the 140 bones, which I haven't actually dunked all my 140 bones yet. It's not that many. I think it's only like a few hundred or several hundred. I don't remember what the number was at, but the number wasn't like super high. Like, it's not gonna take that long to dunk them, like under an hour to dunk every last one we have in the bank. Because the ones I'm doing right now, I can't even dunk. They're level 154, so we're still a good 13 levels short, technically 12, because that one's pretty much already there. We're like 12 levels short of even be able to dunk these. Plus, we don't even have that many of these, because we only did them for a few levels. But Bone Spike, I'm doing pretty much all the way from like 166 to almost 200. There's a few things I'm going to grab in between. But around like 85 to 90% of my total XP from 166 to 200 is going to be only Bone Spike. The reason for this is for weapon upgrades. You make 199 out of them. Actually, oh, wait, how's that going to work? Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! How is 199s going to work now? I didn't think about that. Wait. Because they're going to be 60 levels higher after the update. Wait, how's that going to work? Wait, I'm so confused as to how that's going to work now. Because the level range of these might not be as good anymore. Oh. Because I'm not sure how the plus 60 things works when you're crafting. Or if it's still going to have the same rarity curves as before. They didn't clarify that anywhere in any of the changes. Because I mentioned there's going to be like an extra 60 on all of them. But, yeah, how exactly is that going to work? Because that's different than how the rarity curve currently functions. Because that means these bone spikes that we're about to be gathering might not be for 199s anymore. Because they're going to have 60 levels extra on them. And they're going to be too high of a resource to actually make a 199 out of. They haven't really clarified that at all. Because that could be a huge nerf to tier 4 and 5 material. But a huge buff to like tier 3 material. Because tier 3 might be the new tier 4. Depending on how the changes work. Or how the rarity curve works. Or how anything works. They didn't explain anything. It's one of many things that weren't really clarified that well at all. Like, how does that plus 60 affect the current rarity curves? Because that means tier 4s can, or tier 5s can no longer make, can ever make a lower rarity weapon. You'd be stuck at the bad rarity curve. Like, tier 3 would be the final one that could make a 199. Because that means tier 4 material just like tanked in price like crazy. Like the bone spikes that we're going to be collecting. Like, they work perfectly for the current state of the game, but are probably not going to do the same after the rework. Yeah, there's a good chance tier 3 is the new tier 4. I don't know, we'll need more clarification on it to know for sure though. But they mentioned really little on that. Let me go actually double check that. I'll just stay here and check it. Rather than grabbing the one tree. But let me go read every single thing they mentioned in that regard, because it was very, very, very short. Weapon crafting. When crafting weapons in the Mine to Matumin, the maximum level of the weapon you can craft equals crafting level plus 60. So to craft a 100 cryonet weapon suitable for Chronopolis, you will need a level 40 blacksmith. If you level up your crafting profession further, then you'll be able to go do the weapons higher on tuning, blah, blah, blah. Note, it will be easier to craft weapons with, which are relevant for episode 1 and 2. It'll be slightly harder for the other ones. It'll be harder to craft weapons for the other... But they don't mention anything about the rarity curve or anything. Crafted weapons are always untuned initially, even if they have a tuning level. So that'll tune the obelisk. You will be able to wield untuned weapons. Craft weapons, higher level craft. Okay, here we go. Because of this, allow you to craft weapons with a higher level crafting level. The price of crafted weapons will need to be balanced accordingly. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they mentioned nothing about the rarity thing. Like the whole rarity cutoff and everything. So yeah, we currently have no way of knowing. It's not answered anywhere there. They just mentioned that they're slapping a plus 60 on it. And at all costs to tune items. So you can't just tune for free anymore. Which means hopefully untuning will be free then. If it costs you money to tune an item, then hopefully it doesn't cost you anything to untune whenever we do get a feature that lets you untune from a quest or anything else. Because now they don't have to put an untuning cost anymore. They might still do it, but there's not a need to have it. Because now the tunement cost is when you tune it rather than when you untune it. As I was mentioning for a while that they'd probably add it whenever you need to untune an item. Because currently tuning is free. But they're actually doing it the other way around. Where it's actually going to be the tuning process that has the cost associated with it now. Which is normally free, but won't be free anymore. Which means they could technically add free untuning down the line. It might still have a cost associated to it, but it doesn't need to have one now. Because you pay the upfront cost when you actually tune an item, rather than when you untune it. Keep in mind, untuning's not coming immediately. I assume it's like a quest lock way down the line. Like, we're definitely going to be able to untune at some point, though. Making weapons always has a cost? No, making weapons doesn't have a cost. Tuning them to a chapter does, though. So currently you can tune for free, but it's not going to be free anymore. Basically what they were mentioning there is crafting will have to be scaled down because you could do like a free 60 levels on everything. So they're going to be scaling down. Also, thank you, Isabel, for the 60 months of membership. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Did I finally order the Steam Deck? No. I keep getting caught up every night and I keep forgetting. I will be soon, though. Very, very soon. SoonTM. But yeah, I should be after the stream, hopefully, after I grab dinner. I keep getting caught up with things and then forgetting. Like, every single night. But tonight's the night. But no, I should be getting it soon. I should get in here by, like, what, Monday, Tuesday? I said, like, 3 to 5 days, so... however long that takes. You'll keep reminding me? No, I'll get it done tonight. So do you still have to tune weapons for an episode, or can they be used in all? You still have to tune it for an episode, and it will cost you money to tune it. It's no longer free. So not only do you still have to tune to an episode, but it costs you resources to be able to tune to an episode. So yes, it's like it is now, but it also costs you extra resources to do it. How much so, we don't really know. But assumably the stronger the item, the more it costs to tune. But of course, a lot of the gear that you get within an episode is already tuned to the chapter. So when you get a monster drop, for example, like what, 95% of it, if not more, is already tuned to the chapter. So when you're doing combat, pretty much everything is pre-tuned. But when you're crafting stuff, everything's going to be untuned. Which means you will incur a cost for tuning it somewheres. I highly doubt it's anything too crazy, though. Like, tuning a 200 weapon, I would be surprised if it's more than, like, 10 silver. It only sells for 10 silver. So it can't possibly have, like, a higher attunement cost than its literal worth. Oh, I guess a 1-star does. The higher ones actually have a higher one. So I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. I forgot, that's the 1-star 200, not the 3 or 4-star 200. That has the thing associated to it. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. But if it's about 10% of the weapon's sell price, it shouldn't be that bad. We still know, like, about what percent it would be. I assume it's based on a percent of the thing. Like, let's go check these blades, for example. A 199 4-star sells for, like, 67.5. So I highly doubt that has a higher attunement cost than, like, 20-ish silver. If it did, then that's really pricey. But I don't know, I'll have to wait and see exactly what it comes out to. But I would assume somewhere around, like, 25% of the item's value is probably around where it would be to tune it to a chapter. But I can start getting pretty high, because if we go check, like, our 4-star 206, if you take 25% of 532, you're already at, like, what, 150? Like, almost 150? Like, 130 something. Just to tune the item to a chapter. We don't know what the exact cost will be. But my assumption is, like, roughly 25-ish%, give or take a little. But all the items that you get from killing enemies are still pretty much pre-tuned. Like they already are right now. It's just when you're crafting something they would be untuned. But you get the benefit of putting them into any chapter. And of course, one thing that change does allow them to do is it allows them to add untuning for free down the line. If untuning also has a cost, then that could be a problem. Because now they just pass the cost on to tuning rather than untuning. But untuning's not a feature currently. It will likely be a quest unlock at some point. They haven't actually confirmed at any point. But there's no way that they're not eventually adding untuning. It might just have a small cost associated to it to both untune and then tune again. But obviously they're trying to add more gold sinks to the game. It's kind of like the whole point of it as well. You always need gold sinks. Honestly, I'd rather have too many gold sinks than not enough. I'd rather there be like 1,000 gold sinks than not enough gold sinks. I'd rather gold perpetually be at 0 than have like infinite. Because the economy starts getting really weird when it starts hitting inflation. And having 1.5 billion gold sinks is a great way to try to stop inflation. Like, inflation would still hit regardless. But it slows it down by a lot. And if they're planning on going for like 5, 10, 20 years, they're going to need to slow it down as much as possible. Teleport gold sinks or death spawns? I assume most bosses and or raids and or dungeons and or similar things will probably have a death fee. I don't think it's needed for normal combat though. If you're just fighting some random stray enemy, I don't feel like there needs to be a death penalty necessarily for it. But I do feel like every boss, raid, and some other thing should have a death penalty. Now we have skill trees and Power Word now as well. Really? Did they add skill trees and Power Word? Gosh, I'm missing out on everything. Yeah, I haven't played it since they did the Super Mega update. I definitely need to check it out at some point soon. Just haven't had the chance. I still need to go finish Old School RuneScape Leagues too. I haven't even been able to play it the last few days. I haven't even touched it in like 4 days, I think. I've just been busy with other things. But I need to go finish Old School RuneScape League. I think it ends in like 2 weeks. Like the 20th or 22nd or something. I still need to get like 6,000 or 7,000 more points. Not sure if I'm going to bother streaming it or not, or just do it off stream like I have been. I do want to do an actual stream of the game soon, though, because we haven't actually streamed it since Brighter Shores a single time. Like, the actual main game, not the League side of the game. But, like, the actual main game of Old-School RuneScape. Because I haven't been doing anything on the max hardcore other than just chopping a tree for 3 months. And I kind of want to actually play the game again a little bit here and there. Because my entire gameplay for the last 3 months, not counting leagues in the game, is hitting a tree over and over again, trying for a beaver pet that we're 3 times dry on after over 1,000 hours and still don't have it. That's my entire gameplay the last 3 months. Just click on a tree every 5 minutes. But obviously when we're actually playing, we'll be doing real stuff. Like raids, things we could actually die in, stuff like that. Oh, healthcare is over here. Oh no, that'd be a shame if they died. The Death Ruby. The Death Blood Ruby currency. Is there actually a 5th currency in this game? I heard some people mention that at one point. No one's gonna have that, like, anytime soon, though. If there actually is something above Platinum. Because that's, like, a crazy high amount. Like, it could be a year from now, and I believe no one would even have over whatever that would be. Like, no one's gonna have 1,000 Platinum by a year from now. Like, 0 people will have it by the end of 2025. Even with trading, I'm not even sure if you could get it. Unless your only goal was to try to hit 1,000 Platinum. And even then, I'm not sure if you can hit it. Because the best gold rates in the game right now, not counting trading and whatever you could do with trading. But not counting trading, the quickest gold you can really get is like, what? A little under 10 gold an hour? Is like the absolute best case scenario you can ever have in this game at the moment. Which means it takes 100 hours for 1 platinum. Which if you times that by 1,000... I highly doubt anyone could play more time than there is in a year within a year. That'd be really difficult to do. So unless someone's like really trading non-stop and has a bunch of people feeding them, or there's like some way absurdly better way of making money, no one's ever going to have over 1,000 platinum. Honestly, even in 2 years from now, someone might not even have that much, assuming it even goes that high. Yeah, there's going to be like a huge collective of people who all feed one account to try to get 1,000 platinum. And then they pay them back with interest. That sounds like a scam ready to happen. If you give me all your money now, I will give you 2% interest in 1 year from now. It'll be like a little mini bank in a sense. That'd be really funny. That'd basically be the only way you could do it, though. Because there's no way one single person can do it. There's physically just not enough time in a year, or even in 2 years to do it. Get Petitio to hold all the money. The Bank of Petitio. No, I didn't get there in time. We failed the aggro skip. We'll get him next time. Oh, let's get that woodcutting level as well. Actually, I might not even do Suavies once it's 71. I already have so many of them banked. Like, more than we're ever going to need relative to that many bone spikes we have at the tier. So I might as well just not even do the Suave and just do the bone spike only. It's better gather XP per hour anyways. It's less knowledge per hour, but it's more gather XP per hour. That's the main thing we care about. It's also only a tier 2 log, and we're starting to get to the point where it's not as good. Because we can finally do tier 3 ash as soon as we hit 71 woodcutting. So not as worthwhile to do a tier 2 when we have access to tier 3. Plus that's the one for making shield, which is extremely relevant. So once I gain that woodcutting level, we can stop doing woodcutting. And do purely only gather to 200. But the only exception being the one Suave during femurs is because it's 100% free. The reason you can't do it for Bone Spike is they're far enough apart where you can't take it for free. And we got the Bone Spike. Okay, let me just do one more trip of these, I guess, real quick. Since we're already here and everything. And then to the Bone Spikes we go! And yeah, I'll just grab like a few Suavies the first time around and then start doing Bone Spike only. Oh gosh, I hate that you can walk like that. I know you can set it so you don't have the walk command. But I really hate like that center click on bone. What is Patricio at right now? He's at level 3889. I know he's been going pretty hard on merchant. He also has a surprisingly high amount of scout level for some reason. Is Patricio Guardian or something? I actually forget what class he even is. That's like a weirdly high scout level compared to his other combats. It's just a weird one to go up for first compared to like Mind Fighter or something. And obviously Watch Person, but that doesn't count. Obviously you're going to get high Watch Person with your detective. Alright, let's go teleport over to the thing. Let's go head over there. Oh, level 462 with the teleport. Oh, it's a free-to-play account, though. That makes sense. I was going to say, you generally don't see too many low-level players with that teleport. But a free-to-play makes more sense. And we got aggro skip on him. Hopefully we get aggro skip on the next one as well. It should be good to go. And we are out of here. Alright. Welcome back to the Glory Land. The 166 Bone Spikes. We have returned. But I'm only going to do the logs until we have level 71 woodcutting. Oh, I forgot to use the potion for it, though. No! It's not that big a deal. I missed the first time bonus. I'm not sure how many of them I really want to go get, though. I do want to get a few. At least for a level. And for our woodcutting level. Just to kind of even them out. But these bone spikes we actually can't use for a while. So now we kind of have to go pivot to dunk every bone we can. And then do the knowledge pivot. Which means... What do we go do to go do knowledge? Because I'm not sure what I want to go do. Mining's probably off the table. Mind Fighter we don't need because the combat rework. Like everything combat related other than AFK raid dens we don't really need to be doing. I'm almost leaning towards the leather worker. Just not sure if we should be doing the leather worker pivot right now though. It is tempting though. Alright, come on, woodcutting level, you got this. Nice. Alright, we don't need any more trees now. We can ignore trees for the rest of the time. Because we got ourselves tier 3 now. I need those shields. Plus, with the changes that they're making with the next patch with the plus 60 level thing, we'll need to see exactly how the rarity curve works because, yeah, that kind of changes everything now. Because tier 3 might be better than tier 4 now when it comes to making the better rarity stuff for the level threshold. Because now if you want to make a 199, you make it out of tier 3, not out of tier 4. Whereas before you need a tier 4 for it. Does make it a lot cheaper to get 199s. Like way cheaper than before. Like so cheap you could basically just buy it from the shop. Though they are going to be price hiking the shops, they did mention though. But if they could explain that further, it's time to start buying up like all the tier 3 material from every shop ever. Particularly the bone right material, which is going to be the most annoying of all of them. But I'm going to be buying up so many tier 3 bones. And carpentry supplies. Oh, did they do a new old school RuneScape thing? Yeah, I know they're adding Volamore Part 3. I didn't look at anything with it, though. I know there's some kind of enrage boss, as well as a new, like, fletching activity, a new island, like a few other things. I didn't look at all the specifics, though, yet. But yeah, we're really gotta do an old school RuneScape stream soon. I probably will once old school RuneScape Leagues ends. And just do a bit of a variety stream for that game, kind of messing with everything. Mess with raids, mess with a little bit of skilling, mess with just the run rework that happened not too long ago. Where's the sailing skill? Oh, it's still in development hell. They haven't unheld the development hell of sailing yet. I have no clue what they're doing with that at this point. Oh yeah, I don't actually put this into, what's it called, do I? I just realized. This goes into bone rate. So let me go stall it, I guess. Save for later. Actually, that'll be the game plan then. I'm gonna go do these bones until we have a double knowledge bar. How about that? And then after that, we'll go and head over to Mines of Matubin. Go dunk over our bones to go start getting everything else rolling there. But since it was brought up, I am actually kind of curious now. So if I get rid of this browser, I don't have a thingy open for it. New tab. Let's see. Old school RuneScape. Volamore. New melee weapon. Doom of what's it called? The threads, all round kind of thingy. Where's that thing you wanted me to check? Sound like boots. Ooh, an antler thingy. Some kind of guard over that. Bunch of equipment for a bunch of bosses. I need to read it later, though. That was like the skimmiest skim that's ever skimmed. I need to go read through like 3 months of patch notes. Not on stream or anything later. But when we go back into old school RuneScape, you gotta read like 3 months of changes. I haven't been keeping up with anything since like mid-October. So by the time I start back in mid-January, I'm gonna have like 3 months of updates to catch up on. And it's probably gonna be the stream that we do is catching up on all the updates they did in 3 months. Most of that was just leagues, which we were kind of doing, but a lot of it's like actual content as well. But we'll be doing that later this month, in a couple weeks. I just want to make sure I'm finished with leagues before I do, just so we don't have to worry about that. I believe they're also adding all the league rewards next week as well. But yeah, the game plan right now for Brighter Shores is go get a double knowledge bar off a bone spike. Then after that, we go all in on bone right then. Go dunk every last bone we have. Go and... Why does this not respawn? There it goes. Go and dunk every last bone we have. Go and use all of our knowledge that we have into bone right. As I believe we needed, what, 154 before we could do the next bone. And then the one that is really, really good is at 168. It's the one we're currently doing right now. And this is the one we're pretty much running to 200. We pretty much camp here all the way to 200 if we really want to. There's a few we're going to pick up, like a few hundred femurs and a few other things. I think we also have to get a couple hundred catkins to match however many we banked of the chestnut the other day. But beyond that, it's pretty much all in on bone spike. Just because it's so quick to bank, it's actually our best XP rate pretty much at 200. Assuming we're banking everything from every method, bone spike is actually the quickest XP rate. If you're accounting for banking time. Obviously, it's lower if you drop all, though. But accounting for banking time is basically our best XP rate to 200. They also casually merge all 3 boots into one boot called the Avernic boots. Oh no! You're telling me I gotta go kill Cerberus? I'm almost 2 times dry on Cerberus for magic boots. I got every drop, but magic boots... Or actually, I don't have every drop. But I have every, like, actual item from it that does anything. Not counting its cosmetics and everything. But every non-cosmetic I have except for magic boots. Oh, I gotta go kill Cerberus again. That's sad. I haven't actually done it since they added Arclight. Or not Arclight, whatever it's called, Emberlight. I do own Emberlight, but I, no, not Burning Claws, though. I'm like 2.5 times over drop rate for Burning Claw. But actually, I think it's even my current Slayer task because I can't be bothered to keep doing it because I keep going so dry. But, yeah, I do have Emberlight to go kill Cerberus with. So at least it'll go a little bit easier than last time. He's just basically like the strongest Demon Bane weapon in the game, and it counts as a demon. So it should pretty much just slice through it pretty nicely. The biggest issue is there's so many Slayer tasks I need to go do for like forever that I just can't be bothered to do. Like I need to go do Calphite Queen for like 20, 30, 40 hours to go get Dragon Pickaxe. Gotta do Cerberus for 20, 30, 40 hours to go get Magic Boots to make whatever that new boot is. Stuff like that. I really hate RNG drops like that. It's one thing I like with Brighter Shores is that, at least currently, obviously this could change when more bossing and stuff comes into game. And by more, I mean like any. But, I'm not a big fan of pure, like every best in slot being based on pure RNG. I'd rather it be based in part by, you know, getting a skill to a certain level and stuff like that. Or as a quest reward, or, while also having other requirements after the quest, stuff like that. Not a big fan of kill something thousands of times and just hope you get lucky. Like, I'm fine with that mechanic existing. It's just old school RuneScape uses it for like 95% of best in slot. If not 98%. If not 99%. Actually, I don't even think I can think of a dozen items that are even best in slot that are from skilling. Like, everything is just bossing. I think there's less than a dozen items in the entire game. As I keep forgetting, this place sounds so ominous. There's like no audio here, which always throws me off every single time we ever come here. But we'll keep going until we get to 200% knowledge, and then I guess we're going into the dunking of the bones. We don't have that many bones to go dunk, though. I'm pretty sure it's less than 1,000. Might even be less than several hundred. Because I started dropping a lot of them to the ground. So there's a chance I only have like 200 bones to drop. I mean, to dunk. Because I believe that was the one where I was starting to like drop them all on the ground. After we banked it a couple times. So it's going to take like 15 minutes to dunk them all pretty much. It's going to take like no time at all. Then we got to figure out how to scrap together the rest of our bone rate XP. Obviously we could do anything in the game. But we're basically walled off from bone rate until then. I want to try to get my bone rate up so we could do it with this bone. I need 168. Which basically means I got to train bone rate without training bone rate. All the way to 168, so it matches our 166 gatherer. I'm not sure if we can get that done today, but we're definitely going to make progress on it. Main reason I say we won't be able to get it done is unless I'm doing merchant the entire time, I don't think we can reach it. Because the average activity gives you like 3 to 4 per hour knowledge. And to be able to gain that many levels, we need like 80. Like if I do merchant for 12 hours straight, I don't even think we get it today. So we're definitely not going to get it today. Even if I did the most efficient thing in the entire game for the every last second for the rest of this day, we would still not reach it. Good old slow bone rate leveling. Even pre-200. Yeah, that's still something that's kind of bothering me, though. Like how the plus 60 is going to work for crafting now. Because they didn't really explain how the new rarity curve is going to work. Now that everything just has like a plus 60 on it. Because if that's the case and we get more info on that soon, I think some of the best things to buy up would be tier 3 material before the shop increase happens. Just buy up like every single tier 3 material you can. Those are probably the two things I'm buying up before the price hike. I'm going to buy like 1 billion 5% pots in case those get increased. Like more than I could ever fathomably use. Like I'm talking about like thousands of each. Actually, how much does that even come out to? I'm saying that as if I have like infinite gold. But how much is... let's say on average they're like 3 gold each. I know some of them are cheaper. But let's just do... let's say we got 3,000 of each. So we take 12,000. Where's the calculator? Let's take 12,000. Let's say we get 3,000 of each. That's not like a huge amount, but it would hold us over for quite a while. Let's say we bought 3,000 of each times 3. That is, what, 36 gold? It's not... like that's expensive, but it's not that expensive. Oh yeah, we still need the Stone Mall Hill ones, though. That's another factor, too. So I'd like another, like, 10 to that. But yeah, for the cost of, like, half of a pickaxe upgrade to get it to max, we'd be able to get all the potions. Oh, no, is that worth it? The problem is we don't know how much the price hike is the problem. The fact that they even mentioned it kind of puts everything out of whack. Because we don't know... For one, we don't know what is getting price hiked. And we don't know by how much. Like, some things might price hike a few percent. Other things might price hike, like, 50% or double. And that affects everyone, too. Even if you're not enabling trading. It still affects you because the price hike affects all shops. If anything, it affects you even more if you're playing fully self-sufficient. Because you can't just trade people for them. You're just going to have to buy them from the more expensive shop. But those are the two that are probably going to be the best. If tier 3s are the new tier 4 material, then all tier 3 material and 5% potions are probably the biggest two. That mass buying before a price hike would be beneficial for. The tier 3 material, because it makes 199s with the new plus 60 change that they're going to be doing. And potions, for the obvious reason, you just chug them always. You're sure you have talked about this? What are your thoughts on the combat change? Oh yeah, we've been talking about it pretty much the whole stream so far. But overall, I enjoy it. Or I do like what they're trying to do with it. Seems a little bit skill tree heavy. I haven't played a skill tree game in a very, very long time. But yeah, I don't mind it being that system. A lot more customizability that way. And you can just respec it whenever. It will cost something to respec, but for the first few weeks it will be free. This is everyone gets situated with the new system. So they're going to be respecking a lot within that free time just to kind of test everything. We're also going like all in combat once that happens. Assuming special attacks are also out. That's the only thing that's going to keep me from going all in combat when that change does happen. Is, we don't know if special attacks will be out beforehand or not, or during. Because having the combat rework but no special attacks would make it less desirable to go and grind. As you need the special attacks to actually make the new combat system viable. So I'm hoping they add special attacks in the next few weeks and then the combat rework in like a month from now. Because we really need the special attacks before the combat rework comes out. Otherwise this could be really clunky. Because I'm not going to power grind combat if we don't have both. We need both rather than one or the other. Like, we still mess with combat, but I'm not, like, power grinding it until we have both. You'll basically be able to max out each skill tree if you max out combat. Well, basically, there's two skill trees. There's one based on when you max out your combat in each region, which is level 30 for the first two and then level 40 in every region after. So at that point, you've reached max level and have your player skill tree max. But then you have your obelisk skill tree, which goes for all of the levels beyond that. So for the first two chapters, your obelisk will go to 470. And for every other chapter in the game, it'll go to 460. So the max on most obelisks will be a 460 max, which accounts for the full 500. But it uses two different systems. One's for your player skill tree, which includes your 30 combat, then your 40-40 for every other chapter subsequently. And then the obelisk skill tree, which is attached to each chapter, but also gives you benefits for the following chapter. Because the small, like, 30-40 player one applies to every chapter, but the obelisk only applies to the current chapter and partially to the very next chapter. So, like, your obelisk in, like, Chronopolis will help you in chapter 5, for example. Like, it'll give you a small buff to chapter 5. So basically, it's really easy to get max level in a new system. Because if you have base 40s, you're basically at max level. But you still get a bunch of obelisk buffs, which help you per region. So there's still a reason to do combat above level 40. But not as much of a region. Like, there definitely is. But until there's, like, more stuff that's actually really viable to kill, not so much. Like, your reasons for killing things are still the same reasons you have right now for killing things, though. So there's still a lot of money to be made and equipment and stuff like that. Plus, you won't have to pay the attunement cost for any of them because they're already going to be pre-tuned. And, like, all stuff afterwards are not going to be pre-tuned. Because they're going to have to pay for tuning going forward after the patch or after the update. Which means there's a bit of a nerf to all the crafting skills, but a little bit of buff to the combats. As like 95% of the stuff you get from combat is already pre-tuned. But nothing you make from crafting will be. Which will incur the extra cost whenever you do. Gotta pay the attunement tax. Yeah, after saying that, there's no way they're not adding a trading tax. There's like 110% chance there's like a trading tax that's going to be added. What's even worse is in the state of the game, you're going to have to trade twice to be able to trade from an alt. So you're going to get like double taxed for it. Because if they're doing that for attunement and everything else, they're 100% doing a trade tax. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. Maybe I'll need the auction house will get trade tax. Player to player might not be trade tax at all. I believe that's the way it works in old school RuneScape as well. Where their auction house grand exchange system gets taxed, but player to player never gets taxed at all. Alright, we are out of here. Grab these last two bones. And we are out of here. Hey, we get to do the new tentacle road. I forgot, I do need to go bank these. Let me do that now. It's actually closer to go to this bank now that I'm thinking about it. This bank is actually closer than the other thing. Oh wait, actually I need to go to Hopeport. I forgot. Because I need to go get a mining potion so I can even go use it to begin with. And let me go get rid of all that, get rid of all that. While I'm over there, might as well go get some cooking contract. We almost have a full run going of all the easy to do ones. I've only been doing the easy ones lately. Just because we're in a pretty dead zone with the levels we have and everything. So I've just been doing all the super free tasks. I'm just here for two things. I need one singular mining potion. And then dump it into double bone rate. And then we need to go check our cooking contract. I don't think I'm going to do a cooking run right now, but I will go check them. Yeah, let's see what we have over here. Anything good, anything good. Thoughts on 21 episodes planned? Well, they have more than 21 episodes planned. That's just what they currently have planned, or lured up to. Well, we already knew for a while that they were going to do that many, so it wasn't as shocking, but it was still kind of surprising to hear them say it outright. Like, we already knew they were, like, planned dozens ahead. We just never really got an exact number. But hearing them actually say 21 was really funny. To actually hear it being directly said. But they've had planned way further than 21. That's just how far they are currently planned for lore. It goes way deeper than that. Oh, if someone kills this tentacle, you can do a straight line. Oh, that is so nice. Wow, they really buffed the tentacle skip for that room. You can literally do a straight line if someone's doing combat. If someone is killing that one exact tentacle, you can literally make a straight line. They've really buffed tentacle room with this patch. You don't even have to skip anymore. You literally just walk straight if someone's doing combat to that one exact tentacle. Wait, I only have 143. Oh, wow. I knew I had a few. Oh, never mind. That's the wrong bone. Wait, where's the other bone? Never mind. It's similarly low. I have one for 38. That's funny. Well, it's more than 0, I guess. That's a bit less than I thought I had in there, but I'll take it. It's better than none. Let me go run every last bone. It's not a lot of them, but it's more than none. Yeah, it's not going to take long at all. It's like 10 minutes. And then we can go do anything and just dump the XP into bone rate. Now it really comes down to, what do we want to go do? I'm kind of leaning towards Leatherworker, to be honest. I don't think it's in the title anywheres. But I do believe this is the Leatherworker angle before they nerf it. Because they were saying they were reconsidering restructuring it a bit. Like as far as how much money it makes and everything. And we still got to cash out on Leatherworker before they decide one day they want to hit the nuke button. And what better day than today? Plus that gives us plenty of time to keep looking at the changes that they were going to go propose. Maybe even go check the Reddit for once and go see what they're saying. There's probably a ton of discourse everywhere on it. Or even the Steam library thing. So that might be the game plan then. We go do Leatherworker and check all the discourse that's happening on the changes. Or not the changes, but the proposed changes to combat merging. Overall, I'm personally in favor of it. There's definitely a few tweaks that it needs here and there, though. But obviously, it's kind of like a, you know, an early access mock-up kind of thing. And even once it's out, they're still going to be changing it further, obviously. Like, even when it's in the game, it's not 100% set in stone. Like, obviously, they can still restructure stuff with it. Obviously, it'd be harder to at that point. But they still can. It's not like whatever it is the second it comes out is what it has to stay as. It'll probably be generally like that, though. But there's still some fundamental changes that would likely still occur to it. But yeah, I thought we had a little bit more of this bone, but yeah, I guess when I said I only wanted a few hundred, I really meant just 100. Because that's pretty much how many I grabbed. 134. Not a lot at all. But it'll hold us over. There's not really much I need to make out of it. The only thing I ever need this for is a shield upgrade. Which is something we'll very, very rarely ever need to craft. Basically, every single bone that isn't a bone spike, the only purpose for it is for a non-guardian is a shield upgrade. Yeah, that's kind of interesting that the change that they're making to being able to use other classes' equipment, because that got confirmed with the thing that they were mentioning. But the thing that's kind of interesting about it is it actually makes sense why Hammer Mage, or why Guardians, why, I will eventually say the right thing, why Cryo Knights need to do Gatherer. So Cryo Knights currently need to do Gatherer in order to go gain their best combat potions. However, there's actually a second reason why they have to do Gatherer now, as of the changes that they're making, or that they propose. And that is, you're going to be able to go get other professions' weapons. They won't work as effectively, but you will still be able to do so. And the main weapons that a Cryo Knight needs are Guardian weapons, which is actually huge. That's even more of a reason of why we picked correctly. Because I was mentioning, the main thing I like about Guardian is like their weapons, particularly their range weapons. Not so much their armor and everything. So we actually picked like the perfect class then, because we get to do everything with Crown Knight, but still get to use Guardian weapons. So will Hammer Mage and everything as well, but we gain more of a benefit from it, because Crown Knight doesn't naturally have any green weapons. And obviously all Guardian weapons are, or you know, all the good Guardian weapons are green. Or at least the best of them. Which means Bone Right will actually need to be more of our secondary one than our Stonemason is. If we do want to do post 200. Still not sure if I want to or not, though. Yeah, we're going to be getting a ton more arrows for range. I know it was just a mock-up, but the mock-up in, like, 15% of the screen showed 9 extra ammo. So if they did something similar to that in the real game, you're going to have, like, plus 50 ammo. I'm pretty sure they're going to tone that down a little. Because that seems absurd. Like, why even have an ammo limit at that point? But if their mock-up image was any... Like, even if they did, like, 25% of what the mock-up image has, that's, like, 10 extra ammo. You know how much, like, 14 ammo is? Like, 14 or 15 ammo? That's a lot of ammo. Like, you know how many enemies you can kill just outright with 15 shots? Especially with special attacks existing. Or at least one of those shots could be a special attack. Yeah, that does seem kind of broken in that regard. Like the whole limited ammo thing. Because even if you can only get like 5 extra shots, there are so many things that could just be ultra cheesed by just attacking them from a distance. It also makes quite a bit of them really AFK as well. But I'll have to wait and see. I do feel like they're going to add a lot less ammo than what that mock-up image showed. But honestly, even like 5, 10 extra ammo is absurdly strong compared to how many we have now. Yeah, there's an enemy in every chapter except for chapter 2 that you can completely cheese with range. Chapter 1 has 1, chapter 3 has 1, and chapter 4 has 2. That if you completely range them the entire time, you can infinitely attack them and they can never attack you. Chapter 2 is the only chapter without one. Because even though the snake is stationary, it has a range attack. So chapter 2 is the only one without one currently. Unless they ever get a quest where to get like a stationary thing to kill. Which I assume they would at some point, because it seems kind of weird that's the only chapter without one. It's the main thing that makes Scout like one of the worst things to train at the moment. Is you don't have, it's the only chapter without a super free enemy to kill. It's not like a deal breaker to that chapter, but it makes it a little bit harder to do combat there. As you have one less enemy, or 0 enemies that you can go kill with 100% cheese. Because any of those enemies you can always kill at any level range, doesn't matter. They could be like 50 levels higher than you would still be able to kill them. As long as you chug enough healing pots. Obviously you wouldn't want to take them when they're that big of a disparity. Normally you want to wait till like a 10 level disparity or so. But, you could. If one of those ball things are like 30 levels higher than you, you could kill them instantly. If you don't mind spending the healing pots. It's not worth it to, but you could. But you could definitely start them way earlier than you would other mobs. But as soon as we finish out these bones, we're going to go do Leatherworker and go take a peek at the changelog again that they were mentioning. You do kind of want to go reread it and everything. It'll be a good excuse for us to finally go keep training Leatherworker. Since it has much better downtime than everything else that we'd be doing right now. And then we just dump all the knowledge into Bone Rate. We're basically locked out of Bone Rate until we get 160 Bone Rate. Which means I need to somehow scrap together 26 Bone Rate levels. By not actually training Bone Rate at all. Which sounds like a nightmare. We have to get like over 100 knowledge points. It's going to take us like the rest of the week. Maybe not the rest of the week. But it's going to take us like 3 days to get that much, if not 4 days. Like it could take us until the end of the weekend before we hit that number. Can you respec the skill tree for free? No. Initially you will be able to. But they will be adding a cost to it. They said for like the first few weeks or so it'll be free so that people can test around and everything. But it will eventually cost some amount of silver to respec. But when it first comes out, it will be completely free just so people can test it and everything. But it will eventually have a silver cost. Assumably at about 1 silver per point allocated. Though it could be higher or lower. But somewhere around like 1 silver per point allocated would probably be around. So if you have like a level 300 obelisk, despecking is probably around 300 silver. At least I would assume. Could be a different number. But initially it is free for the first few weeks when it does come out. So you don't need to worry about like having the costs paid for the first time and everything. And that also allows us to test absolutely everything on the skill trees without having to spend anything, which is nice. Yeah, it does look like 2 of them are going to be max HP and regen. So you'll finally be able to go increase your player regeneration rate. Which one of them is more useful really depends on how much you get for them. Generally speaking, regeneration is better than max HP. But it really depends on a lot of factors. Like how much HP do you get from the level? How quick is the average fight? Or are you doing it for bossing or something else? Because the longer the fight, the better regen is. But the shorter the fight, better max HP is. But it also depends on the disparity between them. Like 100 HP is nothing if it's versus like 10 regen speed. Alright, there we go. Every bone that can be dunked has been dunked. And we can't do our next bone until 154. And we can't do the real bone until the one that we're going to have a billion of until 168. Which is our main goal right now. Or not right now, but by the end of this weekend. We got to go get 168 bone right using only knowledge. Wonderful. Anyways, let me go grab a mining potion. Go check the message board while we're there. Oh no, we got to wait like 5 minutes. Maybe do some cooking then. Maybe I'll go do my cooking contract actually. We got a full cooking board. Alright, let's go do the cooking contract real quick. And then we'll go do Leatherworker. And then we'll go talk about the combat stuff and everything while we're doing that. And then dump all the knowledge from Leatherworker into Bone Rate. Alright, let me go grab 2 XP pots, or maybe 3 actually. What do we need? What do we need? I'll go buy all the fish while we're out as well. Do we only have one fish task? No, we have 2. Alright, let me go get all the fish we need. Let me grab like 3 XP pots, 2. Yeah, we'll grab only 2. Let's do it for the run. Let's double check on where we even need to go. Big Sheen, Low Lucy, Quartermaster, Quartermaster. Alright, pretty easy turn-ins all around. So anything I need here is double eel into 1 oyster. We should be good to go. Should be able to buy all this in 1 inventory. Double eel, 1 oyster. Boom, boom. 1 oyster. Boom. Alright, should be good. Is it not worth it to buy bones instead of knowledge points? It's pretty costly, given that I'm not doing anything with the bones immediately. Is that would rack up a very, very, very absurdly quick cost. Like, I think per level would be costing us almost a gold, if not more. Like, every level is basically a gold in cost. If we're not immediately doing anything with the bones, because we don't get the money back for the bones. Unless I go buy the other carpentry supplies. But then we're burning even more money. Because that basically just breaks even on the carpentry supplies for selling it then. Which does allow us to double dip the XP. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I'm getting everything we need here. So I need 1 of these. 2 of these. Anything else? How many pies do we have? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I already have the other things banked from when we gathered them. Which is so nice to not need to get them anymore. Alright, is there anything else we need? That's that. The mash. The mash is the only thing left. How many mashes do we need? Just 2. And I don't have the potato from foraging yet, unfortunately. Even though it's only level 89. Alright, that should be everything unless I forgot something. That should be all the items. Sure feels like I'm forgetting something, but it's just because we have barely any tasks. But, yeah, I believe it is everything. It doesn't feel like it should be everything, but I'm pretty sure that's everything. The only exception is I need to go grab the 4 leeks from the bank. But beyond that, that is everything. We don't know everything that's going to be tradable. Oh yeah, also we got 344 leeks earlier, apparently. I was wondering what that number was. I never did check it earlier. Yeah, we got 344 when we did the leek grind earlier. Now we're down to 340. We had 344 is the total amount of leeks. This should last us enough. I only need it for like 10 more cooking levels. It's probably going to be more than I even need. But yeah, they did mention some things won't be tradable. And that does feel like something that might be under that category. Like partially completed food is probably not going to be tradable. The gas eels might not be tradable. Merchant items are very likely not going to be tradable. Unless they want to break all resemblance of balance with trading. I mean, with merchant. But they did mention some things will not be tradable. We still know what the full list will be. But I assume dishes that are like 1 step from completion, the gas eels, the merchant items are probably things in the category of probably not tradable. Realistically, it's probably everything you can't put into a bank. Because you can also sell half-finished carpentry supplies too. And just have them cash in on the final step. Because that's way closer to a bank. You spend way less time banking. You only ever have to move like 2 tiles. You move like 2 tiles to sell, 2 tiles to go make again. And the person who trades you just comes to you. Is this really all we need? I think this is the smallest run I ever had. There's no way this is enough. 4, 2, 2. Wow, I think this is my smallest cooking run I have ever done. What is this? I know I've been going for small tasks, but it's never come out this small. It is actually insane how thin this inventory is. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I'm about to do a 6 cooking run with only, what is this? 3, 4, 9. We have 9 total items for a cooking run. Did I like the merge? Overall, I don't mind how the merge is going to work. There's a lot of details with it we still kind of need some clarification on, though. But based on what they've currently shown us, I don't mind it. Oh, there should be enough for a cooking level as well. Slowly but surely. As long as we get like a cooking level a day, we will eventually have level 200. Or super long term, even 500. Does scrapping 40 levels from each zone matter? They're not scrapping it. It's being moved to a player skill tree. You have to keep in mind there's 2 skill trees, not 1 skill tree. It's a little misleading because they only showed us 1 skill tree. But there's going to be 2 skill trees. One is going to be for your combat. So the 30 that you get for the first 2 chapters, and then the, which one do I need here? Sheen. That one. But there's going to be 2 skill trees. One for the 30, 30, 40, 40. But then another for the obelisk afterwards. For the 460 and 470 obelisks. It's a little bit confusing because the first 2 chapters have like a weirder number. But there is a player skill tree, but then also the obelisk skill tree. The player skill tree applies to every chapter. And it's just like your combat level, essentially. Oh, wait, that's not what you ordered? Wait, what am I doing to you? This is a little loosey, right? Oh, yeah, you need this. Oh, you did double of the same thing. I didn't realize that. There we go. Oh, more knowledge to put in the bone, right? It feels weird to level the obelisk when you're capped. Well, you won't be leveling the obelisk at all when you're capped. Like, if you're level 500, you will not be able to level the obelisk anymore. In that chapter. Oh, wait, where am I going? This is a quartermaster telly. But I think we had something over here. Alright, turn these 2 in, get our new bounties, and grab our mining potion. Feels weird grabbing a mining potion to go do leather worker, but we need all that bone rate XP. All that juicy bone rate. And now we basically have a mission over the next few days to go get level 160 bone rate using nothing but knowledge. Oh, oops, I forgot to go turn this into quartermaster. At this point, I think it's actually quicker just to go all the way here. Gosh, it's the second time I forgot to go do it now. Alright, while we're here, give us whatever we can get. Wow. It's been really lucky giving us this, like, super free tasks. That one's not as good to turn in, but I'll still take it. Alright, there we go. Honestly, this one's not even that bad. I'll take it, just because I have them banked already. So I might as well be taking them whenever we see them now. Alright, let's try this one last time. Quartermaster now. Aren't you gonna remember this time? And then we're out here. Oh, I need to go grab the potion as well. And then we're out here. And then we can go over everything with the patch again. Oops, not sell. Use item on. Come on, level. Is that a cooking level? No! You know what? Wait, I gotta go fix this real quick. Wait. I'm gonna fix this. I got this. Wait. I got a plan. I just gotta figure out what the other thing is. We're gonna make one singular thing, teleport back, and make it in time for this potion. Go! We're on a speed run. I got a minute and 20 seconds left. I gotta make this and go deliver it to the one guy so we can go get our level real quick. Alright, quick. Grab one leek. Go. Boom. Alright, make it into a thing. Boom. Cook it. Boom. Teleport back. Boom. Give it to the guy. Boom. And then we gain a level. That'd be funny if this part gives us a level. I still gotta turn it in even if it does, though. Go. You got 1 minute left. Go. Oh, we should make it with plenty of time. Oh, we did get a level from that. That's funny. I still gotta turn it in, though. Alright, there we go. Oh, I'm trying to race the potion. I know it's not timed. I'm trying to race the potion 5% bonus. No, we made it with plenty of time. Alright, there we go. Alright, now let's go to potion. Need to go grab potion real quick. And we go do leather worker while going over everything with the combat merging again. I just don't want to keep reading over it. See if there's anything we missed the first time around or something. Oh, we go do leather worker. Because I got to do something to go get bone rate up, so might as well cash in on our leather worker. We can do it to 210 with our current level. All right, grab all of our XP pots, since they're not wieldable yet. They did mention that they're going to be adding it to a quest, though. There will eventually be a quest that will unlock wieldable potions, but currently not out yet. But one is planned to come. Alright, since I have some banked, I'm going to do deer hide for the first inventory, and then the rest will be the actual good hide. I'll do a deer hide run since it's a little bit quicker to get there this way, compared to going all the way around. Oh yeah, I need to go make sure to use the bone rate thing. I guess we can do that after our next set. Don't have to do it right now. Alright, one set of deer hide. How many do we have left? We have enough to do it one more time, as far as a full inventory. Anyways, so not that. Let's see. So, not that either. Wait, this is the wrong thingy. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, wait, what did I do? Exit? Okay, I see. Alright, anyways. So, this is what we want to go see again. Alright, let's go through this again real quick. Kind of like skimming through again. Let's see. Planning on combat changes. They're not finalized yet. They know that this might be controversial. New system, allowing for single combat profession. So, of course, they're merging all combat into one. The biggest point that's initially made is you're initially going to be getting levels per chapter. It's going to be 30 for the first two, and then every chapter after that, you'll be able to get 40 levels from it. This is put into a skill tree, which we'll see a little bit later down. I think that might be a different skill tree, though. But this will be your combat skill tree. And you'll be able to go and allocate... oh, I need to go say hi. Hello. But let's go over the first point then. So you'll be able to gain 30 levels for Chapter 1, then 30 for Chapter 2, then 40 for Chapter 3, and then all chapters onwards will also be 40. And that determines the main level range for every single area. I forgot that the amount of downtime during this is way lower than the raid dens, though. There we go. I wish you could still click through this. There's something you can't actually do. If I click over here, it doesn't actually let me click through it. I wish you could play the game while having this open. Actually... Oh, you can't scroll it, though. You actually can play the game while having it open. I forgot. Gosh, Steam thought of everything. Except you can't scroll it, though. It's, like, locked. It's, like, burned into the screen. But, you can still go over things. Oh, hello, Nathan. Welcome, welcome. But, yeah, so, basically, the base level range of all the monsters in the area are going to be set based on the area. So for the first area, it's going to be really low, but you can upgrade them with the obelisk. So you're still going to be able to go increase them. But initially, all the levels in Zone 1 is only 0 to 30, then 30 to 60, so on and so forth. And you get 30 levels from the first two regions, then 40 levels from every region after. And then that goes into a skill tree that's related to your character. That goes, assumably, across all chapters. For the 30, 30, 40, 40 that you end up accumulating from each chapter. But then everything beyond that starts to go into the chapter's obelisk. So, beyond that, then we have the little distribution. It's 30 for the first two, then 40 for everyone subsequent to that. But then there's this endgame mechanic thing, which of course is the whole obelisk system. Let me go reread through all of this just to re-clarify some things with this. Oh, repin that. There we go. So, however, in the meantime, we don't want players to run out of combat. So once you have reached the combat level cap of the current episode, we have an endgame mechanic where excess combat levels, aka anything above level 30 or 40, in the first two regions level 30, and the other two regions above level 40. So anything beyond that will go to your obelisk. Let's see, endgame mechanic, leveling up the obelisk causes the obelisk to further boost your combat whilst you're in the same episode as the obelisk. They also mentioned somewhere that it also goes to the next chapter as well. Actually, right over here they do. Furthermore, as you level up the obelisk, a small number of the available upgrades will still apply whilst you are in the next chapter, aka the chapter immediately afterwards. So chapter 1 would boost chapter 2, chapter 2 would boost chapter 3, chapter 3 would boost chapter 4, 4, 5, you know, so on and so forth. This allows you to be able to do some preparation for the next episode ahead of time. The episode 1 obelisk will be able to gain up to 470 levels, because it's the difference between the ones that you get for your hero skill tree or, you know, your class skill tree, as well as your obelisk one. Because there's 2 different skill trees. The first 30 levels of the first 2, and then 40 for every subsequent chapter, goes to 1 skill tree. And then there's a separate one that goes to each obelisk. The bigger one should apply to every single chapter in the entire game, regardless. Whereas the other one only applies to the chapter, the obelisk one. And the obelisk goes to 470 in the first 2 chapters, and then 460 in every subsequent chapter. So this total level is still 500 in every region. Leveling up the obelisk will also allow you to optionally advance the monsters in the matching episode to a higher level. So you'll be able to get more XP from them, you'll be able to get better drops from them, so on and so forth. So even when they're locked to the lower level range, you'd still be able to go and be able to kill them for better loot and better XP rates. So, okay, so everything we already kind of knew with that. And then we have the weapons and armor thing. This one's like slightly weird. So weapons and armor will work in a similar way. Each weapon and armor will have a base level. Your player's combat level must be at least as high. So notice this says player combat level. This is interesting because that is, which number is that? That's the, player combat. That would be the non-obelisk one then. So that means you could technically get that from previous chapters then, which is kind of interesting. That means if you have level 30, let's say hypothetically, basically what this means, because it's saying that number, let's say hypothetically you have level 30, like the bare minimum in each. Let's say you have 30 combat and guard, 30 combat and scout. You got the 40 for mind fighter, and you're just now got into Chronopolis. When you enter Chronopolis, the lower level range of Chronopolis is level, actually that exact level, actually, it would be level 100. And at that exact point, you'd be able to wield level 100 gear. Say, oh, oops, I forgot to go grab the things. Oh, I'm here. I might as well just do deer then. Whoops. I forgot to go buy the hides because he was blocked by the screen. That's funny. Well, I guess we're doing one more set of deer real quick. Whoops. All right, let me go do that then. That's funny. All right, we'll do that one. Anyways. But yeah, that means you'll be immediately able to do what's in that chapter then. Because when you first enter Chronopolis, everything's going to be scaled to 100. So if you did your 30, 30, 40 from the previous chapters, you'd be at the exact level range for Chronopolis. So that does mean you're actually going to have to do a little bit more combat in every region prior then. Because that means you basically have to have that. You basically have to have 30 guard levels before you move on. And almost have to have 30 Hope Forest levels before you move on, so on and so forth. You could move on without it, but it would be highly unadvised. Like, you pretty much would almost guarantee have to, just so you can keep up with the new stuff in the new region. So you basically have to get 30 combat in Hope Port before moving to Hope Forest, 30 in Hope Forest before you move to Mines of Matubin, 40 in Mines of Matubin in order to go do Chronopolis, so on and so forth. Otherwise, you're going to be pretty underleveled. Because let's say you don't do that. Let's say you had 20 in all 3 of them, and you only had level 60 going into Mines of Matubin, I mean into Chronopolis. I assure you, you would not be killing level 100s at level 60. Even with special attacks, I'm not sure you're going to be able to get away with that. Like, even trying to do episode 3 at level 40 would be pushing it a bit, since you're doing 20 levels above. Also, why did it just change to the wrong thing? Wait, what? I'm so confused. It just changed from... There we go. That's weird. Anyways. I hate when it does that. Anyways, let me go over here too. But, where am I going with this? I was mentioning something about something I already forgot. Wait, we're talking about the level ranges for the other thing. But yeah, that basically means you have to do each of these combats beforehand. You don't have to. The game's not going to force you to. But realistically, to have smooth transitioning between chapters, you got to get to level 30 in the first 2 before you move on. And you got to do level 40 every chapter after. It's not that big of an ask, though. Especially if you just do like some of the side quests that are in the area and everything. But it is basically a requirement just so you can get all your combat levels so you can actually function in every single region. Because when you first step foot into Chapter 5, for example, every enemy in Chapter 5 is going to be level 140 at the lowest. So if you're not already having all those combats and you're going in at like level 100, you're going to be so weak. Compared to where, you know, the rest of the chapter is at the time. So basically the obelisk level is your guard level in Chapter 1, for example. Kind of. The way that the obelisk level works is it's your first 30 to 40 levels go into your player tree, but then every level after that goes into obelisk. So let's say you're in Chapter 4, like Chronopolis right now. I'm level 235. The first 40 levels go into your player level. So like the main skill tree that you'll have for the overarching combat that you have. So the first 40 will go into that. But then every little bit of combat after that, like 41, 42, all the way to 235 that we're at right now, all the way to 500, every single one of those levels go into your obelisk. Which means the max level of the obelisk will be level 460 for this chapter. And everything above 40 would go to our obelisk. So we would currently have an obelisk level of 195 in Chronopolis. Like, we'd currently have the max possible combat level you can have, which is 140. You can't possibly have higher than that until Chapter 5 comes out. So when this patch happens, 140 will be your max total. This is from the combination of the 30, 30, 40, 40. So your max you could possibly have would be 140 then. And everything else is just purely obelisk then. The only other thing the obelisk can kind of do is help your next one in line. So for example, if you do a ton of things in Chapter 4, it'll help your Chapter 5. As some of the benefits that you get from this obelisk helps the immediately after next chapter. So essentially, the way that you would play the game then is you would have to go and get combat in every single region to its threshold, which for the first two is 30, and then for every other chapter, their fourth is 40. I wish they would just made it all uniform, so it'd be easier to say, like, hey, all of them are just 40. But the first two are slightly weirder. But there's basically 40 for every chapter. So you would get your 30 levels in Guard, you get your 30 levels in Scout, then your 40 in Mind Fighter. Obviously, it's not called that, but, you know, in your chapter Obelisk, or your chapter Combat in there. And then your 40 in Watch Person, then boom, you're good to go to walk into Chapter 5 then. And that gives you your main combat, and then everything beyond that goes to your Obelisk. The way that the Obelisk work is every level beyond that level starts being fed into your Obelisk, that then gives you a bunch of skill tree perks, which we saw down here with the other thing. And then you start unlocking overall arcing perks. Some of them are things that already existed, but some of them are things that don't. Like, for example, there's... actually, I need to make this wider to fully see this. But there's things like regeneration rate. There's things like be able to tune even higher. There's things like extra ammo, which is kind of huge. As well as all the other things you would normally get whenever you level up. As well as other things I think they even mentioned below hand. Which is increased hit point regeneration speed, which we already saw. Increase all faction weapon proficiency, so you'll be able to use things that aren't your faction. Or actually, did they mean this mostly? Oh, I just realized. This means this mostly for weapons. I don't think they actually meant you could use the gear now that I'm rereading it. Oops, this is blocking everything now. That's a problem, isn't it? Wait, I need to go reread that because I read that wrong the first time around. That doesn't actually give you access to the other classes' gear, does it? Because it specifically says, increases your off-faction weapon and armor proficiency at a lower rate. No, that still sounds like you can use other factions' armor. Doesn't that? I don't know. What does that read to you guys? Does that read as you can use the other faction's equipment? It will just be less effective? Because that's what it reads to me. Increases your off-faction weapon and armor proficiency at a lower rate so that you can wield off-faction items. That sure sounds like you can wield other faction equipment to me. Which means we need to start training Bone Right to post 200. Because that means we actually need Bone Right equipment. As the biggest hole in Cryonite is green. And Guardian is green. Alright, let me go buy the real hides now. We're doing the wimpy hides. Let me go get the real ones. And then go back to figuring out whatever on earth we're talking about right now. You're allowed to use untuned items, but they won't have all the additional effects. There's something that they mentioned somewhere in all this mess. Is you will be able to use untuned items, but they just won't have any effect. It'd be like if you were using them in the wrong chapter. So you can still use them, their effectiveness is just way reduced. Kind of like if you tried using like a chapter 1 equipment in chapter 4. It has like that same effect to it. Let's see. Oh yeah, extra movement speed during combat's kind of interesting. Increasing maximum ammo, we already saw. Immunity speed's kind of interesting. Because that's something that can actually help a lot with skilling. Because that's the only one on this that actually helps with skilling rather than combat. Which I didn't think about that just now. Because I was mentioning earlier, this probably isn't that strong, but it's actually absurdly strong. Because what you can do is you can use your combat level to help your skilling level. Instead of needing to go and use a bunch of fear potions and everything, you might eventually be able to go leave combat in like under half a second. It just casts an immunity like near immediately. Like you click the button and like not even a second later you're already immune. Like this could actually be really good for skilling. As it essentially removes the need for fear potion chugging. Because for the amount of time it will take to do a fear potion, there might be some times where this is actually just better, since it doesn't incur the cost of constantly using a fear potion. It really depends how quick you can get it down to. If you can get it down to under a second, this is almost better than using fear potions, due to how long it takes to drink a fear potion. If you only need it like occasionally rather than constantly. If you're constantly going into a combat room, this is a different situation though. If you're only doing it like occasionally, it's not going to matter too much. Oops, I just over encumbered the thing. Let me go drink my double boosts. Put this into our bone rate. There's only problem with doing left side right now though. It's kind of in the way of the other thing. Convert to XP, put that into bone rate. Convert that into XP, put that into bone rate. If I can even fit it over there. There we go. Alright, off you go. Alright, anyways. What else were I mentioning with this? You wonder if the speed in combat, if you can break it with range. Oh yeah, that's true. If you can move quicker backwards while doing range, you can maybe potentially infinitely kite something. I didn't think about that. But yeah, with extra ammo and extra movement speed, I wonder if you could infinitely kite an enemy. I'm slightly doubtful of that, but that would be kind of cool. If you had such a high movement speed and obviously like near infinite ammo, that you just keep kiting an enemy all the way around the world. Obviously not around the world, around the cube. But you can just keep kiting it over and over and over again around the entire room. In like a gigantic, like ovally square. Like it'd almost be like a circle with its angles cut off. I'm not sure what shape you would really call that. I guess a hexagon shape? Like you'd move basically hexagon-like. Or not hexagon-like. What's a six-sided object called? Or would it be 5? Let's see. I guess it depends on your room shape. But you'd move in like a 5-prong, 6-prong kind of shape. And just keep kiting them around in that shape over and over again. By ranging them from a distance, if you could actually outrun them with your backwards movement speed. While still getting an attack off. It would be kind of funny. Because then nearly every enemy in the game is safe spottable if they don't have a range attack. And the only ones that are annoying are things that actually have a range attack. The main thing that's kind of weird is the whole equipment thing. The equipment in a level goes to level 30, but then has the attunement thing on it. The main thing that's kind of weird about this, let me actually go read this whole section. Because the weapon crafting thing, I think, is the most controversial one for me. Like, as far as how they have it structured. Because it seems overly convoluted as far as how it works. While also completely changing the entire meta of how crafting is currently done. But weapons and armor will work in a similar way. No, that cannot be further from the truth. Each weapon and armor will be have a base level. Your player's combat level must be at least as high as the weapon's level to wield it. The monsters in episode 1 will drop 0 to 30 weapons. The monsters in episode 2 will drop 30 to 60, etc. Furthermore, if you have advanced the monsters to a higher level skin using the end game mechanic, those monsters will start dropping weapons with an additional tuning level. Weapons with a tuning level are boosted by the obelisk they are tuned to. If a weapon has a tuning level, then you will also need to have upgraded the weapon armor proficiency, see that below, of the applicable obelisk to wield it. So we don't know exactly how many levels we'll get for each one of those. It could be 10, it could be 20, it could be 30. But we're going to have to spend some amount of our obelisk allocations to upgrading the range at which we can upgrade equipment. That's what that sword with those little symbols next to it and the other thing was. We can actually see it right over here. That's what these two were. The little symbol with the... that's the proficiencies over here. Oh, I forgot. That makes it even smaller. But the sword with like the little things next to it and the helm. Somewhere's over here. Yeah, the helm with the little things next to it. These two are your proficiency in armor and weapons. Which effectively is what that's referring to. So we don't know how many points you're going to get when you do that. Because they haven't clarified or even know themselves. But you will get some amount of points that you can end up allocating towards that. That will end up giving... actually allowing you to wield these higher pieces of equipment. Oh wow, this is super hard to do. I'm like trying to do it based on knowledge of where it is. I can't believe I actually collected that correctly. Because I have it as blocked as you guys. This is also blocked for me right now. So I actually did that without actually seeing where the teleport or anything is. Just because we did it so many times, I just know where the button is. Oh gosh, we played a little bit too much. We just did the teleport without knowing where any of the teleport buttons are. Because my screen is just as blocked to you guys as this to me. On that one side over there. That's really funny. Let me go ahead all the way over. But, yeah, so basically whenever you kill something in a chapter and you've uptuned them, like let's say you did it to like the next tier of enemy, let's say you're fighting like, you know, effectively like level 200 somethings because you upped them. They would basically drop an item that would be like 30 with a 170 tuning level. But you're going to need to go use some of your obelisk allocated points in order to increase the rate at which you can wield an item. So you're going to have to go and actually upgrade those perks. I assume each one would give you like 10 levels worth, because you're definitely not going to have to do that for every single one. So each individual point that you put into it will probably count for 10, I would assume. Like some number similar to that, like 10 or 20 of them. So for this, you'd probably need to do 2 items into it. Like you're going to need at least level 32 in guard. Like for this, you'd basically need 32 guard to be able to wield this item. Even though it says 47. But if you have combat in the other regions, you should be able to hold this at level 32 guard. This level 47 piece of equipment. Which might sound weird, but it's because you would have your 30 levels already allocated into your combat, which get auto-allocated there. But then you have your... Well, it still has a skill tree, but you know, it automatically goes there first. And then you would have your obelisk levels. But unless you actually need 17 obelisk levels. But it seems like you could just put it into your weapon tuning thing and just simply have 2, but it's hard to tell. Because it has an obelisk symbol. So it's hard to tell if you actually need a level 17 obelisk or if you just need to allocate that many points into it. But no, that's something that's really confusing. Because then what does the other thing mean that actually gives you like weapon proficiency? Because is it that you need a level 17 obelisk, aka you need level 47 to wield this? Or can you just put it into proficiency and wield this earlier? Like you might be able to put 2 proficiency points into your armor and be able to wield this at level 32 rather than have to wield it at 47. That's something that's still kind of confusing, is how the proficiency exactly... by doing weapon proficiency and armor proficiency, by upgrading that, but we don't currently know how exactly that works. This doesn't really explain it that well in that regard. It kind of says C section below, but this C section below doesn't really explain it like at all. So the C section below doesn't really help that much. Unrelated, but it's be great if we could bank more than 2,000 knowledge points so we can get the new passive all at once. That would be kind of cool. I personally feel like it should be a number that isn't perfectly 100%, so that people don't like keep spamming at the end or feel the need to have to do that with like bigger potions. I would love if knowledge stopped at like 250% or 450% or 350% or something like that. Like something that isn't directly at a 100,000 mark. Because otherwise you're always going to be encouraged to waste some amount of knowledge in order to get to the mark. Because even if they raise it to 400%, you're still going to lose knowledge whenever you go from 399 to 400%. There's still always going to be some amount of knowledge burning unless they make it a number that isn't divisible by 100%. But yeah, hopefully I'll do that eventually. Doesn't really matter what number they make it. Like 250, 450, whatever number, 410. But it needs to be a number that isn't perfectly divisible by 100,000 or 100%, I mean. Otherwise, you're always going to have an issue where you're burning some amount of knowledge because it's better to hold for whatever the biggest thing is and then just dump one big potion on it. But this is probably the most controversial one, at least for me. I'm not sure about the average person. But this right here is like the only thing that's like controversial to me in all of this. Like everything that was mentioned. So weapon crafting. When crafting weapons in the Mines of Matubin, the maximum level of weapon you can craft is whatever your crafting level is plus 60. The reason they did this is because it's in Chapter 3. And you would have gotten by Chapter 3 60 levels into your combat. Like when you're stepping foot into Mines of Matubin as a new player in this new system, you will be stepping foot as a level 60 whenever you first step foot in there. It doesn't matter how much you did in Chapter 1 or how much you did in Chapter 2. You'll be walking into Chapter 2 as a level 60. The only thing that would help you a little bit is if you did the obelisk in Chapter 2. But let's just assume you didn't do that. But regardless, even if you did, you'll be walking into Chapter 2 as a level 60. Which is why they did this. Because when you step foot into Mines of Matubin, you're stepping foot as a level 60, basically. So you'll be able to immediately craft up to level 60 immediately. Like, in that regard, it makes sense. Because you're level 60, you get the crafting skill, you immediately start crafting level 60 equipment. Boom, you're good to go. Like, everything you craft is a level 60 that you immediately need in Mines of Matubin. So that makes sense. Why it's plus 60. So, to craft a level 100 Cryonite weapon, like, that's not my problem with it, necessarily. It's everything else around it. So, to craft a level 100 Cryonite weapon suitable for use in Chronopolis, you will need to be a level 40 blacksmith because you already have the base 60, and you need the extra 40 in order to go support Chronopolis, which means you would need about 80 in your crafting skill in order to go support it for a what'd you call it? For a level words. You would need level 80 in order to do it for chapter 5 for Stonewall Hill. That's the word I was looking for. But okay, let me go explain that first. Let me go figure out where my teleport is. Let's see. Can we play guess the teleport location? Somewhere's around here. Let's see. Up. I got it. It's like a bit of searching. We found it though. Are these the patch notes? No, these are not the patch notes. I went over them all the way at the beginning of the stream. The patch notes didn't really do much today. They mostly just added a few more enemies to any room that had 3. You can now use EXP pots on your dailies ventures. So you could 5% boost them or whatever boost pot you want to use on them. Stuff like that. A lot of like really small things. Nothing really that we can go grind or anything. This is a lot of small quality of life things. But yeah, as far as the crafting system, everything beyond this is mostly what I would say is controversial to me. So if you level up your crafting professions, you can craft better stuff. Also have a higher tuning level. Okay, so all this is fine. And let's go a little bit deeper. So notes compared to currently. It will be easier to craft weapons which are relevant for chapter 1 and 2. Yep, that's fine. It'll be about the same to craft weapons that are relevant for episode 3. Yep, that's fine. And it'll be slightly harder for every other chapter. That's fine. Crafted weapons are always untuned initially. That's already how it is. Even if they have a tuning level. And so can still be tuned to an obelisk of your choice. And can still be infused to make epic weapons. And that would just take into account their tuning level. Because of this, we will allow you to craft weapons with a higher level than your crafting level. The price of crafted weapons will need to be balanced accordingly, so that the wealth gain of each level of crafting remains the same as currently. However, we also want the wealth gain from killing monsters at each combat level to remain the same. To fix this, untuned weapons, for example, the ones you craft, will have a lower cash value than tuned weapons, which means you will, they also mentioned, yeah, and you'll have to pay the cash difference to tune them. So they actually told us exactly how much it is, the cash difference between a tuned item and the untuned item. Okay, that's not too bad then. Because how much could that possibly be? That's about what I said earlier, probably about 25% or so. Alright, that's interesting. Basically, it's 60 levels worth of value. We can actually already figure out how much the attunement cost is, actually. If we craft a level 60 item and then like level 120 item, the difference in their two values is about how much it would cost to tune that item compared to now. Like the difference between the two items is basically how much it would be. So we can kind of figure it out roughly what the percent would be based on that. We could actually go test that if we really wanted to. But if we craft like a level 60 and a level 120, or you know, any two levels could be like 100 and a 160, as long as they're 60 apart. The difference between those two items as a percent is roughly the attunement costs when the patch happens. So yeah, this should only be like 25-30%. So the number we said earlier, 25%, seems about right. Because I didn't see that part at the end. It's the difference between what they're worth and before and after tuning. So that's not too bad. And the difference is likely going to be about that 60 level range, if they're going to be keeping consistent for both. So all we'd have to do is create two items 60 levels apart, and we could figure that out pretty quickly. Roughly what the percent difference will be for each level range. Oh yeah, my main thing that's I don't know about this is it changes what's actually good for material. We also don't know exactly how this is going to work for rarity output for crafting, as well as merging. They mentioned that you can, but they don't mention how exactly it's going to work. Like obviously, it'll still take into account their attunement level and everything. But the main thing we don't know is how will it affect rarity. Because right now, everything from level 0 to 19 is in one rarity curve. Everything from 20 to 199 is in a different rarity curve. And everything 200 plus is in the rarest rarity curve. But this basically changes what material can now do 199s. It goes from being tier 4 and 5 material all the way down to tier 3 material. So that's the main thing we don't currently know. Is that rarity curve being changed? So is it a 150 or 259 that's the new 199? Like how is this going to work? Because they haven't really explained that at all. If like a 259 is now a 199. Or if now tier 3s are the new tier 4s. That's the main question I have when it comes to this, like, entire section. Is how on earth does crafting work with the plus 60? Because, depending on how it works, tier 3 is, like, the most important material in the game now. Otherwise, tier 4 still is. It's just 259 instead of 199. But I don't know, there's a lot of things we just don't know about it that they haven't clarified. Level scaling. So, yeah, the weakest enemy you'll ever face will be 10 levels lower than you. And then, yeah, we got this combat tree. I'm going to read it from the top again. Unlike every other profession in the game, leveling up combat already does more than just unlock new activities. It actually gives many different... Also, if I'm reading this, might as well do this. There we go. But combat already does unlocks new activities. It actually gives many different upgrades. So these are all the upgrades it currently gives. It increases the level of a weapon you can wield, a weapon proficiency. It increases the level of armor you can wield, armor proficiency. They're mentioning it this way because those are upgrades you can actually do on the tree. That's what the sword and the helm is over here. The sword is a weapon proficiency. The helm is armor proficiency. The main thing we don't know is how many levels of it are you getting? Like, are we talking 5, 10, 20? It's not really currently clarified here. But obviously that is something that would be clarified if you were actually doing it in-game when it does exist. Rather than giving you a little bit of each upgrade when you level up, we are going to introduce upgrade trees, which allows you to choose which upgrade you want each time you level up. So if you want to focus on a particular color of damage or on building a tank or a glass cannon, you can, because each upgrade will only upgrade a single stat. The upgrade will be able to grant a much greater increase in that single stat, so you'll be able to make more of a noticeable difference. So instead of how it is now, where you get a marginal amount of like everything when you gain a level, it's going to be a lot more focused compared to how it is now. Also, this is so hard to click, by the way. I should move this over slightly so I could at least click the teleport button. Let's see. Wait. If I move this over. Up. There we go. There we go. Now I can hit my teleport easily. I still know where Chronopolis is, or teleport Chronopolis. There we go. That's a lot easier now. The biggest issue was clicking a small little button. Now we can click it correctly. There we go. I fixed all the issues. Everything is now fixed. But anyways, I don't know. Is there anything else we really need to go over with the combat tree? Does anyone in chat have any questions? Not sure if I can answer them, though. But I think I kind of have a gist of what they were doing with this now. Overall, I am in favor. Definitely a few things that need to be clarified, though. But they probably will over the upcoming days or weeks. Also, we are still so far away from our bone rate level, by the way. I need 168. We are at 143.5. We need 25 more levels. Oh, gosh. We're going to have to do so much, like, not bone rate to go get our bone rate up. Is there one on the page? Just got here, so you don't want to ask for a recap. Oh, yeah, there's one on the page. The patch notes thing. It's a pretty small patch notes. We could even just read it right now again. It's a really, really small one. But yeah, it's on the same page. It's over at the discussions thing. Or not discussions, under news. But yeah, this was the whole patch notes for today. Wait, why didn't it bring up the wrong one, though? Click on patch notes. There it is. But yeah, increase the number of active combat monsters in any room, ensuring that the area has at least 4. We saw this when we went to Snake Room. They also made Tentacle Road easier. You can actually do a straight line in Tentacle Road if someone's doing combat with one of the tentacles. They actually made it really, really free compared to before. Beyond that, the size of a few rooms have been accommodated for this. They increased the number of concurrent players that can be in a combat room so it doesn't get overcrowded. So basically to make sure every room has at least 4, but also made it so it'd be less crowded. And obviously changed the room sizes to accommodate for it. So basically some combat rework without combat reworking. But more so quality of life so you don't get crashed while doing combat. They added a logout button whenever you do a passive, which if you're doing a passive you've probably already seen. Allows weapons and armors to be compared in various chapters. So for example, I'm in chapter 4 right now, so we can actually look at all my chapter 1 and 2 gear. Something you weren't able to do in the past, but you can now do now. Which is really nice. Just makes it convenient to kind of check things. Especially if you're in the wrong chapter, trying to check something else. Shows stats of off-episode weapons, which is the same thing with that. So you can be able to see them. And always recenter map when you end up teleporting. I would say the biggest change they end up making is on balancing. Active EXP potions now boost the EXP granted from ventures. This is a 5 to 10% boost to every venture in the entire game, as you can now use 5 to 10% potions in order to go and increase the amount of EXP you get from a venture. This was not doable before. I believe the first time bonus from them was boosted, but the actual amount of EXP you get every time you took a venture was not boosted. However, now whenever you do your 12-hour, 24-hour dailies, you will be able to go boost them as long as you go use a boost potion. So, yeah, you can 5% boost them, 10% boost them, whatever you have access to. So definitely start using boost potions on your ventures, as they gain a lot of benefit from it, since they have so much downtime in between. So to be able to use one single potion to go be able to get a whole full 5% off of them, really, really good value. So yeah, if you haven't been now, start using boost potions for your ventures, as they do actually work on them now, as of this morning. So like I already did it for these two. When we did it, we got 5% extra mining XP and 5% extra detective XP. That's of course still costs you a potion per, and that's all your ventures are in one chapter, which is only 2 chapters you can currently do that in, chapter 1 and 4. It is actually impossible to do that in chapter 2, as there's no ventures in chapter 2, oddly enough, currently. And there's only 1 in chapter 3, so you can't ever synergize it with another one, as there's currently not a second one to go do it with, unfortunately. So chapter 1 and 4 are the only ones where you could multi-dip a potion. Otherwise, you gotta sip one for every single individual chapter they have a venture for. But otherwise, you still get the EXP bonus from them. Yeah, that was the only real changes to that. It is basically that, and the basically combat's now slightly easier, and you get like 5% free XP from your ventures, as long as you remember to actually bring a potion with you. Those are the biggest 2 changes. 5% extra XP for all ventures, effectively, and combat's a little bit less hard to get crashed compared to before. I'm not sure if there's anything else we really need to go over with the combat rework. I feel like we kind of went over everything. Got a good gist of everything that's happening now. But we'll have to see if they still tweak it any further from what they've already mentioned. Is this some Path of Exile stuff? How would you summarize it? What, the skill tree? I haven't played too many games with the skill tree, so I'm not sure how to summarize the skill tree. They also said it's a pretty late mock-up. But some things that are pretty noteworthy on the skill tree is better movement speed while in combat, effectively infinite ammo, the ability to wield higher armor and weapons than what your level is, potentially, by going for weapon and armor attunement. What other things? You'll be able to upgrade specific damage types and resistances, rather than how it is now, where you just gain like a small amount over everything. But you actually be able to target certain elemental types. Like obviously as a Cryo Knight, you'd want to be targeting Cryo like crazy, for example, as well as physical. Like there'd be like the main 2 you'd want to focus on. You can kind of change your build accordingly too. So for example, you'd be able to focus on, let's say I'm a Cryo Knight, like as we are, we'd want to focus on upgrading our, let's say we don't care about durability or much at all. We just want as much DPS as we could possibly get. We would want to go into weapon proficiency, so we can go wield better weapons. We would want to go into physical damage, because if we don't roll our cryo damage, we are going to be doing physical. We're going to want to go upgrade our cryo damage, because that's going to be a good bulk of our damage. And yeah, those would be the main things, like those few things. And then beyond that, maybe there's like a little bit of bulkiness, maybe some armor proficiency, maybe some what would you call it? Regeneration, stuff like that, because they're adding regen as well. And we wouldn't really need movement speed for the most part. It really comes down to how much you can really... actually, we might. The biggest thing we don't know right now is how much it's going to cost to respec. Like, are you going to be respecing for, like, every new enemy that you move on to, or are you going to be not doing that? Because we don't know exactly how much the cost will be, so it might not be worth respecing. For the first few weeks, they're going to be letting you respec for free, as many times as you want. But afterwards, there will be a cost associated with it. So it might not be worth constantly changing, so you might have to go into multiple different things. We don't really know. Like how much you're going to be able to avoid, like upgrading, let's say, ammo and movement speed in favor of, I don't know, maybe just better armor and durability. Because there would probably be situations where you'd want to go into, like if you're not constantly respecing, it would probably be better, depending on what you're doing, depending on what your goal is, to potentially go into armor proficiency and regeneration and max HP, rather than going into higher ammo and better movement speed. Because higher ammo and better movement speed might help you like kite around and stuff like that. But there might be situations where you still would need to go, like against a ranged enemy, for example, where you might as well just be tanking them, where you're going to need that extra durability, where you're going to need the extra HP regen, everything like that, better armor access. So I don't know, we'll kind of have to wait and see as far as what would the best priority be. Obviously, DPS is generally the best thing to be going for. However, it might not always be the best thing to be going for, as you still need to survive enough to not need to be chugging HP pots and everything. But I don't know, a lot of details like that as far as these tree. We don't really know exactly how we're going to need to build. They also mentioned they're going to be adding some interesting things like special attacks to the tree, as well as gear from other classes. You'll actually be able to increase your proficiency with other class gear. I wonder how high that can go. Like, are we talking 90% proficiency, 95%? Because that's kind of huge if so. That means basically every class is every class. If you can get up to like 90, 95% proficiency. You do have to redo this for every single chapter though. So you would only be able to do that at the super high level range of a chapter. But there is a chance you could get up to like 90, 95% proficiency in other classes gear by like level 400 something combat, or even lower than that. Because depending on how you allocate it, by effectively like 250 or 300 combat, you might be able to have like 90% proficiency in gear that isn't your own character. You wouldn't have access to it immediately, but you'd be able to. And it wouldn't be as good as actually being the class, but it really comes down to what the cutoff will be. I'm really curious what the max percent is if you have every single possible upgrade. Like, what level do you need? Bare minimum to have every upgrade? And then how much of a percent is it? Because if it's less than 80%, you might as well just not even bother. But if you can get up to 90, 95%, 98%, like, that's basically just the same as being that class at that point. If you're at least like 95% or higher. But no, we'll have to wait and see. We don't really know what the percent is, but if it's any percent like under 80, it's not worth it. Maybe at 80 it would be, like, for, let's say I'm a Cryo Knight and I'm fighting something green weak. 80% proficiency is not horrible because my option is to just not use a green weapon. So between not using a green weapon and using a green weapon, 80% proficiency is fine for using a Guardian weapon. But aside from that context, if it's anything less than 80%, it's not going to be worth it. So I'll have to wait and see. It's cool in concept, but in practice, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, you know what that probably means then? We're probably going to be able to tune items without needing all 4 of them. So me doing Lost and Found on the other accounts probably doesn't matter as much. Oh no! But yeah, me doing Lost and Founds on the alt might not actually matter. Oh no. I didn't think about that. But yeah, Lost and Found probably barely matters now. Well, I still need it for the EXP. But the amount that it mattered before compared to now is a lot less. I'm still going to do it though. We're too deep in to fall back now. We're in too deep. Movement speed is a plan to improve PvP. Yeah, that would improve PvP a lot. Having max movement speed for PvP is basically required. As it is in, like, MOBAs and stuff like that. Movement speed is just so strong. Movement speed and max ammo. And obviously DPS. And, like, everything that's combat related. But, yeah, movement speed will be huge in PvP. Like, you bare minimum would have to have it max as far as it can go. Otherwise, you're just going to get kited like crazy. But no, we'll have to see what the difference between the player tree and the obelisk tree is. They haven't really explained that yet. We don't even know if this is the player tree or the obelisk tree. Based on how it looks, I would assume this is the obelisk tree. Because it's, let's see, it says combat upgrade tree. Doesn't really give much of an indication if this is obelisk or not obelisk. It's very vague on what this is. If this is your player combat tree or your obelisk combat tree. Yeah, it definitely looks like obelisk. The main thing that gives it away is obelisk is it has attunement levels. It has attunement for weapon and attunement for armor. It's also set up in a way where it definitely has like a lot of extra upgrades that you wouldn't really have in your normal level up thing. The thing is, though, they haven't given us a screenshot of what the other one looks like. They've given us no screenshot of what the 30 level, 40 level, 40 level one is. Like your actual combat level. Because they mentioned in there there's a separate combat tree for it. To give you more control over it. Unless they just meant that they're just auto going to allocate them. But I could have sworn it says somewhere in there that we're getting a tree for that as well. It doesn't actually show one, though. Don't you know what we'll use this immediately? Why not? But I just cancel my potion. I hate when I do that. Whoops. Not slowly but surely, we're getting our bone rate level. 168's the number. We're definitely not getting it today. There's no way we hit 168 bone rate today. That'd be cool if we could, but there is zero chance. Oh, that reminds me, I don't have QoL action on right now. I need to go disable that. Or disable QoL action, I mean. I had the music turned low. I didn't realize that. I had the music turned lower for earlier. Like off stream. Alright, there we go. We're super rich? Yeah, we're loaded. We got like 5 gold right now. We like never have this much gold. By the end of getting 210 Leatherworker, we should have enough to go upgrade another tool and still have some spare cash. I'm not sure what tool I'm upgrading though. I'm still considering if I should go get all the forger tools upgraded or just go all in on pickaxe. I've been leaning towards pickaxe. But I still want to get 200 Gatherer. But I really don't have a need to get 200 Gatherer. Like, I want to get 200 Gatherer to make number go up. But what do we actually need 200 Gatherer for? Because the answer is pretty much nothing. I'm kind of considering putting all my money I have right now just to dump it all into pickaxe. And just upgrade to level 50 pickaxe. And then we can go get the forager gear. Because that's pretty much my game plan, I think. Obviously, we're working on Gatherer and... Well, maybe not obviously. We're doing Leatherworker right now. But what I'm trying to do is work on Gatherer and Bone right now. To get them both to 200. And then after that... it's probably 200 Alchemy. Then after that, it's 200 Woodcutting Carpenter. Then after that, it's 200 Fishing into Cooking. And then after all of that, it's finally 200 Forager. And I believe by that time, I would have enough money to get a level 50 pickaxe. So that we can then get to 25 tools from these. Because during that time, I would be doing some amount of mining. So I do believe all my money right now goes into pickaxe. And just start upgrading it slowly. How much do we need for 35? Let me go double check. I'm gonna check the web browser thing. How much do we need for 35 pickaxe? So basically 5 levels. If I want to get 1% more on my pickaxe, I need whatever the difference of these two numbers are. Which is... Wow, that's a lot of gold. But still worth it, though. But yeah, to get 1% more on my pickaxe right now, I would need... What is that? 14 gold. That's doable. Oh gosh, do we try doing that today? Is that today's goal? Did I just find what today's goal is? I think I might have just found today's goal. We need 14 gold. Well, technically 14.3. Which means like 14.5 because I need some spear. But yeah, that basically means I need to make 10 gold. Which means we gotta do like 5-ish hours of Leatherworker. I think that's today's goal then. There's a bunch of Leatherworker. Actually, we need to do slightly more. It'd almost be like 6 hours of Leatherworker. Oh no, do we bother doing all that today? We might. We'll see. There's a lot of Leatherworker though. Gotta do Leatherworker for like 5.5 to 6 more hours. And that would get us to a level 35 pickaxe. Which would be 1% more XP. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but for how much mining you have to do, and how much mining we plan to do, it'll definitely add up. Because I want to get a level 50 pickaxe before I go do 25 of these two tools. It's just not needed at the moment. Whereas the pickaxe we're actually actively using at least every week. Whereas once I get 200 Forager, I'm not touching it again for like almost forever. Also, by the way, the great merging that they're doing for combat, they're eventually doing for all the forging skills they did mention. Or they're likely going to try to do. How exactly that will pan out, we'll have to wait and see, though. Like, basically every skill that has a hand on it, like Forager, Gatherer, and Delver in Chapter 5, are planned to potentially be combined the same way that combat is. Not sure how they're going to do that, but they did say that they're probably going to do that at some point. It's not confirmed, but they mentioned if the combat merging goes well, that they're going to do the same thing for Forager and, you know, all the hand skills. Every skill that has a hand touching a resource. Wait, did Andrew just say on Twitter that they're not going to be combined? Wait, let me go check. Let me go check. Did he actually say that today? Oh, has he been posting a lot of info? I actually haven't checked his Twitter all day. Which I don't even have it open. Let's see. Twitter. Or X, whatever it's called these days. How do I... Gosh, how do you use Twitter these days? Let's see. Andrew Gower. Alright, let me see. Alright, does he have a bunch of info and mentioned anywheres? Let's see. Alright, so let's go and answer some of the things that he was talking about. Actually, let me go get the link and we can just bring it up. Let me go get this link. Copy, copy, copy. Alright, let me go bring this up on screen so we can go read through it. New tab. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, here we are. Alright, let me go head over here. And then we'll go read all the tweets underneath. Because apparently he's answering a bunch of questions. Wait, how do I... Oh, can you not see that when you're not logged in? Really? Is there not a way to see the page underneath? Really? It doesn't let you do that anymore? Gosh, X is going downhill. Can you really not check the comment section while being logged off? Let's see if I get a link directly to it from the other thing. I think the one I sent was the direct one, though. Oh, I might just have to read them off, then. Alright, so I can't check that here. Let me go check something. Let me go over here, otherwise I'll just read it off. Yeah, I think I just have to read it off then, that's fine. Alright. Let's do the read-offs then. So, are obelisk capes the exact same as the current chapter capes? Will I still be able to claim my scout cape, or will this be converted to something else? They will be the same, and will use the same graphics. Alright, there we go. No plans to merge the gathering skills. Interesting. Alright, so gatherings are still going to stay separate from each other then. Interesting. Besides the skill tree, what's fundamentally changing? Oh no, he didn't actually answer that one. Let's see, are there any other ones he answered? He only answered one question. And the only thing he really mentioned is that gatherings not being combined. Everything else doesn't have any replies. I'm just double checking. There are a bunch of questions but no answers. But yeah, the only thing that got an answer was saying that gathering won't be combined. Alright, well, confirmed from Andrew Gower himself. Gathering will not be combined. That's the only tidbit of info we got from that, though. Everything else is a bunch of questions, but no answers to them. But he did confirm that gathering will not be combined, apparently. Well, I guess we gotta do foraging, then. We gotta go do forager. Yeah, that's the only thing he confirmed there. There's like 20, 30 questions that people were giving him, but that's the only one that was answered. Oh, so hello, B. Welcome, welcome. Have I seen a new combat tree? It's better than... Oh, yeah, I saw the new combat tree. Yeah, we've been talking about, like, the entire stream. The whole patch notes thingy thing. That's not where I want to go. I'll go bring it back up though real quick. I don't think there's anything else we haven't gone over here. We stared at this page for like at least 2 to 3 hours today. Like every single word on this page. I'm still curious to see how it pans out. And of course, we do currently have a poll on it. What's the poll at right now? After 64 votes, what are your thoughts on the Brighter Shores proposed combat merge? 52% say like it, 39% say neutral, and 9% say bad. as far as the current distribution. Well, I think it could just be mixed match and eternal communication. He's obviously Andrew Gower, kind of knows what he wants to do, but he's not necessarily relaying every single tidbit of information to the community manager. Is I think the main thing. Because the community manager has like a general idea of everything they're doing. But, you know, it might not be exactly what's happening. So sometimes he might give like slightly inaccurate information like that. Where it's like, oh, maybe they'll get merged, and then Andrew Gower's like, no, they're 100% not getting merged. Or he even ended up mentioning that like other people will be able to see your ground items. And I'm pretty sure, no, you're not going to be able to see other people's ground items. But, yeah, I think it's just due to his lack of information. Not because he's not doing a good job or anything. But, I mean, he doesn't know the full picture, so he can't always say accurate info. He just has to say what he knows. But what he knows might not actually be correct. Sometimes. Yeah, that's basically what's happening there. Not that he's doing anything wrong, it's just he just doesn't know. Sometimes. That or it could get changed, of course. Like maybe Andrew Gower would like mention it briefly one day and then it's like, nope, that's not actually what I meant. I was just kind of mentioning it in theory, we're not actually doing that. That's just some small communication errors. But overall, yeah, Gathering's not being merged. Which means we can safely get our 200 Gatherer and 200 Forager in peace. He changed his mind while skiing in the Alps. I don't know, honestly, I would still love to see all the hand skills get merged together. Because it has a pretty similar issue to what will ultimately happen with alchemy as well down the line. As well as, what's the other one? Well, it's mostly foraging and alchemy. Because they're both going to have an issue where it's going to be like really repeaty in a sense. Because like nearly every other chapter is basically going to have a forager or gatherer or delver equivalent. Like every single time. And alchemist almost has like the inverse problem. Where it's already one skill that has everything in it. But it needs to be developed in some way and changed up a little bit. So that it can actually scale for the rest of time. Because we don't know if alchemy is going to be like the single potion making skill or if we're going to start getting more. Like, are we going to get a new potion making skill in chapter 6 or 7? Realistically, chapter 6. Or is it just going to all go into alchemy? Because alchemy will eventually be as bloated as combat will be with all the merger and combat. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. It'll definitely allow for diversity in builds, that's for sure. When it comes to the skill tree. The two funniest builds is range running. And just being so tanky that you just kill everything. Like, those are going to be probably the funniest builds. Like, full DPS range running. Where you just kite around everything. Especially on slower enemies. Because that means chapters that have a lot of slower enemies with really roomy rooms are going to be so ridiculously easy to kill. You basically just run circles around the room, or hexagons, or whatever shape you want to go do for it. And you would just kite them around forever. Maybe occasionally they would catch up to you for like one hit. But you'd exchange like 5 to 1, 10 to 1, 20 to 1. Maybe even 0 to 1. Because if you could 0 to 1 them, that's going to be so funny. If you could just upgrade your speed to the max, upgrade your ammo to the max, upgrade your DPS to the max, and then just 0 to 1 them over and over again. Like, that would make almost every enemy in the game fully safe spottable. Just with movement speed. There are some room types where you wouldn't be able to do that, though. And obviously, any enemy that is a ranged attack, you would not be able to do that on. It would only work on melee. Particularly slower moving melee. But even higher moving melee, if you can move quick enough, it doesn't matter if they move quick. Because if you move quicker, it doesn't matter what their movement speed is. It'd be more convenient if they move slower, but it might not be required depending on how high player movement speed can get. It's something we currently don't know, though. Well, there's still going to be ways to do it kind of simplicitly. Hopefully they'll also add a random button to the skill tree so it still kind of works like before. If you really want to allocate it that way too. Because when the patch first happens, it's going to be allocated pretty evenly. So you may barely even notice that the patch even happens. Because all the allocations watch it be pretty even. Like evenly distributed and everything. But then if you want to respec it to be more focused, you can. Because they might add an auto allocate button. Just to make like a well-rounded build for people that don't want to go and, you know, make a build. It'll basically do it kind of like how it does it now. Where you just evenly distribute all your stats to everything. Because that's the way it's currently working. But after the skill tree, you'll be able to more specifically focus it. As well as have a lot more things that you'd be able to put it into compared to now. But if they had an auto allocation button, it would work almost exactly how it does now. Wouldn't be exactly one-to-one the same, but it'd be very similar to how it already is. They didn't mention an auto allocation button, though. So you might have to do manual allocation. The only auto allocation we know of is when it first comes out, it will do that. But we don't know if there's going to be an auto allocation button being added. We only know it's going to be auto allocated the second the patch gets updated. But if they already have it to do the patch, they could probably make a button that does it for you as well. For people that just don't want to deal with the skill tree. And it'd be relatively similar to how the game plays now, just with a few differences here and there. Because there's a lot more effects on the skill tree compared to what we currently get for leveling up right now. Yeah, he ended up mentioning it all the way at the top of the changes too. He mentioned one of the reasons for this is because people's first expressions when coming into the game tends to be pretty bad with how the current combat system works. He mentioned it right here. There's actually an exact line. Let's see. It has been very challenging. Where is it? Where is it? Let me just read it. We're planning on making some changes to how combat blah 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 core system. By episode, it has been a very challenging new system for a single combat. Doesn't out of reach or dead content. After spending many days considering this isn't set in stone. Wait, I thought I could have said something like that. It's not over here. I just skimmed past it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we know that changing a core system can be controversial, but having a per episode combat profession is putting off new players. Yeah, that's where he said it. Where he just outright said it. He's affecting new player experience. Does the points only come from combat skills? Yes. Basically how it works is you have an overarching combat where you gain 30 for the first 2 chapters and then 40 every chapter after. And that becomes your main combat level. But then every excess that you get within a chapter goes to a chapter obelisk. Which is what that big skill tree that we saw over there is. That's your chapter obelisk. But, yeah, every level beyond level 40 and every chapter goes into it. But the only exception being chapter 1 and 2, which go to 30 before they start getting allocated toward it. Which means the obelisk in most chapters go to level 460. But the first 2 go into 470 since less of it goes to your overarching combat level. Which means when the patch comes out, the highest level person in the game will only be a level 140. Because you're going to have 30 from the first 2 chapters and then 40 from the other 2 for a total of 140. So no one will be over level 140 combat. The rest of your power comes from Obelisk. But your actual combat level when the patch hits will be level 140. Or, you know, most people's. If you have 30, 30, 40, 40 at least. You'll be exactly at 140. And even if you have higher, you'll still be at 140. But the rest of the power comes from all the allocation you do with the skill tree and the Obelisk. Where every level beyond that in the given chapter is a level towards your Obelisk. So we'd have a, for example, a level 195 Obelisk right now in this chapter right now. These would just be this number minus 40. So it'd be a level 140 with a 195 Obelisk in chapter 4 right now. If the system was to exist today. It would be the max current possible level of 140 while having a 195 Obelisk out of the 260 you could have. But yeah, combat level is going to keep going up and up and up. It should probably even exceed 500 as well. Your Obelisk level never will. Your Obelisk level effectively is still 500 for every chapter. It just goes to 460 because the other 40 goes into your main combat. But your total combat level will eventually exceed 500 by chapter 13. Unless they change the system by then. But combat level by chapter 13 will be over level 500. The amount of Obelisk you'll still have to do will be capped at 500, or more so 460, because the level first 40 goes into your combat level. But your actual overarching combat level will eventually exceed 500. Yes, when the patch comes out, you won't be able to go any higher than 140. As there's a cap to how many levels you can get per chapter. And then the cap would be 180 by the time you hit chapter 5. And the way that it works is every chapter starts at that level. So for example, we're currently 140 right now. Because 30 from Hopeport, 30 from Hope Forest, and then 40 from the other 2. Because it's the cap you can currently get. And then 40 for every chapter further. But for example, Chronopolis is level 100 to 140. But then the next chapter is going to be 140 to 180. Which means the highest level I can enter that chapter in is 140. And it's starting at 140 and goes to 180. So we're already going to be level scaled to the chapter. The only thing that can help us a little bit is they did say that the Obelisk from the previous chapter do have a few perks that will help you in the following chapter. So if you want to be more proficient in chapter 5, having a higher level in chapter 4 and having all those Obelisk upgrades would help you in chapter 5. It'd probably be a very small benefit, but it'd be more than nothing. Which means the most efficient way to do combat would be to do 500 chapter 1, then, or you know, max chapter 1 combat, then max chapter 2 combat, then max chapter 3 combat, and go in order. Is the most efficient way to max your combat level. It's not required to do it that way, but we might start pivoting towards it, we'll see. I'm not sure if I want to go 500 all combat, though. There's just not really much of a need to do it. Because keep in mind, all the combat that you do in a given area, it only helps that area for the most part, and the area after it. It's not going to help you in PvP or in... Well, I guess it could help you in PvM, depending on how bosses work, assuming they're chapter locked. But, like, you won't need it for PvP, basically. You'll need to still do, like, the base level, like 30, 30, 40, 40, so on and so forth for PvP. But you likely wouldn't need, like, a level 500 Obelisk in, like, a region to go do it. It would simply just work off your main combat level, which is really low to get. You basically need to get base 40s to have your combat max, which is very easy to do. Well, at least compared to getting 500 all. Definitely way easier to get 40 all combat than 500 all combat, that's for sure. So if you max out the Obelisk for Chapter 1, you would have all of the upgrades. For Chapter 1, well, we don't know if it'll be all. We don't know how big the skill tree is. There's a good chance having a max Obelisk does not give you every upgrade. We currently don't know if it will or will not. But it hasn't been clarified yet. If the skill tree is bigger than the amount of Obelisk points you can get. That is currently not known. Because there's a chance you could be level fully maxed in a chapter and still not have every effect active. We just don't know if it's exactly the right size or not. I assume it's not because chapter 1 and 2 have a bigger tree. It has 470 instead of 460 like every other chapter. So there's a good chance there's going to be at least 500 of them or maybe even more than 500. But you can only do up to 460. So you might not actually be able to do the entire tree. You'd probably be able to do most of the tree though. Like, I feel like you'd be able to do at least like 80% of tree, probably. But no, we don't know how big the tree is. Also, I'm not too familiar with tree systems in game, so... Like, I'm not sure what Path of Exile 1 or 2 or any game like that's been doing recently. This is pretty much my first skill tree game in like 2 decades. I know generally how they work, though. It's more so just the shape of them that's different. Because the system of what skill trees are exists in a lot of other games. There's not necessarily like a quote-unquote skill tree. There's a lot of games that have similar functionality to what a skill tree is, though. It's just not a skill tree. Is it smart to train combat now? No. I would say one thing that today confirmed is, you should get base 40s in combat, and if you have higher than that, you're done. Until they add special attacks in the tree. Because it is actually less efficient to do combat right now by quite a lot compared to the changes that are going to be coming. Not only with how much speed you'll get from special attacks, but even just the combat tree alone. You can just allocate all into damage rather than having it evenly split. It's going to be so much quicker than it is now. You might have to chug a little bit more heal pots than normal, but it should be fine. But you might not even need to, because the damage would outweigh the extra damage you're taking. The damage you're dealing would outweigh the damage you're taking. But, yeah, I would stop doing any combat if you're above 40 all combat. If you have 40 all combat right now, you're basically done. Until they add special attacks and the combat tree rework. I think that's the main thing that was confirmed today, pretty much. Unless you really, really enjoy combat, you shouldn't be doing combat right now at all. Until the patch. The only exception is like the AFK raid dens, because you're getting detective XP, which you still need anyways. But aside from raid dens, there shouldn't be like any combat that you should be doing right now. Until they do the special attacks and or the combat tree. Ideally both. Hopefully they both come at the same time. I don't really know yet. There's something else that isn't really clear. Like, are we getting combat trees first, or special attacks first, or both at the same time? Because you need both of them to truly do combat again. Or, you know, when combat's going to be, like, really, really good. But we don't know if they're both coming at the same time, or what order that's going to be going. But we should hopefully know that soon. And by soon, I mean a couple weeks from now. That's kind of soon. Oh, so hello, Stefan! Welcome, welcome. You won't lose anything XP-wise by doing combat now, though. Yes, you don't lose any XP from doing combat now. However, it is slower to do combat now than it will be in like a month or two from now. So yes, you don't lose anything from doing combat now. Like if you want to do like post 40 or post 200 or any other level, you're not losing any of the benefit from doing it. However, you are doing it at a slower rate than what will be available soon. So if you don't mind just doing it at a slower rate, you could do it now. But you don't have access to special attacks, and you don't have access to the skill trees to allocate into better distribution. Right now, all distribution is pretty much even. Whereas the distribution you do later can be way more broken than just evenly putting into everything. So it is generally best to wait on combat as long as you have 40 all. So basically, if you've done every quest in every chapter, you're pretty much good to go. Because that places you around level 40 all. If you go over 40, don't your levels turn into talent points for the tree system? Yes. Anything you have above level 40 will go into skill tree. So for example, my guard level, since it's over 30, I will have level, basically, I will have level 140 combat. And my obelisk levels will be level 20 for Hope Port, level 21 for Hope Forest, level 60 for Mines of Matubin, because then it starts going to 40 from chapter 3 onwards, and then level 195 for Chronopolis. So it will be a level 140 with a 20, 21, 60, and a 195 obelisk in their respective chapters. You're confused about the tree and obelisk? So basically, the way that it works is you're going to have one overarching combat that needs to get a really low level in order to fully max out. For the first 2 chapters is level 30, and for every chapter afterwards is level 40. Every level beyond that goes into your obelisk level. So that's what the levels I was talking about earlier. So my obelisk levels are 20, 21, 60, and 195. Would be my obelisk levels in those 4 chapters. Because every level they have beyond that goes into that. But the obelisk levels only help you for 2 things. They help you for the current chapter that they correspond to. So obviously, you know, Guard 1 ends up helping Hopeport, the one in Chapter 1. But then it also ends up going and slightly helping the next chapter. It's the other small perk that they have. How much of that works for that, we don't currently know. But for example, having a higher Hopeport level in your Obelisk will help your Hope Forest. And Hope Forest will help your Mines of Matuban. Mines of Matuban will help your Chronopolis, so on and so forth. But yes, combat above the 30s and 40s do help. But they are a lot less limited, or a lot more limited. Like, the bare minimum that you need is just the 30s for the first 2 and then 40. Like, after that, you're pretty much good to go. Because every other benefit just helps within the chapter itself. And slightly for the chapter after. Which, another reason to wait on combat 2 is to use the chapter after effects. So if you're doing any combat right now, I would say there's only 2 you should really be doing. Guard, or AFK Raid Dens and Chronopolis if you want to do combat. Because Guard doesn't get any benefit from a previous Obelisk, so doing it now is not as detrimental as the other ones. And the other one that is good is obviously AFK Raid Dens because they're AFK. And also great XP for Detective and Watch Person. Or technically for your Obelisk for Chapter 4. But yeah, I hope that clarifies that. Hopefully that didn't make it more confusing. Let me know if not, we can reword it. Won't that make up for boost gained on release? What do you mean by that? Won't that make up for the boost gained on release? Not sure what you mean by boost gained on release being... Release of the new combat? Do I like the tree idea? It works. Oh no, I'm not like the biggest fan of it, but as long as it gets your job done, I'm fine with it. Like, it's definitely not the first option I would come up with for a solution for the combat system, that's for sure. But as long as it fixes it, it doesn't really matter that much. You're so confused? I'm confused what you're even asking, though. I don't know what your question is to be able to answer it. Yeah, that's one thing that is a little bit weird that I was concerned with. Doing AFK raid dens are going to be a little bit harder. I think the main thing that will make it not so bad is the fact that you can upgrade your armor proficiency. So if you're going to do raid dens, you're going to max out your armor proficiency, you're going to max out your HP, you're going to max out your regen, you're going to max out your physical damage and physical defense if that's even an option. And that's all you're going to need. There's physical damage, physical defense, armor, HP, and regen. Like everything that makes you harder to kill and makes your physical damage better. Everything else, like ammo and all the other stuff, you're not going to bother allocating at all in Chronopolis. You're going to do 0 ammo upgrades. You're going to do 0 movement speed upgrades. Like 0 anything like that. All you care about is physical DPS and anything that keeps you alive. So that you can still AFK the raid dens. Those are going to be like the only 2 stats that matter at all. And at least in Chronopolis, because of the raid dens. Yeah, until raids come out in the area or something. Until there's like a boss in the area or something. But at least initially, when the patch first comes out, you should pretty much respec every single thing in Chronopolis into just pure physical tankiness. Both DPS-wise and resistance-wise. So basically everything that maxes mines is doing raid dens. And then every other chapter you can actually do it for killing things. But the way you allocate for Chronopolis is going to be quite a bit quite a bit different than how you would allocate for the other 3 chapters. Because the other 3 chapters would be really good to go into pure DPS, movement speed, higher ammo, stuff like that. Particularly chapter 1 and 3 where they have stationary units that you can just completely cheese. As well as slower moving units and stuff. But yeah, chapter 4 is the one that's going to be quite a bit weirder in how you're going to allocate everything. Just because the priority would be, for most people, probably to maximize min-max for raid dens. And the way you min-max for raid dens is way different than how you min-max for every other chapter. I hope they manage to simplify the whole thing. Yeah, hopefully they will make it a little bit simpler. That's probably my biggest concern with a skill tree. Is I feel like skill tree games are really intimidating. It's one of the reasons I generally don't play too many skill tree games. Like, I'm not against playing them, but I've literally played, like, 2 maybe in the last, like, 2 decades. Like, games that have, like, a skill tree in them. In, like, traditional skill tree sense. Where you have, like, hundreds or thousands of nodes. I've played 2 games in that genre in the last 20 years. I guess 3 if you count Brighter Shores now. Does this mean every chapter going forward will 100% have a combat skill? Possibly. It means every chapter can have a combat skill. But combat might be slightly less focused on in some chapters compared to others. Like, you're still going to gain your combat and everything, but it might have less of a focus compared to how every single chapter is really heavy on combat now. They could still easily do a chapter that has no combat in it, though. It simply has it as a level skip chapter, where you don't gain any additional levels from the chapter. Where it's, like, purely a skilling chapter. It is possible, like, they could do it. I'm not sure if they are going to do it, though. But they do have an option to make a chapter that literally has no combat in it. But still enough combat where you still use your other combats. Like, basically where you don't gain 40 combat or have a skill thing that gets you, like, 500 combat. Basically a chapter without an obelisk. Where they could have, like, a really big lore reason to not have an obelisk in a chapter. Because they seem pretty adamant about doing that. Which makes me think there's a bit of lore where there will actually be chapters without an obelisk in it. Because any chapter that doesn't have an obelisk in it basically doesn't have combat in it now. You would still be able to do combat, it's just all your stuff would be really, really, really weak. And you wouldn't have, like, the extra, like, combat skill like you would. Like, you wouldn't have an obelisk to go get to 460. You wouldn't get an extra plus 40 level. It would simply just be, like, there'd be combat in it, but you'd be, like, super, super nerfed. It'd be an interesting premise for a chapter. Because you could still have fights in the chapter, but your character would be so much weaker than normal. It'd be a cool premise for a chapter or two. Especially if it has a lore tie-in. And I feel like they're going to be doing it with how adamant they are about, like, having it that way. It seems like there's going to be a lore tie-in that there's going to be at least a chapter or two that have no obelisks in them. Which is effectively a chapter with no combat. But still capable of having combat with this system. Like, you could still fight things in the chapter, there just wouldn't be an overarching combat system in the chapter. But there would still be combat fights in the chapter that would be really hard. Because all your stuff is really weak. I would love to see a chapter like that. It's a really cool premise for one. Especially if you had a boss in that chapter, where you're, like, extremely nerfed down. These could potentially be some of the harder bosses in the game in those chapters. Where you'd still be able to use special attacks and everything else from every other chapter. Because that's another thing that's really beneficial about that system. You wouldn't have to tune any items there. So a chapter that has no obelisk, you would be able to use equipment from every single chapter in it. You could use chapter 1 equipment, or chapter 2, or 3, or 10, or 5. Like, it doesn't matter what chapter it is. That's probably the biggest benefit of a chapter like that. Because something like chapter 1 equipment would be the same effectiveness as chapter 4 equipment, assuming it's the same level rarity and everything. So it'd be a chapter you wouldn't have to tune any items to, or worry about leveling a combat skill, or an obelisk or anything. You'd simply go in there and you'd be as proficient as you'd be, like hours later. Like 100 hours later, compared to hour 1, you'd be the same amount of strength in the chapter. The only difference being the gear that you'd have from other chapters that'd be able to enhance it. It'd be a really, really cool premise. I really hope they do that. An obelisk chapter. Or obeliskless chapter. It's just hard to say. But, you know, a chapter with no obelisk. Like 1, 2, or 3 chapters that have no obelisk would be really cool. There's a lot of interesting things they could do with it. Plus, there's one whole less chapter you have to worry about a combat skill to go level. And you wouldn't need to worry about tuning any gear to the chapter. Because it doesn't matter if it's tuned, untuned, or anything. It would all work effectively the same. Because there is no tuning there. But I would love to see it. It seems like it probably will happen. Because they're pushing for it pretty hard. Like trying to make it so, you know, they can not have chapter for, or not have combat for a chapter. Which means its lore tie-in is probably coming by like chapter 8, 10, something. Definitely before chapter 21. Yeah, it would hurt the following chapter a little bit. Because that means the following chapter after that, you wouldn't be able to get an obelisk upgrade for. But it wouldn't be too big a deal because chapter 1's already like that. It's impossible to get an obelisk upgrade from a previous chapter for chapter 1. So if there was a chapter that had no obelisk, the following chapter would also be slightly nerfed. In the sense that you wouldn't be able to get any previous obelisk buff on it. But if you're playing through the game normally, that'd be the case for most people. Like, if someone's just going through and getting level 40 combat in every region, you don't really need to worry about not having an obelisk buff in the next chapter, because you're not going to have it anyways. If you're only getting, like, level 40 combat, level 50 combat, somewhere around there, you pretty much have no obelisk buff for the following chapter regardless. So an obelisk not existing in the previous chapter don't really affect people like that. It mostly affects people that are doing, like, 200 combat, 500 combat, stuff like that. Like, the people who are, like, mega power grinding. But to the average player, it wouldn't really affect them that much. Because the current system, with how it's going to be changing, already doesn't affect them that much. It mostly just affects people who are, like, power grinding. If there was a no obelisk chapter compared to the chapter after. As it makes people who power grind a lot weaker. But the average player would still be similar strength. So max levels for chapter 1 and 2 are 30, 60, 100, and 140, yes. The max level you could ever have by the end of chapter 1 would be 30. Then 60 for Hope Forest, then, excuse me. Then 100 by the end of Mind of Matubin, and then 140 by the end of Chronopolis. Then 180 by the end of, Stonewall Hill. I believe you still maintain that level when you go back, though. Like, if we, as a level 140, go back to Chapter 1, I believe we're still 140, not level 30. Plus all of our obelisk upgrades. That's one thing I'm not fully sure on how that's clarified. Like, do we auto-scale to them, or does it scale up to us? Based on how it looked, it seems like they scale to us. Based on how I read it. Because they should scale to 10 levels below us. So if we go there and don't bother upgrading the things in Chapter 1, they should be level 130. Because we'll be level 140. Because I mentioned over here that it'll, like, scale to 10 below your level. And we'd be a level 140. So they should scale to bare minimum 130. It says it right over here. To stop this from happening, we plan to add some limited monsters level scaling. If you are more than 10 levels stronger than a monster, aka will be level 140 going back to Chapter 1, where they're only level 30 up to, the monster will increase its level without changing its skin. So it's never less than 10 levels below you. So the lowest you'll ever fight is something 10 below you. You'll be able to upgrade your obelisk so that it brings their level ranges up as well. So you'll be able to get higher XP from them and better drops and everything. But as far as their actual level, like, you'll be a 140 going back to level Chapter 1. But they'll scale to 10 levels below you. So they're still going to upscale to whatever you're at. Even if you're over-leveled for the area. So you can't just go get 140 all the way to Chronopolis, go back to Hopeport, and just smash everything. The lowest they'll ever be is 10 levels below you. Oh, did they did they add sell all to Quartermaster today? Wait, is that actually a thing? I haven't done anything with that yet today. Oh, that's huge if so. I haven't had a chance to check that. I didn't remember that in the patch notes. Was that in the patch notes? Was that actually in the patch notes, though? Or was it just added? But they forgot to mention it. Because I don't recall that being anywhere in patch notes. That's kind of huge if so. I'm not sure if we're doing anything today that can utilize it, though. Because we're not doing any combat, and I'm not doing any weapon crafting. It's pretty huge if so, though. They also mentioned during the Q&A that eventually we'll be able to go call the Quartermaster and sell all of our stuff anywheres. Obviously not all of our stuff, you know, all of our gear. But that would be huge when that happens. Because that's one big issue that crafting skills and combat has in general. Is you're constantly, you know, having to bank and sell everything. But with that change, you wouldn't have to do that anymore. You'd still have to do it for, like, alchemy supplies and stuff, but you wouldn't have to do it beyond that. It's pronounced tune, not tune. Aren't they both the same thing, though? I pronounce tune and tune the same way. I don't know. How do you pronounce tune different? He's always pronounced tune like tune. I got him. Alright, so they are the same. I was going crazy for a second. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure they're both pronounced the exact same way. Obviously, the way you spell them is different. Because we've only gotten one leatherworker level. I keep forgetting how slow leatherworker is, or even just post 200 in general. Did you see your Mind Fighter? Oh, sorry, I didn't see the other comment. Let me go look back. So being a level 60 Mind Fighter, you would be able to go to level 100. You can do the Obelisk upgrade. Wait. So being a 60 Mind Fighter, you would need to get to level 100 before you could do that. No. That's what I thought too, but it's the overarching combat. No. You would only need level 40 Mind Fighter to start upgrading your Obelisk in Chapter 3. The rest of your combat level comes from 30 in Hopeport and 30 in Hope Forest. So when you get to your initial 100, it's coming from your Guard 30, or not Guard, but you know, your Hopeport 30, your Hope Forest 30, and then your Mines of Matubin 40. Even if you don't have these other two, as soon as you hit Mines of Matubin's combat at 41, it would already be going into your Obelisk. Even if you don't have the other two at 30 yet. You should get the other two to 30. But if you don't, you only need 41 Mind Fighter to start putting into Obelisk. As the first 40 goes into your combat, and then everything after goes into Obelisk. So yeah, as early as 41, you would start getting Obelisk points. Which means as a new player, your first Obelisk point would be at level 31. It reminds me a lot of the Knowledge system. Where the Knowledge, you end up getting access to it at 20, and then by level 21, you'd probably have your first Knowledge point. It's kind of similar to that, where you don't get access to a 20 and then use that at 21. Obelisks are basically the same thing, where the game will tutorial you on how to use it at like level 30, but then you don't get to use it until level 31. Also, hello, Brighter Shore Central! Hope all's been well. We've been talking about the new patch thingy all day. Also, what are your thoughts on it, by the way, Brighter Shore Central? I know you haven't picked a class yet, but there's one line in here that might make you pick your class a little bit sooner. Well, I know you're waiting for special attacks and everything, but they did mention this right here, which is really interesting. One of the things you'll be able to get with your skill trees increases your off-faction weapon and armor proficiency at a lower rate so that you can wield off-faction items, which means every faction can use everything. Obviously, you'll be most proficient in whatever your faction is. But, yeah, every faction will be able to use everything, though. Just to a lesser degree than, obviously, if you were the faction itself. But yeah, Brighter Shore Central, I'm curious, based on not special attacks, which class would you pick right now? If you had to choose on the exact current state of the game. I know you're waiting to like special attacks and everything. Though technically, every single class will have access to all special attacks now, which is kind of cool. It'll just be weaker if you're doing it for not your own class. Oh gosh, that means I actually got to go use all that Deathstone material I collected to go make a hammer for myself. In case that thing has a good yellow special attack. Yeah, weren't we supposed to get like a video on special attacks like weeks ago and they never did? I thought I was going crazy that was uploaded and I just never saw it. But I'm pretty sure they just never did it. I really do hope that we get the tree and special attacks at the same time, though. I really hope they don't add the tree before they add the special attacks. Because honestly, I'd rather have the special attacks first. So we can start using them now, and then when the new system comes in, it gets integrated properly with it. Or both at the same time. Because I kind of want to go all in on combat once the tree and special attacks are in. But I really want them to be at around the same time so we're not waiting forever. Because one without the other isn't ideal. You kind of need both. Yeah, there's one thing that the skill tree thing will allow now. It will be able to be possible, though we still don't know exactly how special attacks will work. But it will be possible to triple special attack for the same element, even if you're not the same class anymore. Before, it was only, like right now, you know, Cryo Knight's the only thing that's triple blue. Guardian's the only thing that's triple green, and Hammer Mage is the only thing that's triple yellow. That's not going to be the case after that skill tree comes out. Every single class will be able to do a triple. It just might be less effective. Like, our second most effective damage type is yellow. But the main thing that we're missing being a two-hand yellow. Which is why I mentioned the Great Hammer. Because we have a two-hand range. We have we have a range weapon. We have a one-handed weapon. But this class doesn't have a two-handed weapon. Which means I gotta go make the most annoying item in the entire game if I want it. Which is so bad for Cryo Knights. It's not as bad because Hammer Mages have to make that always. But Cryo Knights now need the yellow hammer if they want to do optimal yellow damage. Because you'd be using the yellow mace off of Cryo Knight, the yellow axe off of Cryo Knight. But then you would have to use the Great Hammer off of Hammer Mage if you want to go an optimal stone build. You'd have to go get that perfect Great Hammer. Obviously not exactly that one, but you know, you would need the Great Hammer as your two-hand if you were running a optimal yellow build. Because otherwise Cryo Knight doesn't have any option for yellow. One thing that's going to be really fun, though, is using the Guardian weapons, though. Because that means we can go use the Spear and the Tuchian. Because I really like the Tuchian. The Tuchian's fun. I like that weapon. Makes a funny sound. You get to, like, whack the enemy. Hello, Unda! Welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. Do I think the combat rework will let people repick their class when it drops? They did mention during the Q&A that they will likely allow one class change in the future. However, they did not say that they'll do it immediately after all the changes. I don't believe we will. Like, once we get special attacks in the tree, I don't think they're immediately going to allow it. But it did say that they might allow it once. So we don't currently know exactly how that's going to pan out. I definitely don't plan on changing, though. Even if it could change. Even if I wanted to change, I don't think I would change. But they are probably doing a one-time thing that would allow you to. But with that other change that they're making, you don't really need to. Like, you can use all equipment from all factions as any class. You'll just be slightly weaker with it. It's like the builds that you have will still be different for every class. Like, as a Cryo Knight, basically with that system then, our yellow build for Cryo Knight is Cryo Knight Mace, Hammer Mage's two-hand, and then Cryo Knight Axe for the range. Then our green build would be Guardian one-hand, Guardian two-hand, and then our metal build that we have from Cryo Knight. And then obviously Cryo Knight build, or, you know, blue build would just be 3 Cryo Knight items. We wouldn't need anything from any other class because we already have the best stuff. And it would allow us to diversify quite a bit more for some of the other things. If we potentially need it. Like for, you know, Necromay damage or for Pyromay damage. But those are a little bit more ambiguous as far as if they're going to be viable or not. Special attacks are the main thing that would save them. So we don't really know how good special attacks will be with them. Because right now they're 100% not worth using. Mostly because they don't have boost potions or anything else like that. They have a way lower percent. They're really, really bad to use in the current state of game. And I'm not sure if special attacks are going to be enough to save them. Especially when you can run triple of every color on every class. You're going to be wanting to run almost always just blue, green, or yellow. And every class has 2 that they do really well. Cryo Knight does blue the best and yellow the second best. Guardian does green the best and blue the second best. And then Hammer Mage does yellow the best. And then green the second best. Oh, sorry, I missed the other question. Let's see. You're interested to see how the interplay between class special attacks will work? Yeah, I'm really curious how special attacks mixing will work. Since it could effectively use every special attack. Because that was one of my concerns early on. Was, oh, you'll be limited on, you know, only your class's special attacks. But no, you'll actually be able to use a special attack from any class. For any weapon. It's just the ones that aren't your class will just be a little bit weaker. But depending on what you're doing, it might actually be worthwhile enough to actually utilize them. So the obelisk in Chapter 1 will affect you in Chapter 2, but not Chapter 3? Yes. The obelisk will mostly only help the current chapter, but 100% their benefits go into the first chapter, or, you know, not 100%, but, you know, every benefit that you get from them will affect the chapter that they're from, but only some of them will affect the chapter immediately after, but not any further. They only affect their current chapter and the one after. Current chapter gaining all the benefits, and the one after only gaining a small amount of benefit. Am I streaming right now? Yes. I'm streaming doing leather. Well, it's because it's really easy to talk while doing this, which is kind of nice compared to normal. Except like merchant, it'd be so hard to actually end up talking and everything. Yeah, I'm still really curious to see how this pans out. Gosh, they need to stop teasing over this stuff. Every single time that they do this, it's like, oh, I wish it was already in the game now. Like, they mention all these cool things. It's like, I wish it was already in the game now. I said, hello, Left Kiss. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you're Chill Potato? Nice. Yeah, I just saw you in the leatherworker place. Are you on the panic doing leatherworker before it gets nerfed? I'm mostly just doing it because I needed something AFK while we were going over all and talking about all the other stuff. Because right now I could be doing literally anything. My main goal right now is to get Gather and Bone Rate. So logically, I'm doing everything but doing Gather and Bone Rate right now, as one would expect while training Gather and Bone Rate. More so Bone Rate. But, yeah, we're trying to get Bone Rate level 168 by doing literally anything that isn't Bone Rate. And one of those things is working towards 210 Leatherworker. Since we have the leather to be able to get there anyways. Because I need the money from it. We're really low on cash. And we're probably going to be investing into our pickaxe. I think that's the goal for this stream, is to try to afford a level 35 pickaxe. It's like our main goal that we're trying for right now. Oh, you're not Chill Potato? You said hi to Chill Potato. Oh, never mind. My bad. So when are they going to implement the combat rework? We don't currently know. No official date has been given. I would say probably within the next month, but no official date has been given at all. Could be a few weeks from now. Could be a month from now. Could be 2 months from now. But no official date has been given in any regard to it. I'm still really curious to see how the movement speed works, though. I think that's going to be the funniest one. Extra ammo and movement speed. Where is the movement? Also, there's something to help with skilling, too. Like immunity cast being quicker, so you don't need fear potions if you're only going through them occasionally. Wait, where's the movement speed one? Where'd it go? Increase regeneration, increase olfaction, increase how fast you can move during combat. Yeah, that one. That one's going to be really funny. I'm curious how many buffs they're going to do for that. Because I really want to see a kite meta come into the game. That'd be so funny. I want to see a 1-0 kiting method. Or 2-0, 3-0, anything 0, whatever it has to be. I want to see a kiting method that can perfectly infinite hit something while getting hit 0 times back. Because you know there's going to be some kind of weird one where you do like a weird walk under here and there while ranging, while like passing through them because your movement speed is so high. And you're eventually going to have like a weird cycle where you could pretty much perfect 1-0 them infinitely. At most, I feel like you can 5-1. It depends how quick they make your movement speed, but you'll probably be able to 5-1 the enemy. Like 5 hits to them for every 1 hit they hit you. It's going to be so broken. Obviously, anything that has a range attack, you cannot do it on. But anything that is a, you know, melee-only unit, especially a slower moving melee-only unit. Gonna be some really funny metas with them. As you should be able to infinitely kite them. Like one in Mines of Matubin that's pretty noteworthy are the Wraiths. They move extra slow. Like the main ones that you'd be able to do here are Actually, not the cockroach. The cockroach has a really condensed room is the problem, so you can't really kite them. You'd be able to do it on, the rafts would be the easiest in this chapter. The metal lifts you could do it on. The mall crawlers you could do it on. I think that's it for like a chapter like this. Oh, and the skeletons. The skeletons you can also do it on. Oh, that'd be good too, because we actually have a not half decent green weapon. Or not half bad. Like, it actually would be able to function there. You just kite them around with metal bow. I can't wait to see that happening. I want to see what max movement speed looks like with all ammo upgrade. With as much DPS as you could put into it. That's going to be really funny if you could just infinitely kite an enemy. Also kind of broken. There's also going to be a lot of enemies you could literally just range down. Like the spike balls over here, of course. Where if you just have enough ammo, you don't ever even need to engage them in a fight. You just range them the entire fight and they're dead. This also means special attacks likely will not save you ammo. There might still be special attacks that do that, potentially. But they wouldn't need to anymore, because you're going to have so much ammo. If this image is even like half a resemblance of like what the final one's going to be like, you have basically infinite ammo. Because you're showing like, what, 1/7 of the screen, 1/8. And right here we already have like 9, 10 ammo pluses. Obviously this is a mock-up. It's not the final thing. But even if you only have like 30 extra ammo, you know how much ammo that is? Only 30. That is so much ammo. That's basically infinite for any fight. Yeah, 238 alchemy, fear time for my chestnuts. Nice. Oh wait, is that what the chestnut was for? I thought they were for Arboret potion. Wait, were chestnuts for, I thought they were for Arboret. Weren't they for Arboret? Yeah, I thought they were for the plus 80, Arboret thing. Or they definitely are. I'm looking at it right now, and this is a different chestnut. But they're for plus 80 Arboret strength. This is what I collected them for. Otherwise, we wouldn't have. But they're for the best green potion in the game. They also solve our alchemy for the final 3 levels. Not like we really need to solve for that, but hey, we got it solved. 197 to 200 alchemy solved by making plus 80 Arboret potions. I have all of them banked, if not most of them. Like a good number of them. That we would need to go get the 3 levels we need. How'd you got movement speed so fast that it was faster to get into combat than run normally? Like movement speed so quick, it's faster to get into combat than run normally? Oh, that would be kind of funny, yeah. I see what you mean. Because there is a chance that the movement speed only affects in combat and not out of combat. And if that's the case, yeah, if movement speed is quick enough in combat, it would actually be a meta to literally get into combat to move quicker. There's actually a really interesting skilling meta you could do with that. Almost like an adrenaline rush as soon as you get into combat. Because they also made it so you can get out of combat quicker. So one really, really funny meta that could arise, depending on how they balance it, is, because there's 2 of them that are funny here. One is the increased immunity cast speed, aka how quick it is to get out of combat. But then also how fast you can move during combat. If both of these are broken enough, you could have like double the movement speed while in combat compared to walking normally. And then simply just do like a half a second remove from fight. And actually get across a room quicker than if you just move normally. The skilling implications for that would be so funny. Or you just like tap an enemy and just start dashing across the room. And then as soon as you reach the door, you just use the immunity in like half a second to get through. And it saves you like 2 or 3 seconds in the room. That would be really funny for some skilling activities. Or even just in general. But we don't know how broken either are going to be. For the immunity one to be really good, it has to be like half a second or lower. So it has to be either 2 tick or 1 tick. Like basically as soon as you click it, it needs to basically immediately give you immunity. Like the second you click it, boom, give immunity. With like almost no downtime at all. Pretty much the second you click it, it has to do it. That would be really good for that. And movement speed... The point where it would be broken is if you can move quicker in combat than you can out of combat. If your movement speed is quite literally quicker in combat, that's going to be so funny. I kind of hope it is. I want that to be a thing so badly. Because that would just be hilarious. The amount of times you would just tap an enemy to move quicker. Is that healthy for the game? I'm not sure, but it would be hilarious. Maybe a pair of boots that you can get from a boss drop that lets you move as quick as your obelisk speed level in a given chapter. So that even out of combat, you can still move that way. But still have to do the funny tech when you're in combat. Or, you know, if you don't have the boots. I don't think it's healthy for the game, but it would be hilarious. I would love to see that so badly. Especially because your guy would be moonwalking backwards. Where it would quite literally be quicker to walk backwards than it would be to walk forwards. Because your guy would be facing away from the enemy the whole time as he's walking away. Or more so running away. So backwards movement speed would actually be quicker than forward movement speed, in a sense. Because in combat movement speed would potentially be higher than out of combat. If you have enough speed buffs. I would enjoy that meta a lot, to be honest. It would be really hilarious. I don't think they should do it, but it would be so hilarious if they do. I would love it so much. I don't think they should, but it'd be hilarious if they do. Where the meta for getting through any room that has any amount of combat is to just tap something and just run through the room at a quicker speed. Do you think they will make skills that will affect every chapter? Like agility and RuneScape? Well, they're doing that with combat. Because there's an overarching combat level. So every single chapter in the entire game is affected by combat. So they already did that. It's the combat tree that we've been going over. Like all this. That's what this is. It's one single combat. You can even see it right over here. It's one single combat that overarchs every chapter. Notice how it's even above the chapter list. Because it just affects every single chapter. Kind of like how Total Level does, to a sense. But just your overarching combat that affects like literally every chapter ever. So they already did it. Combat's the first one. Technically, Alchemy does too, unless they're going to be splitting Alchemy into multiple alchemies. We don't currently know that yet. We'll find out by like chapter 6 or 7 what their plan is for that. But in chapter 5 we won't know. But we don't currently know if they're going to release like 1 billion alchemy skills, like one every 5 chapters or something. Or if they're going to just make alchemy the most bloated skill in the entire game. Because currently alchemy stretches every chapter. Like every single chapter of it gets affected by it. There are only 2 that do. The new combat system and alchemy are the only 2 skills that are affected by every single chapter. I guess technically there are a few other ones too, like if you count like bone rate equipment, you know, smithing, stuff like that. Kind of affect every chapter. Since currently there's a tuning obelisk in every chapter. And you can make equipment that gets tuned to it. So there are quite a few that already do. The only ones that don't affect every chapter right now, to any degree, are fishing, cooking, and detective. Those are the only 3 skills in the game that never touch another chapter. Every other one does, either directly or indirectly. Either because the byproduct, the final byproduct of what they make, being able to be put into any chapter, or because they assist something else, like Merchant being able to give Leatherwork a discount, which then gives you armor in chapter 5, which then goes to every chapter. But yeah, the only 3, they're the 3 that need the biggest buff. They're always the ones I mentioned. Fishing, cooking, and detective. They are the only 3 that are basically chapter locked, that give no benefit to any other chapter whatsoever, in any way, shape, or form. As they have no final product other than money. Unless you count money, but they have no final product other than money. That can be used to help any other chapter. They're the 3 skills in most need of a buff. As every other skill in the entire game has a final product that can help any other chapter. Except for fishing, cooking, and detective. Yeah, I do feel like they're going to make a second alchemy skill. I feel like it's just going to be way too bloated if they try putting into normal alchemy. They're going to add like apothecary and then like potion maker and then like whatever else. They'll go through the whole dictionary. They're going to go through the whole thesaurus of alternative names for potion maker. Until they've hit every single one. But yeah, I do believe we're going to get a new one every 5. We don't currently know for sure though how they're going to do it. Because I don't think they've ever said outright what their plan is. But a new one every 5 seems like the most realistic, so you don't have the most bloated skill in the entire game. Like, look how bloated it already is. Imagine 20 chapters. This is for 4 chapters. Well, it's technically 5. Because it also says Stonewall Hill. But this is the setup for 5 chapters. Imagine 20. Imagine 4 times that many. Like, there's no way they don't split it at some point into another skill. Or rework how alchemy works just so it's not as bloated. Oh, it'd still be as bloated, but, you know, in like a slightly different system, kind of like how they're doing combat. But no, we'll figure out what they do with it. Not sure if they know, but they got to figure out by chapter 6. Yeah, if there was 20 chapters in the game, you'd pretty much make a new item like every other level. Would be an unlock. It almost already is. Look at the low level range. But if they added 20 chapters to this, like every other level would literally be an item. But no, I do hope they do other ones, just, you know, other alchemy skills so they can start adding some more unique effects to potions. I still really want an aggro potion. Depending on how special attacks work, I would love to see a special attack potion to get your meter up quicker. Let's see, aggro potion, special attack potion. What other potions would be a lot of fun? Maybe an auto collect potion that auto collects everything from the ground, so you never need to pick up anything. There's quite a few fun ones, but aggro and special attack seem like a lot of fun. Maybe even an overheal potion because there's currently not one for that. But I feel like that'd be better as a food buff from cooking than it would be from a potion. There's also not a regen potion, but again, that's also one that feels like it should be a food buff rather than a potion. Because we are getting regen rate with the new combat rework. But there's currently no potion or food that gives you regen rate. Only the combat tree when it comes out. But there's no alternative way. Like, there's no armor that does it. There's no potion that does it. There's no food that does it currently. The skill tree will be the first instance of regeneration in the game. Do you think in time they will add a craft all? Oh, I sure hope so. Yeah, you definitely need it. The main things that need it are Bone Wright, Blacksmith, Stonemason, and eventually Armor Maker. I hope they add it by Chapter 5. Because that's some quality of life that I really hope makes it before 1.0. Just so you don't have to input the same thing over and over and over again. They also gotta rework how the invisible values work on armor. Because right now, the game does not relay those invisible values to you at all. And it's very, very, very confusing what they are sometimes. Because you don't know necessarily what the base values are for what you're crafting. So it's hard to figure out what the invisible values are. And every single one has 6 invisible values. You would also need a way to min-max it a little bit better. Because right now you have to roll 6 1 in 20s in a row in order to get a perfect armor piece. And I assure you no one is doing that. And someone could have a perfect one and don't even know it. We could be wearing a perfect plate body right now and I don't even know. Because it doesn't relay what all the invisible values are that you have on your armor. What do I mean by invisible values? There's a bunch of extra values that you get on your armor. I'm not sure what the full range is, but I want to say it's anywhere from 0 to 20. Given how the other ranges work on stuff. I'm not sure if it is exactly 0 to 20. But there is an invisible plus value on all 6 of these stats. And we don't know what a single one of these are, because we don't know what the base stats are. But every single one has an invisible plus value on them. And the game doesn't relay at all what they are. There's also no way to modify them to be all max. It's really minuscule, but min-maxing for PvP would probably matter in that regard. PvP and maybe bossing and raids would be the things that would matter for that. Particularly PvP. Because in most other things, like 20 extra stats probably isn't that big a deal. But in PvP, that's like the difference between winning and losing. Do you think you will ever be able to eat food you can cook for use? I don't know. The main thing I've been hoping for is hourly buffs. Like an hourly buff that gives you a higher max HP for every fight that you engage with. A food that gives you better regen for an entire hour, stuff like that. As far as food that's in your inventory that you eat, I'm not sure. I feel like they'll do that for raids and maybe some bosses, but I don't think we'll have general food that you can just bring anywhere and eat. Like, I don't think there's gonna eventually... I don't think we're eventually gonna have food in our inventory that would just eat. I don't think that's gonna be a thing. And if it ever does get used, it's gonna be used for raids and bosses, where you accumulate food during it and maybe gives like an AoE buff or something else or whatever else it does. But, yeah, I think they'll be incorporated with raids and or bosses, but I don't think you're gonna, like, cook. Like, you're not gonna, like, go into the chef place, make a dish that just, like, you can just consume, like a potion or something. I don't think they're gonna do that. And I feel like the main thing they would do is, like, the hour buff thingy, or something along those lines. Or it's, like, a really long duration buff that you have to keep coming back to go rebuff. But I don't think we're gonna be doing it like you did in, like, RuneScape, where you just click food in your inventory and you just auto-eat it. I don't think they're going to go down that route ever. Mostly because of how your inventory is locked up during combat. At least currently. Obviously, they would have to change that. But your entire inventory is locked up the second you go into combat. Unless they make, like, a food thing here. Next to your potion slots, you'll have, like, a 2 food slot or something. Anyways, they would have to add it to this menu if they were to add it somewhere. You're likely not going to be consuming it from your inventory, but rather to an equipped item. The same as if you make it in, like, a raid. Like, you're going to go make an item for, like, a raid, and then you're going to share it amongst your team, and then you're all going to equip it and then click on it during fight. I don't think you're actually going to click from it from your inventory, but rather almost like a third potion slot kind of situation. Except it's food instead of a potion. But I would love to see food buffs eventually. Fishing, cooking, and detective all need an extra something. And obviously the most obvious one for chef is food buffs, which would incorporate fish. I'm not sure how they fix detective though. Detective needs something that helps every single chapter. I'm not sure what exactly you do to do that though. But detective is, if they ever do buff food, like give food buffs and everything, detective would be the most useless skill in the entire game then compared to every other skill. As it would be the only one that doesn't help any other chapter in any way. Not counting money, but ignoring money. Because every single skill could theoretically make money. But ignoring money, detective has nothing that can help any other chapter currently. Same as fishing and cooking. But if they ever fix food, it would be only detective as the only skill left that doesn't affect any other chapter. So they're definitely going to have to look into that in the future in some way. Not sure what the solution is for that, though. For cooking, it's a lot more obvious, the full list of things they could do. I have no clue how you fix detective. At some point, they do need to fix it. Otherwise, it's like the most dead content skill in the game. I still can't believe we're only just now about to get to our second level. We're not even there yet either. After doing a bunch of like merchant and pre-200 skills, it keeps reminding me how slow post-200 is. We'll get there eventually though. Luckily, the longer this takes, the more money we make. Because we're making like 2 gold an hour almost doing this. It doesn't matter how much XP we're getting, it's like 2 gold an hour. So this is more time that we can generate gold. So what do you think about them potentially giving gold from players who are super high level merchant to everyone? Pretty sure that was mentioned as a joke. That would be funny though. Yeah, anyone who went for like a 500 combat or 500 merchant and or 500 leatherworker are like loaded. Oh, that's interesting. You can pre-walk, but you can also pre-drink. Because your character is not in, like, any kind of animation or anything once he gets there. I guess that makes sense, because you can pre-walk. Of course you could pre-drink there. But even before it brings you all the way over, you can drink a potion there before you actually have control directly. Same as the way that you could pre-walk, because you're already there. It's just the camera hasn't caught up to you. Otherwise, you waste like an extra second every time you teleport. Because you can actually act out of it immediately, but your camera hasn't caught up. Some people abusing an exploit for merchant. Which one? There's quite a lot of them. Depends what is defined as exploit, though. Hello, Alex. I know. Tell me more so I can avoid every single one of these exploits, please. It's hard to tell what's an exploit or just like super high efficiency when it comes to merchant. Unless there's something where you're gaining like 10 plus knowledge per hour or something. Because I don't really consider dropping stuff onto the ground as an exploit. I think it wasn't really intended to be balanced around that. But I know like something like that I would consider just really advanced tech rather than exploit. Like the whole juggling item thing. Making sure to restock your ground. Making sure not to waste time like I always do picking it all up. Hey, that reminds me, we're almost at the point where we can start taking out these wasps. They're basically the same thing as a spike ball. They still haven't patched it yet, which makes me think it's a feature and not a bug. It's hard to tell, though. Because I feel like at level 250 watch person, we could take them. Might have to double heal each fight, but we'd be able to take them. I'm not sure if it's worth taking it before the combat rework, though. I guess that's another one where it's hard to tell if it's an exploit or intended. Because there's a fence that you can attack through. But you can also hide behind it. So you can attack them, heal, but hide behind a fence and then keep attacking them. So you basically treat them like a spike ball. It only works in one room, though, not both. Because only one of them has a fence. Yeah, the combat rework's still a good month away. Like, it's so far away, I'm considering getting 200 all skilling before it comes out. Like, 200 in pretty much every single non-combat skill. Like, that's how long the combat rework is away. I think we might actually be able to achieve that. Like, it's a good solid month away before they fully implement it. It's far enough that I think we get 200 all non-combats before then. And then as long as we have special attacks, honestly, we're going on like the hardest combat pivot ever. Because as long as they add special attacks and skill tree around the same time, we're probably just going all in on combat. Go like 500 guard into 500 scout into 500 mind fighter into 500 watch person into by then 500 what's it called? into 500 Stonewall Hill. The only exception to that is I might just ignore the first 3 chapters and just go straight to Chronopolis. And just do Chronopolis 500 combat. And then when we go to Stonewall Hill, start doing 500 there and so on and so forth. And just ignore the first 3 chapters. Because that's the other angle, which I've been considering. Is ignore chapter 1, ignore chapter 2, ignore chapter 3. Or maybe do chapter 3. Maybe chapter 3 is where we start. Ignore chapter 1 and 2 and just do chapter 3. Might be the strategy then. And just go all in on Mines of Matubin. So that we can then go all in on Chronopolis. So we can then go all in on Stonewall Hill. Actually, that's probably the play. I think I'm forever going to keep a low guard and scout. Unless we really care about total combat level or something. Hey, that reminds me. Did they mention if that's being counted as a level? What did they mention here when it came to leaderboard? It does count towards your total level. Okay. So technically, we still have to go 200, 200. But we wouldn't have to do it beyond that. So we'd have to go 200 guard, then 200 scout, which basically means 170 obelisk for both of them by then. But it's way easier just to say 200. But we'd have to go 170 obelisk in Hopeport, then 170 obelisk in Hope Forest. And then we can 460 Mines of Matubin and 460 Chronopolis, and then so on and so forth. But yeah, the first 2 we'd only have to go to 170, aka level 200 currently. And after we 200 those, we just go 500, 500, 500 for the rest of the time. I just keep the first 2 chapters at 200 then. AKA 170 obelisk. Oh yeah, feel free to ask any questions you want. Love answering questions. Oh, you mentioned some people abusing an exploit for merchant. Wait, who did? Well, he mentioned some people abusing... Oh, you meant the other person in chat. Oh, I missed a couple chat there. Wait, let's see. What bone rate level are you grinding with knowledge points? I'm trying to get to 168. The reason we need 168 is so that we could do the bone spike, which is the main thing we can collect at 166, and it's the main thing we're going to collect all the way to 200. Because counting banking time, I believe it's one of our best XP rates all the way to 200. Plus, I need the bone anyways. Let's see. Do you think you will have 1,500 the time you have base 200s? No. I won't be anywhere near 500 by the time I have base 200. I think my highest level by the time I have base 200 is going to be under 300. And it'll probably be smithing and or mining. But no. Actually, it might be closer to 250. Depends how much I do the AFKs compared to playing. But I'm pretty sure my high skill will be slightly under 300 by the time I have 200 all. Minus combats. But 200 all minus combats, it would definitely be under 300. Counting combats, it really comes down to what on earth they do in the combat rework. You think chapter 1 or 2 will have the first boss due to it being free-to-play zone? Yeah, we still don't know exactly how bosses are going to work. But I would still love to see that one from chapter 2 be the repeatable one. I really feel like that's going to be the first one. Just because it's like already like 80% coded. It's got to change up the fight a little bit, make it a little bit harder. Make it so it gives carpentry XP while also costing like some kind of plank. And to just give it the boss a drop table. So they already have like at least half the work done. They already got most of the animations. They already got, the boss itself. Already have like half the code of what he would need to do for the fight. Obviously, it would need to be harder than what it was during that quest, but, you can add more mechanics and everything. Add like phases to the boss, do whatever they do for it. But I really hope that's like one of the first bosses in the game, if not the first. I feel like it will be because there's a lot of plushies of it in Chapter 4. Or not necessarily plushies of it, or figurines, whatever you want to call them. Like, there's a suspiciously high amount to such a degree where it feels like it'll be a boss. Like, it's just, like, plastered everywhere. And it doesn't seem like you would do that for something that's just a one-off fight. Ugh. Yeah, we're not even close on bone rate. I need level 168 and we're at 145 now. We need 23 more levels. I want to have it by the end of the weekend. Because honestly, it might take that long. Because we are not even close yet. Like, not even close to close. Hey, how's the money doing? How much money did I say we needed to stream? We're at like 7.5 gold. The amount of money we need is I want to see if we could get like a 35 pickaxe. I'm not sure if we're going to go all the way. But it was a fun stretch goal to potentially go for. I need whatever the difference of this is. Which is 14.3 gold. I would need 14.3 gold. Which means we're halfway there. But, yeah, we're halfway there. So we need like 7 gold. Which is 4 hours of doing this, roughly. Hey, how's KC doing on this grind? Oh, he's using the tier 6 plate body. It does look quite a bit cooler than the tier 5. Still don't like it as much as the other one, though. I'm only wearing it right now because it's my best in slot. I'm wearing the tier 5 one of what he's wearing. Except in black instead of white. Oh yeah, everyone, the AFK activities after 200 is kind of insane. Like, the XP rates for them, especially on production skills, is so absurdly high. Yeah, the main one I've been doing recently is smithing. We just unlocked it, what, the other day? 2 days ago? But, yeah, it's generally best to use on production skills. Things like bone rate, blacksmith, stonemason, armor maker in chapter 5, alchemy. Like, those 5 are like the biggest 5 you should be prioritizing to 200 and then to their AFK activity. But any of those 5, which would mean that if you're free to play, basically just do an alchemy. But any of those 5 are the most beneficial ones. Because they're the slowest to train actively. But you still gain the exact same XP for them when you're doing them AFK compared to any other skill. But any of those 5 are the way to go. Just because they require so many supplies to train properly. Some of which even at a slow XP rate. I said, hello, Rico! Oh yeah, Combat Merge Explained? Yeah, they did a big master post today. Going over the entirety of the combat rework. That's not it. Ah, there it is. But, yeah, we're going to be getting a skill tree. We're going to be getting all the combats merged. They're changing how some of the gear is working, as far as like the level range that you need for it, and your attunement level and everything. But yeah, long story short, as long as you have level 40 all combat, you're pretty much good to go. And everything beyond that starts to use the new obelisk system, where you start to respec into a skill tree. You think the tree is pretty neat? Oh yeah, we do have a poll going on right now. 87 votes. What are your thoughts on the Brighter Shores proposed combat range? Or merge, I mean. 53% on like it, 39% on neutral, and 8% on bad is where the poll is currently at. And if you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. And helps people find the channel. And of course, we've been streaming Brighter Shores every single day since launch. If you guys haven't subscribed, definitely feel free to do so. We're actually really close to 16,000 subscribers as well. I forgot how short we were last time I checked. I'm just gonna go check, might as well. Just for the fun of it. Actually, how do I even check that number now that I think about it on the back end? Let's see. We are 11 away. We're so close yet so far. We'll get there soon though. Which I think would officially be 1,000 people as of Brighter Shores then. Which is kind of crazy to think about, because that means if we started this channel like just when Brighter Shores came out, we still wouldn't even be monetized yet. Because I'm pretty sure YouTube still has, I didn't when I started, though I already had 1,000 by then. But YouTube, I'm pretty sure still has a thing where you need like 1,000 subs before you can even monetize. And if we count just the Brighter Shores subs, I'm still like 10, 20 subs short of hitting 1,000 if you count just Brighter Shores subs. And like nothing else that we do on the channel or have ever done on the channel. But if you count just Brighter Shores, we'd actually still be short of monetization, which is kind of crazy to think about. I guess that's one of the other reasons why people kind of do Twitch. The barrier to entry is way lower on Twitch. Like, you pretty much get guaranteed monetization after a month on Twitch. Whereas YouTube, you could technically do it for a year and still not have monetization. Like what? We're like 2.5 months in to Brighter Shores right now. And technically at that point is when it would have this channel would have gotten monetization if it was just Brighter Shores. And nothing else prior. Yeah, it's really hard to get discovered on Twitch. It's why I don't even bother multi-streaming to Twitch. Like, our Twitch stream would have like 3 views. And it would mostly just be to funnel people over to YouTube. But yeah, it's really hard to get visibility on Twitch. YouTube's actually been a lot better with it in recent years. Like, YouTube's not perfect with it, but they've gotten a lot better at promoting smaller channels. It's hard for the algorithm to pick up your video, though, but when it does, it just, like, blows up like crazy. If the YouTube algorithm chooses yours to exist. But even when it doesn't, it still tries to promote sometimes lesser viewed content. Like things in like double, single, triple digit views. Like, you know, like videos with like under 100 views. Or under 1,000. Or under 10,000. Even when the category is like, you know, like 10,000 videos, 100,000 view videos, stuff like that. They still sometimes try to squeeze in some of the lower ones. I don't know, over all the years I've done this channel, I've never really tried min-maxing it that much. Which is probably the problem. It just seems so annoying, making everything like so clickbaity, making like the most perfect SEO score terms in all your search, everything. Making your description nothing but like SEO terms. What is it called? Is it called SEO? I forget what it's called. Whatever search engine optimization is called. But yeah, that's SEO. But you know, optimizing like literally everything so that it actually gets like some amount of traction. I normally don't bother with any of that. Like, some of it to some degree, obviously, but, you know. To the bare minimum that's required. Is this one big issue that YouTube has had over the years? Is, like, all the bigger channels is overly abusing search engine optimization. But YouTube has been getting a little bit better at promoting everything rather than just everything that's fully optimized. Wait, is that 2 people with a 500 fishing cape in here? Wait, what? Why did everyone with a 500 fishing cape decide that, Oh, never mind, that's a 200 fishing cape. I was gonna say. Never mind, those are both 200. I did see someone with 500 fisher here earlier, though. I think it was called Flippin' or something. Which I can go check. I can tell you exactly what his name is. I think it was Flippin'. Yeah, Flippin'. He was here doing leather worker at some point. I saw him the other day. Oh, is that you? That's funny. Yeah, get in your leather worker now before that leather worker nerf comes in. We still don't know if that's actually going to be a thing or not. Or during the Q&A, they did say they might be looking into the profitability of leather worker and toning it down some. And or buffing other methods. But we don't know definitively how that's going to go down. If it even goes down. I'm still slightly in panic do leather worker mode, though. Though whenever they do nerf it, if they do nerf it, I'm just going to bank all of it instead of sell all of it. We basically just stop doing leatherworker as a money-making skill and just do it as a bank armor maker XP skill. Because we're going to need those hides for post 200 armor maker. Though we can also just do the AFK activity for armor maker too. Yeah, I'm not sure how much gold I'm going to go save up for trading. I don't actually plan to have that much because I'm investing so many into tools beforehand. Because before trading comes out, I'm probably getting a level 50 pickaxe, a level 25 net and secateurs, and then level 20 for the magnifying glass, or 25 I mean, and maybe even a 25 sickle. Though I don't need that till like post 200, so but we could wait on that one. Same as the AFK ones. But that's a lot of gold. Like there's already like 150 gold that I would be spending before trading comes out. Yeah, I'm going for 150 pickaxe. I'm not sure if I'm doing it before or after trading. But I've been starting to consider the pickaxe pivot because we're just doing so much mining anyways. Might as well save extra time on it. The only thing that has me concerned on if I should hoard my money or start upgrading pickaxe though, and one of the reasons I'm actually leaning towards not doing that, is I might start hoarding my money just because of the shop rework. They're going to be nerfing like every shop in the game when they price hike everything. So it'd be actually more beneficial to just spend every last gold we have just buying out every shop. What we think is going to go up in price and everything. Once we have more clarification on how the combat thing will work, we need to know for sure if tier 3s are going to be the new tier 4. Because they mentioned everything is just getting a flat plus 60. So depending on how the rarity curve works, tier 3 material might be better than tier 4 material. Tier 3 might be the new tier 4. And if that's the case, we probably want to buy up a ton of tier 3 because it's not worth mining tier 3 once you're past that level. So there'll be very little tier 3 in the game. Despite it likely making the 199s and everything you need. But we'll have to see exactly how that works because they haven't really clarified it yet. But I think one of the main things I'll definitely be buying up is potions. Mostly the 5% XP pots because they can be bought very quickly. You can spend your whole cash stack in it on them in under like half an hour. Whereas if you do other shops, it would take like hours upon hours upon hours. Whereas if you're quick enough, you could probably go through your entire stack in like 10 minutes at the potion shop. And just buy up a bunch of plus 40 strength potions, buy up a bunch of 5% pots, stuff like that. Before they get price hiked with the shop change. And worst comes to worst, you're still going to need them. Yeah, the whole point of making a 199 is just for the better rarity. There is a point where the higher stuff you would just make anyways. But it has to justify, you know, the extra level range. Because it becomes 4 times rarer compared to beforehand. So even if we could make like a 300-something smithing item, it might not be worth it if we can get away with like 2 199s into something else. If we don't necessarily need it to make whatever item we need for the level range that we need it at. And that's something that comes in with the skill tree too. Seems like you can increase your weapon and armor proficiency. They're doing that as 2 different things. And when that does get split, it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. Because that means the level of armor and weapons you can wield are actually going to be different. Right now, they're exactly the same. But after the changes, the level that you could do for both are going to be completely different levels. And obviously, you'll be prioritizing the weapons more than the armor. But I could also make your armor a little bit too weak at sometimes. We'll have to see exactly how it works. Because we don't know how many levels you get per obelisk thing. As well as how much you really need to go into the obelisk before we can really get it. I'll catch you later, John. Have a good night. Because if we go look up the mock-up image, I know this isn't like a finalized thing. But let's see. How far is the distance between any 2 nodes? Like, let's say we want to do weapon proficiency. Let's see. Let's say we started here. And I only care about weapon proficiency. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So wait, where do we go for this path? We went over there. 11, 12, 13. Oh wait, I did that wrong. Wait. So we're at what, 10? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So we hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We hit 6. Oh, sorry, there's 2 over there too for really free. 22, 23, 24, 25. So for 25, we hit 8. We hit 8 of them. So it really comes down to how much are they each. Like, is it 10? Is it 5? Is it some other number? Well, let's say they're 10. That means for 25 also thank you, Sean, for the 10 gifted memberships. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. But that basically means for the cost of 25 points, aka 25 levels, for 25 levels, we would be able to get 8 proficiencies. So if they were each 10, that means we would get 80 proficiency. So, for example, let's say we are, level 140 in Chronopolis. And we got all 8 of those, and they gave 10 each. That means with just 25 of our allocated points, we would already be able to go wield a 220 weapon. But what's interesting about that is you'd be able to wield that 220 weapon even if your combat level is lower. Like, you would not need that many. Like, at all. Like, you would be able to do that at level 65 Chronopolis. You'd be able to wield a, like, 200-something weapon. That's kind of crazy. If that actually works that way, that's actually kind of broken. Because you can actually wield a weapon way higher than your combat level. Which is going to be so broken beyond belief. If it actually works that way. We'll have to see when it is in the final game, but that's basically what weapon and armor proficiency is. Like, you're going to be able to wield a weapon way above your actual level range. Like, you could be at, like, level 235 Chronopolis right now, wielding a level 400 weapon. With enough weapon proficiency, if it works that way. And if that is the case, that's going to be so broken for DPS. Like, imagine if we had a weapon that basically attacked for double damage of what we're doing now. That's almost what you could end up doing, depending on how weapon proficiency works. Especially combined with special attacks and everything. We could, in theory, be doing 2 times damage. Definitely at least like 50 times more, or 50% more damage. In that situation. Though you would be costing a lot of armor proficiencies, though. So your armor would be quite a bit worse. But your weapon would be staggeringly better. Because the more weapon proficiency you go to, the less armors you might be able to pick up along the way. But honestly, I know you can pick up a lot of weapons along the way too. Or armors. Like, they're not that far off. I notice this is a mock-up, but you don't have to go that far to go get to all the armors. Do you make money doing leatherworker? Yes. What we're doing right now is about 1.8 gold per hour. The wiki has all the rates on them. Actually, where is it? Not there. How do I get out of this? But, yeah, we're making quite a bit from this. We can actually bring it up right here. Leatherworker. Really doesn't work. Okay, leatherworker. I thought I could just do the initials of it. Leatherworker. Yeah, the wiki has all the rates. So we're currently doing, what is it called? We're doing superior black cowhide. And it is roughly 1.9 gold an hour. Like almost 2 gold an hour. I'm not sure what this is doing it based off of. I assume this is tick perfect 24 inventory. So we're making about 1.9 since we're wasting 1 inventory and everything. But yeah, it's about 1.9 to 2 an hour. But you can check the wiki for any given level range for what you're making. The net amount is assuming merchant discount though. So you do have to do the merchant grind first. Yeah, there we go. More bone rate XP into the pile. A really good range weapon and a ton of extra quiver slots wouldn't need armor. There are some things you will need armor for, like doing raid dens AFK in Chronopolis. Or if you want to do like anything AFK combat-wise. But, yes. Quiver into... It's one really funny method that you'll be able to go do for weapons. Is if you go all in DPS, speed, and quiver, you might just be able to kite things around indefinitely. Which would be really, really funny. If you can infinitely 1-0 any enemy. Not just like stationary enemies, but I mean like every enemy. You might actually be able to do it for. We'll have to wait and see to see exactly what the movement speed is like. But there's a chance you'll be able to do so. Like just infinitely kite an enemy over and over again. Even if it's not perfectly kiteable and it's like 5-1. But it's still a lot less damage you're taking. Like hitting an enemy 5 times for every 1 time it hits you. It's still absurdly strong compared to now. Because right now you can do that at the start of a fight, but you can't keep doing it over and over again. But with that much ammo and speed, you'd be able to do it indefinitely. Like, not just at the start of the fight, but for, like, throughout the entire fight. Where you can hit it, like, 4 or 5 times before it hits you once. It is one kind of funny byproduct with Armor Maker, though. I was mentioning earlier I might need to get it as high as my smithing level. But honestly, I don't really need to. 200 Armor Maker is probably good enough for a while. Because a lot of the new meta, you don't really need too much tank ability. Once the skill trees and everything come in. Because armor is really only going to be used for 2 things. AFK raid dens. AFK combat in general. If you're not fighting a stationary unit. And bossing. And raids in the future, both of which aren't coming anytime soon. So you could pretty much just go completely just pure DPS build for everything other than Chronopolis. But Chronopolis, you do need to be a little bit tankier. Just so that you can AFK raid dens, because they're always going to be 10 levels within your range. And to be able to survive that, you need durability. Yeah, that's the one thing that's going to be really nice. You can spec straight into a tank. You don't need to go and bother, like, training into a tank. You can literally just spec into it. Like, let's say you have a pure DPS build for the longest time. Let's say in Hopeport. And there's, like, a Hopeport boss or raid or whatever. Not sure if it's going to be like that or it's just going to use your overarching combat. Let's just say you use all your overarching combat. But you can just respec it completely into, you know, just tankiness and everything. It just be the tank. You don't need to, like, level up to it or anything. You just simply just switch right into it. It'll still cost you some silver to switch, but not that much. I don't really know what the cost associated with it will be, but it won't be... Like, it'll be low enough that it won't be bad to do for a raid. Especially if you're camping the raid for a while. Gosh, every time I see a big number like that, I still find it crazy that some people are that high of a level. Like 3,500 plus right now is like crazy high. Like, anyone above this line right here, like here and above, is like crazy, crazy, ridiculously high number. Like, honestly, anything above 2,000 right now is pretty high. But anything above, like, 3,500, even above 3,000, like miles ES and above, super ridiculously high level. Also, we're falling off. We're gonna finally leave top 20 forever and never return. No, you know when I think we'll retake top 20? We will fall for top 20 soon. But we'll retake it when the combat rework comes out. Because most people in top 20 have already done the 200 all combat grind. We have like 400 levels just waiting to happen over the course of like a week. Especially after special attacks and combat rework come in. If we kept playing for the first 2 to 3 days, yeah. We played a lot the first 2 to 3 days. Because the first day we did a 24-hour stream. The second day we did like 16 hours or something. And the following day I think was also about 16 hours. My average these days has been closer to 8 to 10 hours. We've been slacking. It's still a lot of hours, though. We have been slowly slowing down. Well, it's because I've been waiting for some of the bigger updates to hit. So we can just go all in on them. Because right now, of course, we're just endlessly grinding what we need for all of our total level and everything else. But none of it's actually, like, new content. Just content we've already done, just more of it. We're getting close to 9 gold. Definitely bare minimum want to get 10 gold tonight. Maybe that'll be our cutoff then. Because I don't think I want to upgrade my pickaxe. I want to wait till after trading. There's so many things I kind of want to use gold for before then. Hello, Javiol. Welcome, welcome. The people with replay K plus total don't have a life outside Brighter Shores. Honestly, I'm not sure how they sleep. Like, forget about like the whole life thing. When do they even sleep? Do they just like do like half an hour power naps forever? There's just a couple of them where I genuinely question, like, what time are they allocating towards it? Like, the rank 2 person for Mines of Matubin, I ended up logging off. He was there. Like, I logged off at night. He was there. I woke up in the morning. He was there. I got off at after we were done playing our whole session, and he was still there. There was a chance he wasn't there that entire duration. But if he was... Like, I literally checked, like, before I went to bed, when I woke up, and when I was done for the day. And he was there all 3 times. And he was still there this morning, by the way. Last morning, this morning, every morning. He, like, never leaves the furnace. Yeah, that's something I don't do. I don't order food. I don't really use, like, DoorDash or Grubhub or whatever the other things are called. Whatever all the billion things are. Amazon Prime Delivery. Whatever all those little things are. But I always go out to shop. I think the only food I've ever ordered to the house is, like, pizza. But, you know, it's something, like, almost always everyone does. But aside from that, I don't think I've ever ordered anything, like, food-wise to the house. I know, I generally don't like to eat on stream. Even if I, like, pre-make something. Was it because it makes so much noise into the mic? Just gonna hear me, like, munching the whole time. I just realized, how many people do we have added in this room? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thanks for joining us on the leatherworker grind. Leatherworker party today. Like a third of the entire room's population is people we have added. Oops, where am I going? You know, we would have 5 friends in the game. I always bring that up. In Old School RuneScape, we've been playing for the Hardcore Iron Man that we ended up maxing for almost 2 years now, in about another month or two. And it's always funny because I think I have like 10 people added in that game over 2 years. In this game, we basically have like perpetual max capacity friends list. I think we have 199 right now. I do have 1 space open. Who should we add? Actually, we have a backlog of like 20 something right now, 19 of them. Who do we add on the ad roulette? We do technically have 1 spot open right now. S'more is that you already on the list? Let me see. I don't see it here. I do need to go through the list to go and try to thin it out at some point. I've still been meaning to do that. I keep putting it off. It's just such a waste of time. I don't know. I like seeing people around. It's always fun to see. It's just hard to figure out like who we need to kick or not. Based on like, have I seen them recently? Like Greybeard, yeah, we have. We have. Like, have we J9? I'm not sure. You danced for us all, but it was XP loss. Yeah, I saw that. XP wasting a dance. I'm not sure why. In the first month of the game, or first few weeks, I can't remember. There's a bunch of people who were dancing in leather for like an hour a day. They were dancing at leather and then they would go dance at the chef place. I'm not sure why. But they would literally just come in and chat and like dance for like an hour straight. I have been testing bot functions. The dance party bot. That's interesting. Someone with blue trimmed armor. I feel like no one uses normal blue. It does match detective cape really well, though. The frost blue I definitely like a lot more, but it goes with the detective cape really well. Oh, we got 500 detective as well. He really is Detective Santa. I didn't even notice that. He has 500 detective. It's pretty cool. After this load, we'll be at 9 gold. But I think the goal for today is to get to 10 gold then. I think it's a good cutoff point for now. There's still a few things I want to do off stream. Like, we still have like 3,000 something iron ore I still want to start processing some of. Though it might be strategic to wait until after the smithing threshold though. Because I won't be able to mine this 247 for a while. So it might be more worthwhile to not actually do smithing quite yet. And just do the other thing. Who knows, maybe we do our combat AFK. No, honestly, I did find a better AFK that isn't doing this. I guess that would be Leatherworker. I just hate doing Leatherworker as an AFK because it's not that AFK to bank. The actual activity in this room is really AFK, but the actual banking activity is not. Like, I would almost consider Carpentry as more AFK than Leatherworker. Because you just never need to leave the room if you're just selling instead of buying. Even Leatherworker is more AFK. I mean, even Carpenter is more AFK than Leatherworker, I mean. The duration of AFK that you have per cycle is better for Leatherworker. But banking is absurdly annoying when you're doing, like, ultra AFK. How far away it is to go get to the bank. It's one of the main reasons why I think the person who went for 500 Leatherworker did drop all. Because you can move over here in one click if you do drop all. So it makes it far more AFK to do. As well as if you're banking, you can do it in 2 clicks. Or technically 3. Well, technically 4. You gotta click there, and then click back here. But if you were to drop all your leather, you could click there, buy leather, click there, boom, you're back. It makes it a lot more AFK. Almost at your first 100 finally? Merchant? Nice. Great one to have first as well. Helps feed a lot of money and get Leatherworker rolling. We still got a solid 7 Leatherworker levels that we could do. Until we're merchant locked again. How much merchant would I have to do if I do it again? I'm almost considering doing that AFK once we get to 227. Maybe that's one of our goals we do tomorrow if there's no patch tomorrow, of which case there is a very high chance it doesn't happen. But I think one of our goals, among everything else we were going to go do, but that'll probably be like one of the main things we do. Then maybe more Leatherworker to keep making that money. That good old sweet money. But, I think we go get 5 merchant levels so I can do the AFK. And start utilizing that AFK to like 233 or so. So we can then manually do from 233 to 239. And basically just use it in all the slightly deader areas. It's not fully dead, but you know, just to get a little bit extra rate. I forget when the next big dead item is though. I think gold ring someone said was dead, or old ring I mean. There's still like 2 or 3 more dead tasks I think we end up getting on our way to 99. Or 500. No, merchant doesn't really have as many dead spots, but it works similar to cooking. to some degree, in that your contracts scale based on when you get to a new activity. So whenever you get to a new activity, all the profit you make from everything increases. So when we get to 233 Pocket Watch, every single thing scales to 233. Whereas right now they're only 216. But stuff like that makes it really good. Like, there's no dead spot, but there's areas where you get better XP rate compared to others. But yeah, I would say Merchant has literally 0 dead spots. But there's a lot of spots where if you were to utilize some of the AFK, you can maximize your amount of active XP by filling the slight areas where you're getting slightly worse XP. Even though it's good XP throughout. But it's even better XP at some level ranges. You're doing 217 puffers at 205 still? I remember there being like a super dead area in mining. Where was it? I think it was like the Deathstone area. Yeah. Not counting AFKs, you basically have to go from 333 mining to 372. Doing almost exclusively flint or minecarts. Like basically doing flint minecart method. You have to use a 317 method to go basically to 372. Oh, then again, no. You would actually just do only minecart or only flint. Because I forgot, you can't do flint minecart. The end location of fossils is not south. Or it's not west, it's north. So you can't even grab 3 free flint every time. So yeah, you basically have to do perfect flint all the way from 333 until 372. Or minecarts from 317 all the way to 372. Depending on how upgraded your pickaxe is. Though realistically by then it'd be pretty upgraded, so the flint would be better. Not counting the AFKs in between. It's a little bit of a rough area. Probably one of the rougher ones that mining has. But then worst comes to worst, you could do iron all the way to 500 if you really want to. But getting to that iron is the problem, though. It's not the deadest space that's in any level, but it's among one of the bigger ones. Because you also don't get the better venture till 380, which is also after you already get the better iron. You also don't even get the basalt to go with your iron until 388. Which by that point you would already be a good XP rate. And we do have enough to go do probably a couple thousand Deathstone by then, but not that many. A couple thousand Deathstone sounds like a lot. But at best, that will get us to like 355, not even. Like, it doesn't even get us to the AFK activity. Like, it doesn't even get you to the next AFK activity. It would be one level off. Even with the thousands of Deathstone we'd probably have by then. Like, at absolute best, it gets us to the AFK activity. Which I guess that's as far as it needs to get us. And then you AFK that until you AFK that until you actively do that until like 500. You just pick up whatever ores you need whenever you need them. You've been grinding Leatherworker for the cash flow, and they will nerf it by the time you get good profit, probably. Actually, at the lower level range, it's actually better to bank everything. Just so you can use it to try to get to 200 Armor Maker when it first comes out. Like, you get past, like, those lower level range. So you can start knowledging it for better value. Like, some of the hides, when trading comes out, are going to go for, like, 10, 20 silver each if there's not a shop you could buy them from in Chapter 5. Like, if there's not a shop in Chapter 5 where you could buy fully processed leather, some of the low-tier leathers will literally go for, like, 10, 20 silver each. Even if they're worth, like, 3 silver. Just because of how high demand it is, people rushing to, like, 200 Leatherworker. So they can start doing like the armor maker AFK. I mean, armor maker, I mean, not leather worker. I meant armor maker. These are all the people who are going to be rushing armor maker the second chapter 5 comes out. Because they got to get at least 200 so they can start doing the AFK for post 200. Yeah, I'm not sure how good Builder is. I'm still not sure what my plan is for Chapter 5. But if I'm going to be doing 500 Mindfighter, then 500 Chronopolis, then 500 Watch, or, you know, Shieldbreaker, and kind of do it that way, then our priority would definitely be Shieldbreaker, and Shieldbreaker, Builder, and Armor Maker. Basically just trying to ignore the Gathering skill then. I got absolute most, we'd get it to 200. Because I'm hoping that Shieldbreaker gives you building supplies. Or if it has some weird armor-making supplies, armor-making supplies. I'm hoping you get a ton of building supplies, more so from Shieldbreaker than you even do from, like, Gatherer or something. Because you should drop some amount. It really just comes down to how much. Because Guard drops cooking, it drops, you know, alchemy. Scout drops cooking, or sorry, it doesn't drop cooking, but it does drop alchemy, as well as carpentry. Mindfighter drops only alchemy, but a lot of alchemy, like a lot of alchemy. Chronopolis drops a little bit of alchemy, but mostly leatherworker. So there's a good chance you get a decent amount of builder supplies from combat, like Shieldbreaker combat, as well as some small amount of alchemy supplies, which can kind of obfuscate needing to get Forager. I mean, not Forager, but, you know, Delver, I mean. The Forager of Chapter 5. Oh no, we'll have to wait and see. Because right now we don't know how good Shieldbreaker is. As far as like the secondary drop table. But there's a good chance it drops alchemy and builder supplies, which is huge. It probably doesn't drop any armor-making supplies, though. Because Chapter 3 also doesn't. Chapter 3 doesn't drop anything for Bone Wright, Blacksmith, or Stonemason. Oh yeah, that's something else Scout does. Scout actually feeds into a lot of skills. I didn't even think about that. It feeds into 3. I think it's the only chapter where it has a triple feed. Because it feeds Bone Wright, it feeds Carpentry, and it feeds Alchemy. Because Guard only feeds 2, Cooking and Alchemy. Mindfighter only just very heavily feeds Alchemy. Chronopolis feeds Alchemy and Leatherworker. Maybe I'll have to see with next chapter. I highly doubt you're going to get any armor-making supplies from Shieldbreaker, though. Which is rather ironic, because it's called Shieldbreaker, but you're not getting any armor-making supplies. But you're probably mostly getting Builder and Alchemy. Alchemy for the potions from the place, as well as a bunch of Builder supplies. And I'm hoping we can offset that so we don't have to do the Gatherer as deep. Because there's also other ways to get Builder supplies. Merchant. For example, we get Perfect Bricks at 250 Merchant. Another reason to be getting our Merchant level up. Because we 100% would want to have 250 Merchant by the time next chapter comes out. Is that the highest one as well? I think it is. No, Perfect Tiles is at 322. Is there anything higher than that? I think that's it. Yeah, 322 Merchant, you have the highest possible building supply. Because you only get a better alchemy supply after that. But yeah, the final builder supply, okay, that's something to consider before chapter, and that's also an alchemy supply. So yeah, unless I'm missing one, the highest building supply that you can end up getting from Merchant is at 322. Or you could do Perfect Tiles at 322 and Perfect Bricks at 250. Which means before Chapter 5 comes out, we'd want to get 322 Merchant. Which is good because you get the highest tier hide at 305 anyways. So it kind of works out perfectly. But yeah, to be able to get Perfect Tiles and Perfect Bricks, you need it. 250 for Perfect Brick and 322 for Perfect Tile. We don't know exactly what these are used for or how viable they are or anything about them. But they exist. They're definitely being used for builder. We just don't know how relevant they are for builder. I said, hello, Hearthstone. Welcome, welcome. Where is the unique loot for combat? They're going to be adding bossing, raids, and stuff like that. They mentioned it during the Q&A. They're going to be adding a lot of stuff like that in the future. There's just a lot of it's planned after 1.0. After they get all like the fundamental features in the game. It's probably not going to be coming before 1.0 based on what they've been saying in Q&As and AMAs and other public things. Like, this game's going to be very PVM-like initially. Though, of course, we were talking about the combat rework thing earlier. Oh, that's not it. The combat rework thing earlier. Where is it? So why is it so big? The combat rework thing earlier. But, I'm trying to get to news, not videos. Let's see. News. But yeah, they're merging all the combats. You'll be able to get like 30, 40 combat in every single region. Or basically 40 combat in every region gets you max level. And then everything else will go to a skill tree, basically. Yeah, they're working on it, but they want to get like all the fundamental functions in the game before they really start adding like bosses and stuff like that, or raids. You canceled the membership, the game feels dead. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have kind of been doing that recently. Just kind of taking a break from the game and just kind of waiting until it fully develops. I'm personally playing through the whole thing, though. Even as it's going through its transitioning time. He definitely has a lot of transitioning to do. Like the combat merging. 4 more days? Oh, hello, Lester. I know, you're waiting for day 69. We'll go to the bone zone on day 69 and finish dunking some bones. Because that's probably the day we'll go get 200 Gatherer. If we don't have it by then. So I gotta get a little bit more Gatherer by then. Well, we'll finish 200 Gatherer at the bone zone then. For good old day 69. I don't know, RuneScape Loot does have some problems though. Mostly when it comes to endgame going dry. As well as the fact that it pretty much doesn't use crafting at all. They've been a little bit better about that in recent times, though. You started over? Oh, gosh. That's one thing that does feel weird whenever I go into alt accounts. It's just not like how little they're progressed. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I need to go get them level 30 scout. I don't think they ever did. Oh, wait, maybe they did. I need to go double check them. Which, now that I think about it, I think they did. There's just 30 Chronopolis they haven't done. I mean, 40 Chronopolis. Because they're currently working on 59 Mind Fighters, so they definitely already got 40. I know for sure they have 30 Guard. I'm pretty sure they have 30 Scout. So yeah, the only thing they're missing then is Chronopolis to level 40. And then they'll be good to go for Chapter 5. I'll probably do that through AFK Raid Dens whenever I'm trying to get them free combat XP, though. Or free knowledge points. Because that's generally how I get my knowledge points these days on my alt accounts. Or, you know, the 2 other slots. Is I normally just AFK them on Raid Dens. Currently, I've only been doing them at level 8s. I really need to go get them upgraded to the level 18s. I haven't got them geared enough for it, is the problem. Like, they can do them, but they can't AFK them, is the problem. And the whole point is the AFK. So I've currently just been keeping them at level 8. But soon I will be able to go and do them at 18. And it's normally what I leave them at, so eventually they'll have level 40-40. Not 40-40. Well, I guess 40-40, but, you know, 40 that they need for the watch person. So they have max combat. But right now, the main priority for them is to get them through Lost and Found quests. After Lost and Found, they're AFKing all the way to 500 of the processing skill. Because even if I do plan to get it up on this account, I don't plan to get it up too much. Like Bone Wright and Stonemason. Like, once I get them to 200, they are staying 200 for a while. It's all the other skills around it that I plan to get really high. Like Merchant, Leatherworker, Woodcutting, Carpentry, like all the feeding skills, Mining. But as far as the actual final step, even Gatherer, as far as the final step, I actually don't plan to get Stonemason or Bone Wright above 200 for a long, long, long time. Once I do get them 200. I'll just sell out all the stone we get while doing mining grind. So we can buy either more smithing supplies or simply for money. Yeah, you don't get any gear from doing the raid dens, but they're really AFK. But the problem is it leaves you really under geared. You gotta basically keep checking the gear shop like every single 4 hours. And normally I only check it like once a week for them. I should really be doing it at least once a day when I log in on them. Just check the armor and get them geared. But these days I've been doing it like once a week. Should really check at least once a day when I check on them. It's just annoying having to teleport all the way away and then all the way back every single time. And sometimes you don't even get an upgrade. Which is the other thing too. It's not even guaranteed you get an upgrade when you go there. You likely will if you're like super undergeared, but it's not always guaranteed. And even if it is, it's normally like a 1-star. Which isn't much of an upgrade. I don't know, the main thing that's made me do the dens and everything is just the most AFK activity you could possibly do in the game. So they're really good when you want to do something but can't actively do something. Aside from leatherworker or like carpentry and staying in the room, it's like some of the best AFK in the game. As far as like consecutive AFK. Depending on your level range, you can go away for like 3 minutes and your guy will still be killing stuff. Normally it's like 2 minutes AFK depending on your gear though. And hey, after the skill tree, you might be able to go and get all your weapon proficiency. And go straight into just killing everything. Because one thing that's going to be really weird with this update, from my understanding, is you're going to be able to wield a weapon way higher than your combat level. If all you do is just beeline straight to every single weapon proficiency, you could, at level 235 right now, wield like a 300 or 400 weapon. Will be an actual legitimate thing you could probably do. At level 235, you could be actually wielding a 300 weapon, a 400 weapon. You wouldn't be able to earn it from the stuff you're killing, but you'd be able to actively use it and have the damage that a weapon like that would have, which is going to be so crazy strong. We'll have to wait and see exactly how that pans out. Because it's really unclear exactly how weapon proficiency and armor proficiency work. Obviously, they make it so you can wield better stuff, but we don't know by what margin. Are we talking like 5 per level, 10 per level? Maybe even bigger number? I highly doubt it's higher than 5 or 10, though. Yeah, the main reason I do the raid dens is if I need something super AFK and need knowledge. That's basically my go-to. I need ultra AFK knowledge, and I just need something to do. That isn't nothing. Because it's really AFK. You get a ton of knowledge from it. I don't even really care about the watch person or detective XP. I'm almost doing it just for AFK knowledge. Like 80% of the reason we're doing is probably more for the knowledge than it is for watch person or detective, even though I do want to get them up to 500 eventually. But the real reason for doing it is for the knowledge, not even for the actual XP that you're getting. Hey, did we ever hit 10 gold yet? Oh, 3 more inventories. Or actually 2 more. They sell for quite a bit. Yeah, I'm still not sure what I want to do with the gold, though. I still haven't fully decided. There's so many things I want to do with it, but also don't want to do with it. You got a 151 watch person detective just playing League with your girl. Nice. Yeah, it's one of the main things you use the raid dens for. Like, you do like literally anything. It's still like max efficiency of the raids pretty much. It was just 3 clicks like every 3 minutes roughly. Which is way better than 1 click a minute. It's 3 clicks every 3 minutes. I still think you can. It's also low Kent, by the way. And yeah, if you ever have any questions or anything, let me know. I still can't believe this game's been out for 2 months. It has not felt like 2 months. It felt like a year at this point. Though in all fairness, I feel like we've played this for what an average person would play for a year. We're already at 807 hours. We mentioned that earlier. This will probably be the quickest we ever hit 1,000 hours in a game. We're getting pretty close. Because what is it? We're at the... What would exactly be 2.5 month mark? Let's see. If we count it as like 30 days, 15... Day 75. So, yeah, we're not going to hit it by then. But we are going to get just shy of 3 months, it looks like. In 3 months, we would have hit 1,000. Which would be pretty much our tied quickest we've ever done. Unless we really start playing like 20 hours a day. But it's on rate to be... It's still the quickest I've ever hit 1,000 hours in the game. But only by like a week compared to the other one. Because the quickest in the past was 3 months. And this will be like 2 months and 3 weeks. So slightly quicker. It's still a crazy amount of hours though. And I'll still hold the record as the quickest I've ever hit 1,000 hours in a game. Yeah, I plan to within about a month from now try to have 200 all minus combat. That's the game plan right now. Before the combat rework, I want to have 200 all non-combat. And then when combat rework comes out, I want to have 200 all combat. And then after that, we either go 500 Mind Fighter or 500 Chronopolis. Or 500, you know, 500 Minds of Matubin Obelisk or 500 Chronopolis Obelisk. Technically 460, you know. Whatever you want to call it. It's going to be so awkward to say. Because basically going for max combat means you're going for 460 Obelisk. This sounds so weird compared to saying 500. But I guess you can still say 500 for the chapter, though. If we're going for 500 combat in Minds of Matubin or 500 combat in Chronopolis. It still makes sense. It just won't be called Mind Fighter or Watch Person anymore. Yeah, they're merging all the combats into one skill. But you still get them up like at any other level 500. Like, the way that you train them is still exactly the same. Except you're going to have way better damage and way better options. Because you actually do a whole skill tree. You can go min-max your build. You'll have special attacks hopefully by then. So it'll be a lot easier to do compared to now. But the actual training method is still the same. Like, the way you go about training all 4 of them right now is still the same way you do it now, later. The methods you'll use as far as, like, strategies and your DPS and stuff will be a little bit different. But the actual act of doing it is still pretty much exactly the same. Like how you'll progress, how you'll switch enemies, everything else. Like, it doesn't change too much in that regard. It's mostly the combat itself as you're doing the combat that would be different. But the actual combat nodes that you have to do is pretty much the same throughout the entire grind to 500. But the only exception being if you have a lot of extra power due to the skill trees, maybe you'll be able to go way ahead what you normally would. Like, for example, any stationary unit is always the freest thing ever. So if you have a really good stationary unit, you can just absolutely obliterate it with infinite ammo. Or near infinite ammo. So stuff like that's going to be such free XP if it's like your highest level one. Like when we get access to like the 344 spike ball or whatever it is. Like that is going to be so free to do with the new combat system. You just stand in one tile and just range them until they're dead pretty much. It's going to be so broken. But, yeah, stuff like that's going to be such free XP. So that would be quite a bit different than how it's done now. Because right now you'd hit them 4 times, and then you'd have to go melee, and then walk back, and then heal, and then hit them some more, maybe walk back and heal again if you need. But after the rework, you just stand still, click them once, and just range them till they're dead, pretty much. If you get enough ammo for it. We don't know exactly how much ammo we're going to get, because the mock-up image is not a good example of how much we're going to get total. But honestly, even like 20 ammo is like pretty much infinite for most fights. Because by then, the amount of damage you can do while you're in melee range will be enough to kill it. Even if you have to melee it at all. So there's stuff like that that would change up the path of how you would do combat. You think double max? Really? I feel like it might be a little bit better than that, but we'll see. Because that would only be 8 ammo. 8 ammo is still good. But it wouldn't be broken good. But 8 ammo would still go a long ways. Compared to what you could do now, compared to once you have 8 ammo. But 20, 30, 40 ammo, like, completely breaks the game. So be curious to see if they actually do go that high or not. Do I stream every day? Yes, we stream here on YouTube every single day. 65 days straight on Brighter Shores. And I plan to for quite a while into the future. There are probably 2 weeks I'm going to need to take off this year, though. For seeing family and friends. But beyond that, yeah, we should pretty much be here every single day this year. And obviously some holidays where we'll probably be streaming, like, very briefly. Like Easter is probably the next one coming up. Also, they should be doing an Easter event in-game, by the way. They mentioned that actually during the Q&A as well, like what kind of events would they do holiday stuff for. And it's all the ones we kind of already assumed, like Easter, Christmas, Halloween, stuff like that. So pretty much all the ones that we thought they would do is like the ones they're going to be doing. So Easter's likely the next in-game event. Kind of like what they did for Christmas, but for Easter. Bunny ears, here we come. Yeah, they probably would add bunny ears. They probably had bunny ears, some kind of colored hat, or, you know, eggshell hat, stuff like that. I'll have to wait and see. But now that I think about it, what did they initially add for Easter in back in the day? I don't remember. Like what most of the early Easter cosmetics were. Yeah, Easter eggs. Oh yeah, that's why those are considered rares. Interesting. Yeah, those eatable Easter eggs. Then it was bunny ears untradeable. Yeah, that stopped when that's when he started stopping with the discontinued stuff. It's actually kind of sad because when I played when I was a kid, it was about the exact time when he started like stopping the discontinued items. Because I remember like everyone talking about like party hats and everything else, and then like the event came around, it's like, oh, these are not tradable at all. Because it was like the 2004, 2005 event kind of time. And I know for sure 2005 wasn't tradable. I can't remember if 2004 wasn't. I'm pretty sure 2004's events were also not tradable. I know for sure 2005 wasn't though by then. Also, 2006 had the really fun snow globe, where you could like throw snowballs and everything. I remember that event pretty vividly. It was one of the actual Christmas events where I actually like remember the actual activity itself. It was probably my favorite item that ever came through any holiday event during the Gower years. It's also used for tick manipulation and free-to-play. So it's actually the meta for free-to-play in old school RuneScape as well, which is really funny. So not only is it the coolest holiday item they ever gave, it's literally a meta tick manipulation item as well for free-to-play to this day. You can do tick manipulation with the snow that it drops, and it gives you a bunch of snowballs that you can do to pelt people with. So it's best in slot for messing around, but it's also best in slot for actual XP per hour. It's really funny. Also, I hope this game never gets tick manipulation. I don't mind using it in old school RuneScape, because it's kind of been accepted as a fundamental mechanic. But I really hope this game doesn't get that min-maxy. I wouldn't mind having to do it, but gosh. It gets kind of crazy with some of the methods in old school. The things you try to do just to make actions go quicker. But they're like so broken that you kind of have to do them for some activities. Just because of how much better they are than not doing it. Like saving something like 0.6 seconds doesn't sound like a lot. But then you save 0.6 seconds like every 3 seconds, and then it's like, oh wait, that's a lot then. Like if you save 0.6 seconds like every like 5 minutes, it's like, okay, that's like nothing. We could just ignore that. But if you're saving like 0.6 seconds every 3 seconds, 5 seconds, that's a pretty big game changer. As far as how much of a buff that is per hour. Also, we technically reached our goal already of 10 gold. I just kind of want to keep going for a little bit. I'm kind of already in the groove of Leatherworker. I'm starting to get a little hungry, though. Maybe at the end of the hour or something. Because I haven't had anything yet to eat today. I've had 1 soda and 1 water, and that's it. That has been my full consumption today. One and a half waters now. You have an encyclopedia like the knowledge of RuneScape Classic from 2002 to 2003, but you can't remember your own phone number? That's kind of funny. Honestly, I don't remember what my phone number is either these days. I actually got asked for it for something the other day. And I can't remember what it was for. But I like literally had to go into my own phone to check my own phone number. Because I don't have it memorized. I have my address and everything memorized, but like how often do you need to call yourself? And normally if you're doing something online, it like autofills your phone number. So it's really like only in person where you'd really ever need it. Yeah, honestly, out of any update that ever happened during the Gower years, I think the one I remember most is the day Stealing Creations came out. The launch week of Stealing Creations is probably like my fondest memory of all of RuneScape. At least the Gower years of RuneScape. Like, that's definitely easily top 5. Possibly even like the #1 of all of them. The week that Stealing Creations came out. The best minigame they ever made. And a minigame that this game desperately needs. They combined PvP and every single, nearly every single non-combat skill in the game to make a minigame out of it. Where basically you kept collecting a bunch of resources, had to keep fortifying all the areas where all the better nodes are so you can get more score. And you could steal from other people by pickpocketing them, you could kill them and get all their loot off of them. And a bunch of other stuff that you could end up doing. So you basically had to secure as many good resource nodes as possible while trying to keep it all and actually getting it banked and not dying before you end up getting there or getting stolen from some enemy or something else. It was really fun. I'm pretty sure people don't play it legitimately anymore though. But at launch, when everyone was like doing it normally, it was so good. The problem with minigames like that though is after a few months, like people just min-max the minigame like crazy. You actually quit old school RuneScape for this game? That's kind of funny. I actually still been playing old school. Though technically I haven't played it in 3 months, but we did still do the league that was going on during the time. And I've still been AFKing it. We're actually AFKing it right now. Our hardcore is doing Redwoods. It is 3 times over drop rate. We're at 67.6 million woodcutting XP. And we still do not have the beaver pet. Which is like on average is like 25-ish mil XP or something. I have no clue. But yeah, he still doesn't have it. He's been doing it every second we've been doing Brighter Shores and still doesn't have it. It's kind of crazy. He's been doing it for about 3 months because I started that even before Brighter Shores came out. And he is still not done. He is still going. For one single cosmetic pet that just follows you around. Does have a few cool transmogs though. But we still don't have it. Yeah, old school RuneScape is really bot heavy. But it's mostly because its currency is worth so much. It's one of the reasons I can never go back to playing a main in that game. Like, there's probably like an 80 to a 90% chance any resource you buy from the Grand Exchange that doesn't drop from a boss is made by a bot. Either it was processed by a bot, or was gathered by a bot, or they was obtained by a bot. Like, the Grand Exchange is basically just buying directly from bots at this point. It's basically just a bot exchange. So I would never play like a normal main in old school these days. Because the entire economy is basically bot run. Obviously there are resources from real players, but I'm pretty sure it is outweighed by the amount of bot resources. If it's not something you get from a boss, it is probably from a bot. Even a lot of boss items are from bots these days, too. Like, there isn't any boss in old school RuneScape that doesn't have a bot. It's just the percent of them, because more people are doing bossing, is less botted. It's not that bots aren't doing them, but the percent of the bots to the real players is less. Compared to something like a raw material that no one wants to go gather. It's one thing that I hope Brighter Shores never does. I really hope boss loot doesn't become saturated, like, at all with, like, skilling material. There's one thing old school RuneScape did really, really, really bad, same as RuneScape 3 eventually, is boss loots that are just way overly flooded with raw material. Where it's quicker to kill a boss than it is to even gather the material. We're also gaining, like, a billion other resources at once as well. I really hope all bosses in this game have pretty much 0 resource drops, if not exactly 0. Like, you can still drop other stuff. There's not skilling material. Pick, like, literally anything else. Though if it does drop skilling material, I hope it does it kind of like how it did for RuneScape 3. I never actually played it, but my understanding of it is there's drops in that game that give you basically like double resources when you go do an activity. Like a boss won't drop you, let's say, it won't drop you like 3 tier 5 iron ore. It would drop you like a material that if you went to go mine that iron ore, you would then get like double until it's been used up. If they do end up doing resources on it, I hope they do something like that. Or it's like an item that you get that you still have to go do the skilling activity. It might just boost the skilling activity by some amount. Maybe not double, but, you know, by some amount while you're doing it. Like 10% or something. For like a short duration. Almost like a potion you can drink in order to go and get like, you know, 2 minutes of extra XP. It'd almost be like a resource that you can consume to go get, you know, like 10 minutes of extra resource or something. Like a certain gathering activity. That way the boss isn't directly giving you the resource, but still helping you to get more. But you still have to actually go do the skilling component. You can't just simply kill the boss and just get the resource. You still have to go and actually do the, you know, have the level range to go get the resource, go and actually gather it. Because that's the other big issue with bossing too. Is when you can get an item way earlier than you normally would be able to. Like if we could get like tier 6 iron, tier 5 iron without having the mining requirement. Like imagine if we could kill a boss and just be getting like all these tier 6 ores. Like why would you get the mining level ever if you could just kill a boss to go get it all? Yeah, that's the big issue that drop table has in old school and RuneScape 3. Or what's the point of getting the level to go get the resource when you could just kill a boss to get it instead? You don't actually have to ever actually gather the resource to get it. But yeah, I hope they don't go down that route. So far, it doesn't seem like they will go down that route, but we'll find out when bossing and raids and stuff start coming into the game. Because that's my biggest concern for Brighter Shores out of anything. Is bosses and raids kill the game like it did old school. Not that it killed the game in old school, but it definitely changed the dynamic of the game. From a skilling heavy game and PvP oriented game to a purely PvM game. Because right now this game is still very skilling heavy. And eventually skilling and PvP. Like how RuneScape was back in the day. But we have to see how bossing will work to see if it's actually going to be balanced in. Because old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3 did not balance it well. Basically just completely ditched PvP and skilling in favor of PvM. But right now this game's currently the opposite. It has no PvM basically. And is purely skilling and soon to be skilling plus PvP. Well, we'll see what happens once they start adding bosses and raids and everything. But at least for some amount of times, it will be a purely skilling and PvP game. Which I do enjoy the most. But we'll see what happens down the line. Because at launch, there's likely going to be 0 bosses, but a fully implemented PvP system and a fully implemented skilling system. But 0 bosses in the game that are repeatable. As well as 0 raids. By 1.0 launch. At least based on what they've been saying. Because they said they weren't going to add any bosses until after 1.0. They said they're not doing any raids until after 1.0. But PvP's coming beforehand, and obviously skilling's already here. It's pretty much the whole game right now. Gotta really like skilling to like Brighter Shores right now, that's for sure. It's like 95% skilling. That was always my favorite component, so it works out pretty well. Yeah, PvP does look like it's aiming to be dual arena-like. How exactly that will fully pan out, who knows? But after the... That's something I didn't really think about, too. With this combat tree thing, that's going to be kind of interesting, because you can use all faction gear. So that does mean you won't be able to be... You won't necessarily be as weak. Because, this does mention armor. Armor's really interesting, because that means you won't have a weakness anymore. It really comes down to what this percent will end up being like in PvP. Or you know what? I wonder if they're going to be 100% effective in PvP. Oh, maybe that's how they finally balance PvP. I've been wondering for a while, like, how are they going to balance the triangle? I think that's how they do it. I think all faction gear are just going to have 100% bonus in PvP. That way you can use anything. Oh, that would actually be kind of cool if so. I really hope they do that. I don't think that will be the case for PvM, but PvP might give you a 100% bonus for all faction gear. They already said with those wording that it won't be for PvM, or, you know, for killing normal enemies, which is what this says. But they might make it so it's 100% for PvP, in which case you can wear anything. So you could be a Cryo Knight just running a pure Hammer Mage build. I really hope they do that, because that'd be the way that you balance the triangle. Is let everyone partake in any part of the triangle. For full effectiveness. It has to be full effectiveness, though, because if it's even 95%, it won't be worth it. Like, if I'm trying to wear, like, Guardian armor or weapons to try to counter out, like, a Hammer Mage or something, and I only have, like, 80, 90, 95% effectiveness, it's probably worse than me just using normal Cryo Knight stuff. But if it's 100% effectiveness, then, you know, we're basically just a Guardian at that point. So we'll have to see how that works. But yeah, that might be the way that they actually fix PvP. They just make everything 100% effective for off-class items. Because that just instantly fixes any balance issue you had with PvP. It just instantly got balanced. That's the only thing you have to do. You just make you allowed to use all faction gear at 100% effectiveness. And you just balance PvP. But the problem with that is if you don't do that, you're always going to be at disadvantage to something. Like Guardian will always beat Hammer Mage will always beat Crown Knight will always beat Guardian. But if everything's 100% effective and you're allowed to use anything, then it's just fair game in any direction. Wait, what was that one other bone I got earlier? I can't remember the level range. I think it was like 154. I'm gonna check. I'm looking for goat horn. Chunky goat horn. I'll go check something real quick. Where is the chunky goat horn? I want to double check what, not leatherwork, or what, bone rate level we need. Chunky, okay, let me just go to goat horn then. Oh, that's not how you spell goat horn. Goat horn. Let's see. Is that the wrong one? Wait, what? Yeah, 148. That's the number I'm looking for. Oh, it's called a smooth. Why was the other one said chunky then? Oh, I was looking at the wrong resource. I see. I see the problem now. Alright, anyways. Oh, it's chunky ram horns. Wait, that's the wrong item then. Wait. No, this is the right one. No, this is the wrong one. This is the one beforehand. Yeah, it's chunky ram horn is why it didn't come up. There we go. Aha. It is 154. Okay, we need 154. And then we need 168. Well, 154 is when we could dunk our next bone. We're not getting that anytime soon. Well, we will. Actually, we'll probably get it tomorrow. The 168 we're not getting anytime soon. I want to try to get it by the end of the weekend, though. Oh, so this is probably the last inventory I'm going to do for now until I go grab dinner. So any other questions, any other anything, let me know. Otherwise, we'll probably be calling it for today. And then go and probably get to the smithing AFK. I do want to try getting some more bone right knowledge, though. I need, like, active AFK, like, the raid dens later or something. So we can start getting that up a little bit more. That or who knows, maybe I even go AFK carpentry. And just sell it all to the shop. I'm tempted. Do some AFK carpentry. I'm almost considering it, to be honest. Is my carpentry starting to lag behind my woodcutting level? We can already do up to tier 3 ash for woodcutting. To be able to do the same for carpentry, I would need 67. And I'm at 52. So it might be time to start using some of our banked stuff we have. Because we're actually starting to lag behind a bit. There we go, 146 bone rate, nice. Oh, so tomorrow we might be able to make the 2,500 push. Yeah, that'll be our goal for tomorrow. Focus on only skills. Okay, I think I know my goal for tomorrow then. We're going to focus only on skills below level 200. And try to see if we can make the 2,500 push. I think it's very doable tomorrow. If we only focus on skills that are not above 200, I think we could do it. I just got to just not grind everything that's already above 200. So that means things like gatherer, maybe some woodcutting, maybe some carpentry if we do some off stream tonight. Even more of a reason to do it. But yeah, I think that might be our goal for tomorrow then. 2,500 total. I think that's doable. I think that's very doable. Well, I'm trying to wait on all the combats until after the combat rework. I'm basically not touching combat again other than AFK raid dents until the combat rework hits. Oh, I just realized one issue with that, though. My plan for alchemy did assume I would get like 200 to 220 Mind Fighter. That is one thing that's going to be a little awkward. Is how do we fill all the holes in alchemy? Of which there are many. Because that makes that middle area a lot better. The biggest issue is my main way I was going to go all the way to max is wall to 170 to 200. requires Mind Fighter. Like, there's not a non-Mind Fighter alternative there. Like, you have to get it through Mind Fighter because it's so expensive. Yeah, that's one thing that might throw a little bit of a wrench in the plan. Because I can't get 200 Alchemy without 200 Mind Fighter, or even more than 200 Mind Fighter. It is something we can't really do in that order. Alright, where am I going? Hope Port, so I can go get the XP pot. I'll keep the mining one on me because we'll probably use it some later. I need them to AFK for a few hours, so just grab a bite to eat and everything. Just not sure what I want to go make tonight. I need to go food shopping soon again. Alright. Oh, what do I need? What did I come here for? I came here for a couple of these. I guess like 3 for now is fine. And while I'm here, I might as well check cooking contract for later. Slowly but surely, we will get 200 cooking. Even if it's half a level a day, we will get there. At some point, we'll need to power grind it. Nope. Oh, no, we got one good one. Nice. Alright, we're out here. Oh, did we get any sentry ones, though? No, no sentry. Alright, anyways, we're out here. Mine deep. But anyways, any last minute questions, anyone? Let me know, let me know. Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow, same time as per usual, around noon Eastern Standard Time. And I think my main goal for tomorrow will be actually a pretty hefty one. Probably a bit of a longer stream. Because I want to try to see if we can actually get 2,500 total. It might be a little bit too ambitious of a goal, but it might be doable. Oh no, maybe it is too ambitious because I'm trying to think right now. If we're getting like 3 levels an hour on most skills, 10 hours. Okay, maybe that's slightly too ambitious. Let's see. Don't be late. Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's normally because I grab food, but this time it's just because I overslept a little. I was already up, but I was like still in like a complete tired state. Like I was awake, but not like awake. Well, Poking's still over here. I'm surprised he hasn't finished 200 Mind Fighter yet. Feels like he's been doing a lot lately. But he must have started from like a low level and went all the way to 200. Alright, we shouldn't need too many of these. I'm just going to grab 10 for now. Anyways, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Oh yeah, this is the new screen, by the way. You can now log out and stop. So we can actually click log out here. Yeah, there we go. We got to use the new feature. So while we're here, before we end out, let's go check the other 2 alts. I haven't showed these in a little while. But this is where they're currently at right now. This guy, I believe, needs more knowledge. I need to go get him. Wait, does he need more knowledge yet? Let me see. Yeah, he needs to... no, that's the cape. In one more level, he needs to go get more knowledge. He's at 51. He gets a new activity. And he currently has none left, so I do need to go do that. And also, his weapon proficiency is probably not going to be good soon. And then the other one... let's go check. The other one's a little bit behind, but I believe he's doing smithing right now. It's a bit behind on combat, but a bit ahead on smithing. And, yeah, I'm currently trying to get them all the requirements for Lost and Found. So they already did Matubin's Legacy, they already did Spider Nest, obviously Obelisk. And they're currently working on Lost and Found completion. Which, of course, is 59 Mind Fighter, 40 Bone Right, or sorry, 30 Bone Right, B3 plus 2 boosting, 58 Smithing, and 44 Stonemason, I believe it is. And obviously we got to manually get them to 2020, and then from there just AFK the rest like they are right now. And by early next month, they should have it. By like the second week of next month, both of them should have Lost and Found completed. And then we go from there. Well, that's where they're currently sitting at the moment. But anyways, guys. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You can do it in the other tab now. I keep forgetting you just click the button. But anyways, guys, we'll end it there for now. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. And I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching. Oh, yeah, the final poll real quick. So, after 94 votes, almost 100, we have the following results. What are the thoughts on the Brighter Shores proposed combat merge? 53% say they like it, 38% are neutral, and 9% on bad is where the final results are currently at right now. Or will be staying because we're ending the stream right now. But anyways, guys, I will catch you guys later. Thank you so much for stopping by as always. Greatly, greatly appreciated. And I'll see you guys around. Goodbye, everyone. Stay safe out there.